the tools you needed to close.
Oh, that's why. That's why. Oh shit. Alright, sorry YouTube. YouTube, I'm so sorry.
Set him up for success.
I was trying to figure out what the fuck was going wrong and I found out. My bad, YouTube. My bad. I'm technically illiterate. I'm legally blind. But hopefully YouTube can now see what the fuck is happening.
Yeah, so far, you know,
I should be live now. Someone in the comments, if you are in the comments, I know a lot of people were waiting and they disappeared. Let me know if you can hear me, if you can see me, all this shit. How you doing, Turbo, over on Twitch? How you doing, player? I just need one comment on thing. And Defi, I see you. I see you, Defi. I appreciate the hard work hustling over to YouTube land, to the red app. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Okay, so let me mute these motherfuckers. Man, I love you. You're so entertaining. Man, I love you too. I'm just a regular guy playing the game. I don't deserve all the love I get. But you alright. Heard you, champ. Thank you, Manga. Alright. So, the guys on Twitch already heard this. YouTube, you're hearing this. Are you ready? Here we go. The plan, yo, Gaming on Spectrum, I appreciate you. All my Spectrum brothers and sisters. Listen, here's the plan. We are going to not just create one tier list. Motherfucker, we're going to create 2 tier lists with the aid of some AI assistants. Here's the plan. We are going to ask ChatGPT to create a tier list for season 2. Okay. We are then going to ask Gemini, Google Gemini, to also make a tier list. All right. And we're going to ask both of them to explain their reasoning. And then we as a group are going to decide which we think produced the best tier list, right? It's going to give us a chance to talk about all the characters. It'll give us a chance to figure out which, if either of these fucking LLMs knows anything about Tekken, and it'll be a fun evening, right? That's my thought, right? So, let me first read for you. Motherfucker clickbaited me. I didn't clickbait you. I didn't clickbait you. I didn't clickbait you. You want a tier list? We're going to get you a tier list, man. Man, like chat, what you saying? What you saying, YGen? All right. So, here is what we're going to present, all right? Here's the question. Hello, I'm about to set you a challenge. I would like for you to produce a tier list, which will rank all 40 characters who are currently in Tekken 8, as of the current date. You will construct your tier list in stages. Stage 1, you will tell me which of the 40 characters belongs in the top 5 and in which order. You will then explain your reasoning, as well as highlight an additional 3 characters who were in consideration but didn't quite make the cut. You will again explain your reasoning for these decisions. Stage 2. You will then tell me which of the remaining 35 characters belongs in the top 10 category, i.e. characters ranked 6th to 10th in overall strength. You will again explain your reasoning as well as highlight an additional 3 characters who were in consideration but didn't quite make the cut. You will again explain your reasoning for these decisions. Stage 3. You will then tell me which of the remaining 30 characters belongs in top 15, yada 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 yada, all the way down. Right the way down to please bear in mind that I will also be assigning a rival LLM this challenge and will be assessing which of you perform the task best and which makes the most cogent arguments for your decisions. Good luck, and without further ado, please proceed with stage 1. So, question. Which one, before we even start this, place your bets. Who you think is going to make the better tier list? Who do you think is going to make the better tier list? ChatGPT or Google Gemini? What is a rival LLM? LLM stands for large language model, which is what ChatGPT and Google Gemini are. So place your bets, motherfuckers. Who do you think is going to do it? Where is Jason Montoya at the time? Where's Cha? Where's Jason Montoya? Where are the OG American Koreans, bro? Where they at when you need them? What up, Refry? And normally saying GBT. His money's on GBT. ChatGPT will create the better list. Turbo, yeah, damn. You guys are fans of ChatGPT, huh? Could be a channel point prediction. Oh, that's a good shout. But nah, because it's subjective. Y'all gonna talk some shit. All right. You know what? Let's do it. Fuck it. Let's go. All right, let's go. Let's make a channel point. Manage prediction? No, start prediction. Why can't I start a prediction? What's going on? Damn, forgive me. American Korean tier? You motherfuckers. Damn, that Jason Montoya shit. Damn. All right, here's the prediction. Which LLM will make the better tier list. I'm sorry, YouTube. We don't have that. We don't have like voting privileges here on YouTube land, but we'll get there. Which LLM will make the better tier list? Tier list. Question mark. Chat GPT or Google Gemini. Just vote with your fingers. We're going to have 2 minutes and then we're going to proceed. We're going to proceed to give you what you need. Bet your channel points, bro. You're making a tier list made of AI bots, chat. Shit is going to be talked. Yo, let them talk, bro. Let them talk. Let them talk. I want to see who makes a better list, bro. I want to see who makes a better list. Have a Gemini sub, but Gemini wilds out sometimes. They all wild out sometimes, bro. They're all just predictive. You know what I mean? I'm going to bet on that Google money. Bet on that Google money. All right, let's hear it. Tommy Hilfiger would be #1 for that. Let's go. Let's hear it. Because I suspect some season 2 moves are AI generated. Damn, man said Bandai Namco had AI make the moves. And you know what? I buy it, bro. I buy it. I buy it. Some of those choices do seem like moves that make sense in theory, but if a single human being put their eyes on it, would have been like, you can't do that. So you're right. I got Diddy money on Google. Damn, Diddy money. Get the baby oil out, boys. Get the baby oil out. Boys. All my money on Gemini. Damn, channel points again invested, bro. Channel points again invested. About to see which of these companies is better marketing. That's what this is really about. Anyway, I appreciate you. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, don't think I don't appreciate you. I do. I love you to bits. Be sure to hit like and subscribe, all that bullshit. You know that. You know what the algorithm god's like. Anyway, so I'm about to copy and paste this message into Google, right? So we're going to start. So first of all, ChatGPT, what are you saying? What's ChatGPT got to say? Okay. Thinking. I need to look up the list of 40 characters in Tekken 8 as of now. This requires browsing for the latest info. Make it happen, bro. Make it happen, ChatGPT. Do your thing. Do your thing. Spell it out, baby. Spell it out. Spell it out. Great. Fun challenge. I'll take this seriously. I checked the current Tekken 8 roster as of recent Season 2, post-Season 2 commentary, and meta write-ups before deciding. Let's see. Below is Stage 1. My pick for top 5 in Tekken 8, ranked 1 to 5, following by a clear explanation for each placement and 3 additional characters that were close but just missed top 5 with reasoning why. I cite meta sources and high-level commentary where relevant. All right, you ready, boys? You ready, boys? So, number 1, Anna Williams. Okay, where's she at? Where you at, Anna? Anna Williams. Where's she at? Where's she at? Where's Anna at? Am I blind? Am I an unk? I am an unk. All right, cool. Oh, shit. Actually, I ain't got to do... I actually have to make the top list relevant. All right, so top 5. Chat GPT top 5. Top 5. Top 10. Top 15. So far, so good. Yeah, exactly. Anna Williams. All right. So far, so good. 20, 25. Need to add a couple. How do I add? Add a row below. Add a row below. Okay, cool. 25. 30. 35. I guess we might as well just finish the add a row below. For 40. Okay. So this is number 40. All right. 40. So Anna Williams. Why? Across Season 2 and the post-season meta write-ups, Anna consistently appears as a single character with the most oppressive toolkit. Excellent and safe pokes. Heat pressure options that force decisions, heavy chip combos, and the kinds of system interactions that let her convert small openings into huge round swings. Multiple recent tier articles single her out as the character currently capable of dominating neutral and snowballing advantage into round wins. In short, high reward, low apparent risk. The textbook #1 in this meta. All right. I hear you. I hear you. It's kind of spitting, boys. It's kind of spitting. I'm gonna keep it a buck. All right. Anna Williams. All right. Let's see who's next. My character in the top 30, Poggers. Let's see. Next one. Brian Fury. Okay. Why? Brian's design, hold on, it'll be easier for editing reasons if I actually move the character first and then read. This is a pro tip for myself. So, Brian Fury is going to be number 2. Why? Brian's design, huge damage, multiple counter hit, conversion tools, cannonball style options that shut down certain neutral approaches makes him one of the scariest damage dealers in the roster. Community analysis and pro reaction pieces repeatedly call out Brian for being nearly a no-hole. What the fuck is a no-hole? I guess having no weaknesses. Excellent punish and conversion. Heavy reward on small reads. Some outlets place him in the very top or in S tier. His ability to punish both mistakes and clutch neutral makes him natural number 2 here. Okay. Can't argue with that. I'm not seeing anything controversial here. No hole equal no weakness. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, it's looking good. It's looking good for our hero. All right. What about number 3? Sergei Dragunov. Interesting. I think some people might challenge this. Sergei Dragunov. Why? Dragunov is a mobility poke monster with huge damage, with a huge move pool. Strong jabs, consistent pressure, that's true. Excellent approaches, that's true. Let him control space and force mistakes. Recent high-level tournament usage and meta breakdowns put Dragunov in S tier consistently. His advantage is that once he finds rhythm, he rarely gives it back, and his toolkit scales well with the heat system because he is both a tournament-proven and versatile, across matchups. He edges into top 3. Interesting. It's looking pretty good so far. ChatGPT's got some shit to say. Call and drag a Pokemon, 100%. This top 5 looking good so far. We'll see where it breaks down. All right, number 3. It's saying. So hold on. Top number 3 was Dragunov. Where's Dragunov? Oh wait, wrong side. Lol. Where's Dragunov? But you know what? That'll do. So Dragunov, okay? And now we're going to go to Asuka. All right? Past top 5, this shit gonna be ass. Let's see. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. So what you got to say about Asuka, ChatGPT? Asuka Kazama, number 4. Why? Season adjustment pushed Asuka back into prominence. Her counter and stance catch tools, I guess reversals, plus excellent wall carry and heat enable damage conversions let her turn single openings into round-ending sequences. This is true. She's less about the explosive single hits and more about oppressive pressure and momentum. Okay? In a heat-heavy meta, that creates the kind of Oki and reset loops that punish mistakes severely. Many meta lists moved Asuka into S or high A for these reasons. Interesting. Okay. Ooh, number 5, Hwoarang. I think we're already starting to get a little controversial. Okay. Not necessarily terrible reasons, but like, it's not the best reasons. I'm gonna keep it a buck. It's not the best reason, but it's not the worst either. Let's hear what they gotta say about Hwoarang. Why Hwoarang stance variety? Kick pressure. Okay. Plus heat synergy make him terrifying mix-up poke character. He benefits very strongly from heat mode, more tools, stronger, low pressure options. This is true, and is described repeatedly in community and outlet tier lists, far stronger than most admit. Yo, they calling the Hwoarang community a bunch of downplayers, bro. They say the Hwoarang community is a bunch of downplayers. Yo, ChatGPT might know you better than your mama. It might know you Hwoarang players better than your mama. Calling you downplayers? It's true. Especially in the hands of players who can maximize stances and keep out. He rounds out the top 5 because he combined sustained pressure with high conversions. Okay. Let's look at the 3 that were considered but weren't in there. And then we're going to pause and we're going to talk about how we feel, right? Actually, no, we'll do that at the end when we add the other top 5. So, 3 characters who almost made top 5 and why they lost out. A. Clive Rossfield. Why he was considered. Clive landed in many S/A board. Whoa. In many S/A borderline placements in published lists. Strong damage, easy to pick up, but with a high ceiling and great reward and opportunities. Why he missed. While powerful, Clive is slightly more matchup dependent and lacks the consistently oppressive neutral poke package that Anna, Brian, Dragunov have. He's near the top, but not quite symmetrically dominant. Interesting. Okay. Dragunov being top 5 is justifiable. Yeah, I think so too. Jin Kazama, why he was considered. Jin is versatile and safe in many matchups. He's simplified but complete kit makes him tournament relevant and often in the S/A range in tier lists. Why he missed. He's very strong and archetypal, but in Season 2's Heat-centric meta, some characters outclassed him in raw pressure and conversion potential. That makes Jin a top 10 lock, but not a guaranteed top 5 pick. Here's chat. Listen, I don't actually think he's a top 5. I don't think he's a top 10 lock, but we'll get there. I don't think he's a top 10 lock. I think he's in consideration for top 10. I don't know about top 10 lock. Let's see what we got. Martial Law. Why he was considered. Law's poking, heat tools, and wool carry are extremely dangerous. Several outlets list him in the top tiers. Why he missed. Law still needs a precise opening to snowball. I don't know about that, Chief. He's slightly more risk-reward than the absolute top 5, that I agree with, and has been dominant in major tournament players, characters. Yeah. Martial Law absolutely has everything he needs to be in the top tier, but other characters are stronger than him. So he's not, the reason he perhaps doesn't make top 5 is not because he is not top 5 worthy, but just because there are other characters who are just more absurd. So that makes sense. That actually makes sense. I buy that. Law can also be, yes, I'm saying, yeah, I think he has to be considered for top 5 too. I think Law is a top 10 lock. I don't know about my man, Jindo. All right. So this is what our tier is looking like so far. It's looking pretty solid, I think. Let's see what Gemini got to say. Gemini, I'm giving you the same challenge. Don't let me down, Gemini. Initiating tier list. All right, let's see what you got. Show me some shit, boy. Detailing pressure situations. Challenge accepted! It's February 2026, and in Tekken 8, meta has weathered 2 full seasons of DLC, balance patches, and return of the King of Iron Fist himself. With the roster sitting at a robust 40 characters, 32 base plus 8 DLC, the power creep and system adjustments have created a hierarchy where all-rounders and high-pressure specialists currently rule the roost. Here in Stage 1, the top 5 characters in Tekken 8 ranked in order of overall strength. Interesting, so we're getting some slight divergence. Here. So, it says Anna Williams, Jin Kazama, Clive Rostfield, Sergei Dragunov, and Nina Williams. Now, here's the thing, okay? I agree that putting Jin in the top 5 is wild. But I also think putting Hwoarang in top 5 is wild. What up, Finty? I also think putting Jin in the top 5 is low-key kind of wild. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not willing to say that Gemini is wrong just yet, but it's definitely a wild pick. And at number two, Brian's not there? That's kind of crazy. Boys. Hwoarang in top 5 is less wild. Maybe. Let's see. Let's hear him out. Let's not judge him. Let's hear him out. So let's start to construct their list. So they have got Anna Williams at number 1. So there's consensus there. What are you saying? Gemini, talk to me. The reasoning. Anna has snatched the crown in the current 2026 meta. Her transition to Tekken 8 gave her a bazooka mace. That's true. That deals absurd chip damage. But it's her Chaos Judgment stance and high reward lows that make her terrifying. In a game that rewards aggression, Anna forces you to guess for your life every time she breathes on you. She is currently the tournament winner pick for her ability to snowball single hit into a round of victory. Can I say this? Gemini is a better writer than ChatGPT. Clearly, I think it's a better writer. This is more entertaining to read. I'll give it that much. But the reasoning so far, no issues. Absolutely no issues. Number 2, however, is where the problems are perhaps going to start. So, I'm going to hear you out. Google already cooking? Kinda. Okay, all right. They actually hate these characters for real? Lol. Jin Kazama. Jin remains the perfect Tekken character. Since the mid-2025 patch, he has become the benchmark for consistency with a safe mid for every occasion. It's actually true. A legendary parry and a heat system that essentially gives him devil mode on demand. He has no true losing matchups. I buy that. He isn't as cheap as Ana. I also buy that. But his reliability in high-stakes sets is unmatched. He's as cheap as... Nah, relax, Mega's face. He's not cheap as Ana. He's not cheap as Ana. He's not cheap as Ana. This is interesting, bro. This is actually interesting. I feel like the assessment of Jin isn't inaccurate, although the devil mode is inaccurate. But at the same time, at number 2 is kind of wild. Because there are other characters who fit this description even better. Now I'm saying. But I think ChatGPT is winning so far. For sure. For sure. Let's move on to the next one. Clive Rossfield. Okay, Clive Rossfield. Again, I think whatever points it lost with Jin, it's getting some of them back with the Clive Rossfield pick. Hold on, Gemini might be... Why, Jin? Hold on, Gemini might be spinning. Hold on. Wait a minute. Clive Rossfield. Being the Final Fantasy 16 guest, Clive brought a sword meta that remains difficult to deal with. Based. His reach is deceptive, and his Torgal Wolf assist provides safe pressure that many of the base roster characters struggle to punch. It's not really an assist. I think you're getting your terminology mixed up. His damage output is slightly overtuned, agreed, making him a comeback king who can delete 6% of your health bar with a single whiff punish. Okay, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. I think the reasoning is a little 2D though. I ain't gonna lie. I think the reasoning is a little 2D. But it is there though. So we're gonna allow it. We're gonna move on to Sorgate. Sorgate Dragunov. Alright, what you gonna say, Sergey? Despite numerous slaps on the wrist from the balance team, the Russian commando is still the king of the wall. Sure. His sneak transitions and plus frame jabs allow him, well, everyone has what's in jab, allows him to keep opponents pinned. In 2026, players have mastered his optimal heat dash routes, making his wall splat potential the most impressive in the game. Again, I don't agree with this. I agree with the direction of the analysis, but like, I don't know. King of the wall? Is Dragunov king of the wall? King of the wall, though. Really, though? Diggersby, though? Sergey, though? Really, though? I don't know, bro. Alright, I don't know. Okay. Its reasoning is Brian is the king of the wall. Yeah, exactly. I would have thought Brian is the king of the wall, who isn't here, by the way. Interesting. Alright, next up. Nina Williams. Let's put her up. Before I forget. Nina Williams. Again, a decent pick. What are you gonna say about Nina Williams? The Silent Assassin has benefited immensely from the game's focus on chip damage and continuous pressure. Her pistols are no longer just flashy, they're essential combo extenders and a safe long-range pokes. They are not that. In the hands of specialists, her Hayashida step and endless pressure strings make it feel like it's never your turn to play. That is true. Okay, chat. Okay. All right. So let's stop. In the chat, whose top 5 are we currently feeling? Whose top 5 are we currently feeling? Let me know in the chat. While I create the additional brackets. Top 15. Top 20. Top 25. I should have done this before I started the stream, but you know me, I'm a bad streamer, bro. What we saying? ChatGPT, mostly looking like a consensus. ChatGPT. Chat's winning. Yeah, okay, I'm seeing it. Most people siding with my man ChatGPT. Chat 35. Top 40. ChatGPT's looking better. Definitely GPT so far. All right. Cool. Gemini so far. Oh no, ChatGPT over Gemini. Gemini's top 5 kind of random. I don't know about random. Like they didn't put fucking, you know what I mean? They didn't put Kumar up there, but I hear it. All right. Okay. Let's move on. Let's proceed to stage 2. Good. All right, ChatGPT. The King of the Wall BS pissed me off. Yeah, King of the Wall is kind of crazy when Brian's in the game. Didn't see your text, but you asked to consider win-loss ratio. I asked it to consider what it wanted to consider. I'm not gonna tell it its methodology. That's part of the test. And also, win-loss ratio doesn't make sense just because like it's skewed by popularity. Okay, so tops 6 to 10. Let's go. So, it is saying Nina Williams. Let's go. Nina Williams. Okay, ChatGPT still doing well in my book. Nina Williams is number 6. Why? Multiple current tier lists place Nina consistently in the S tier alongside the absolute best characters. She's known for her strong pressure, which is true, excellent heat mix-ups, powerful combo extensions, and a high ceiling and skilled hands. Her toolkit makes her threaten big damage of relatively small openings. So true. And she can control neutral very well, which is key at high level. This is facts. Like, no lies were spoken here. ChatGPT low-key knows what it's talking about, seemingly. Or at least it knows who to copy. Okay, yeah, no notes. No objections to this. Next is Claudio. Again, from my eye, no objections. Although Claudio was not mentioned in its considerations. So earlier, Claudio, what are you saying about Claudio? Why Claudio? Claudio is frequently cited as one of the strongest overall characters thanks to excellent heat tools, a versatile moveset, and very strong pokes. Agreed. Including moves that cover many options and force defensive guesses. Is Claudio a mix-up character, really? I don't know about that. But, I mean, it does some, but I'm not really scared of Claudio's lows. I can eat a bunch of them. And you never want to duck against them, right? But yeah, most community and pro lists consider him S or near the top of S. And while he's slightly less dominating than the absolute top 5, his flexibility across matchups lands him at number 7. Again, decent write-up, I think. Any objections to this? Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right, now I'm thinking that's pretty good. 8, Yoshimitsu. This is interesting. Okay. Let me put this here. They must have forgotten about the 3. Yeah, exactly. Must have forgotten about 3. Like you mentioned, yeah, they mentioned Law earlier. Where's Law? I would have assumed all 3 that they mentioned earlier would be up here, right? Who did I just say? Where's my memory gone? Claudio. Oh, I already put them there. Next is our man Yoshimitsu. Yo, put the music on, old man. I'm Gen Omega and I'm bored. I'ma keep it a buck. You come to someone's channel and say I'm bored, it makes me want to do what you want me to do way less. I'ma keep it a buck. No disrespect. A little bit of disrespect. I'ma keep it a buck. Because you're right. I actually was going to put money on, but I don't want to do it now because you told me to do it. You didn't ask. You know what I mean? If you'd asked, yo, can we get some music? I would have put it on. But you motherfuckers, you Gen Omega, you need to learn some fucking manners. I don't know who raised you, but they kind of fucked up. Just a little bit. Not completely, because you can clearly type English, but learn some manners and we can talk. Just saying, bro. Just saying. Not being rude, just being a little bit rude. Let's see. Yoshimitsu, what Yoshi gotta say? Put the music on, old man. I'm entertained. See, now, Shin Pete, you know what? Because of that, I put the music on for you, Shin Pete. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. Although you might not get the music on YouTube for copyright reasons. Let me know if you can hear the music on YouTube. Yeah, never mind. GPT lost the plot. Let me see what Yoshimitsu is saying. Why Yoshimitsu? Yoshimitsu is tricky and unconventional with a diverse tool set and movement options that make him dangerous even against top players. Pro commentary highlights his unpredictability and wide range of unique tools that reward smart play. His complexity is sometimes why he's slightly low on other S-tier picks, but he still belongs in the top 10. I think this is the first... Yeah, by the way, Fiddle, I'm just playing with you. It's all good. But yeah, if you can't hear the music, let me know. Hey, Chad, this stream would really benefit from some background music. Would you be so kind as to put some on? Why, thank you, Gaming on the Spectrum. I have put on some music, but you might not be able to hear it. For copyright reasons, so just so you know, on Twitch, you're able to play music that doesn't appear in the VODs later. But on YouTube, you can't. And so for my YouTube stream, I've kind of turned off my Spotify. So I'm actually currently playing Spotify, but if you're on YouTube, you shouldn't be able to hear it. Whereas if you're on on Twitch, sorry, you can't. So I'm sorry. If you really want to hear the music and continue this conversation, join us over on Twitch. I can't hear it. Yeah, sorry, player. Then it's working as intended. I'm sorry, player, but for copyright reasons. Copyright reasons. It is what it is. I'll see what I can do in the future. But there's a version of this on Twitch with the music. So sorry, player. But hold on. Let me make sure the music's not too loud. Okay, let's see. So yeah, how do we feel about the Yoshi argument, guys? I feel like this Yoshi argument isn't unreasonable, but at the same time, top 10 is a bit of a stretch. Do you guys agree? I feel like the top 10 is a bit of a stretch. A bit of a stretch. It's a bit of a stretch, don't you think? Top 10, bit of a stretch? Know what I'm saying? I think this is ChatGPT's first, like, super questionable. Bottom 5, not top 10. Relax. I guess fair. What character do you play again? Kappa. I don't know about top. I don't know about bottom. I don't think we're ever going to put Yoshi at the bottom. Yoshi was considered strong not long ago with a bunch of nerfs. True. But top 10 is a bit strong. Yoshi more 15 to 20. I agree, Fiddle. I would see them high in the middle of the pack, not here. That's me though. But hey, what do I know? I'm not a fucking LLM. I don't know what's up. Number 9, Heihachi Mishima. Now we're talking. I agree with this pick. Although I'm disturbed by the lack of King. Where's Heihachi? Heihachi Mishima. Alright, so why Heihachi? ChatGPT says, Heihachi Mishima, why? Multiple tier lists place Heihachi solidly in the upper S tier. Heihachi's strong pokes, pressure tools, and reliable punishes make him tournament relevant and consistently above the bulk of the roster. While his overall package maybe isn't quite as oppressive as the top 5 or some higher tier peers, he clearly is a top 10 contender. I agree. I think he's a top 10 contender. Actually, I don't know. Top 10 contender, even that's a bit hard. Not because he's not worthy, but because there are other characters who do what he's trying to do even more powerfully. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, top 10 contender might be a bit strong. Top 15, I'm about it. Know what I'm saying? But, I don't know. Yoshi top 10, season 2 is Def Reed Richards-esque. Lol. Heihachi is strong, but his weakness is to sidestep is quite large. I don't know about that, Chief. This character's definitely strong. I don't want to hear the downplay. But the issue is it top 10 strong? That's what I'll listen to. We can question that. But hey, it's not me. Don't take it up with me. Take it up with Sam Altman. Okay. Number 10 is Jun Kazama. Okay. Jun Kazama. Why? Jun is frequently in the S tier on many lists and praised for solid fundamentals, plus strong heat options that reward careful play and momentum. While she may lack some of the explosive damage or pressure conversions of the top tiers, she remains extremely effective and consistent, making her a natural top 10 pick. I don't disagree with this assessment at all. I think this makes sense. But I think there were other characters who I'm surprised haven't been mentioned. Anyway, here are the 3 considerations. Feng Wei, martial law, and King. Feng Wei. Why considered? Arslan Ash, a top pro player, lists Feng Wei high among top characters and praises back turn and counter approaches. Many community lists also place him near the top, but he missed. Feng Wei is versatile, but has slightly more niche execution reliance, and matchup specific strengths. That I agree with, compared to the characters above. So he lands just outside the top 10. Yeah, Feng Wei has a lot of issues, and we'll get there when we discuss the tier list as a whole. Feng Wei's kind of been power crept by the meta, but it's still ridiculous. But yeah, okay. I'll entertain him in consideration for top 10. She slacks. Oh, you're talking about Jun. She lacks explosive power. She has a sniper rifle. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Martial law. Why considered? Many community metrics tier lists include law near the S tier. Strong heat, frame data. We've discussed this already. While strong law's openings and reward patterns can struggle more against the very best neutral pressure-based characters, putting him just below top 10 cutoff. Again, I don't blame you, but you also did this for top 5. It seems weird that he was considered for top 5, but then didn't make top 10. But, you know what it's like. King, why considered? King's throw and mix-ups frequently get called out of top-tier tools by the community list, and strong follow-up damage is well executed well. This is true. This King is slept on. I actually think my controversial pick would actually be King in the top 5. That would be like my sort of like, I know the rest of the community might disagree, but I think he is. But yeah, why he's missed. Despite his great tool set, King can have more noticeable holes in certain matchups. I buy that. Due to unsafe starters and heavier reliance on throw setups, which make him slightly less consistently dominant than this stage of picks. All right. Kick top 5 easily. Again, you say easily, but there are so many characters in this game saying King is dumb and strong. Yeah, I think it's super dumb and strong. But again, if someone says, you know, he's top 7, not top 5, I wouldn't argue with them because there's so many characters who could be top 5. Okay, so that's the list so far. I think that ChatGPT kind of started to lose some of that momentum. Gemini's list could potentially win it back. But if there's a single dumb pick here, I think low-key, we're kind of done. I think we're kind of done. I don't think King is top 5 really that controversial. You're saying he's among the best mix-ups in Oki game other than Kazium? Yeah, sure. It's true. Okay. This is a decent 6. Armor King, Heihachi Mishima, Brian Fury, King, hold on. I might dispute the order of some of these choices, but the people in it are interesting. And Armor King being this high up is a discussion. Because I think we've not seen optimized Armor King. I think Armor King is stronger than is widely considered. AK number 6, nah. I think we are having... You have to remember that Armor King hasn't been out that long. And you have to remember remember when Fuckaram first came out and everyone was like, Fuckaram is trash. And then 6 months later, Fuckaram was everywhere in the tournaments. Right? Everywhere. Don't forget the way people talked about Fuckaram. And now look at you. I think it's entirely possible that we have a similar situation with Armor King. Where people are like, oh, Armor King's not that great. And then like, someone's just going to show out and be like, okay, no, Armor King's actually kind of cracked. His toolkit is very limited, but like, again, you don't need to have a super expensive toolkit. Just having the right 6 options is enough. It's the same way people talk about Heihachi. DLC characters have a delay on their sort of unlock potential. Because you're using Fuckaram, right? You're using a DLC character, you've been using them for 6 months against people who have been using their main for 2 years. Like, there's a delay. But again, I'm not saying that I think it's top 6, but I'm not willing to throw it out in the bin just yet. That's what I'm saying. Armor King is busted. Yeah, exactly. I think you can make an argument for Armor King being like crazy. Actually crazy. But we've just not seen it as much. Yeah, but is Fuck top 15 even? Fuck absolutely to consider top 15. Absolutely. Yes. But again, it's not my list. It's Gemini's list. Let's go to reasoning. 6. Armor King. Armor King has taken the best grappler title from his counterpart. Okay, you any points that you've received, you just lost with that statement. Relax. There's only 2 grapplers, and he's not the best one. Relax. His toolkit is a lethal blend of fundamental Tekken and high-impact wrestling. Sure. In Tekken 8, his heat engages lead to some of the most terrifying wall pressure in the game. Unlike King, Armor King has a more reliable wave dash game, allowing him to force 50-50 from a distance. That is kind of true. That many characters simply cannot contest. Yeah, yeah. I was trying to said since the day 1 of my live stream. Yeah, this character's strong. Okay. I was trying to defend you, Gemini, but oy vey. Okay. I was trying to defend you, bro. All right, who is it saying next? Heihachi Mishima? Sure. Heihachi. Where's my man Heihachi? Where's Heihachi? I'm so blind. Thunk eyes. You're not Heihachi. You're Heihachi. Okay. Let me hear your argument. Heihachi Mishima. The King of Iron Fist returned with vengeance. His unique warrior instinct mechanic, which triggers when his heat is active, gives him access to moves that would normally be locked or slower. His mid-range pokes are famously heavy, meaning even when you block them, the chip damage and frame disadvantage makes you feel like you're drowning. This is true. He is the ultimate bully character. I don't know about ultimate, but he's definitely one of them. Okay. Just give the ChatGPT believers their cash, bro. Listen! It's not over yet, bro. It's not over. You never know. You never know, bro. Gemini might low-key be spitting. Y'all just trying to like follow the herd. Maybe ChatGPT, maybe Gemini sees through the gaps, bro. Let's hear it out. Next one, Brian Fury. Okay, we're gonna say chat. Brian has climbed the ranks thanks to his mid-2025 system changes. He didn't need those. The buffed counter hit rewards in a game where everyone is mashing. I mean, you know what it feels like, guys? It feels like low key. Gemini is like a Fujin. Gemini's like a Fujin. You know what I'm saying? I actually think like Gemini is more like a person. Got it again, but everyone just mashing, bro. Brian is the king of the no button. What is the no? Oh, yeah, counter hits. No. His taunt jet upper remains gold standard for high level execution. This is true. And his heat enchant Gatling punches provide safe, massive chip damage that force the opponents to crack under pressure. Not the worst analysis. Not the worst. Gemini, tell me your rank in Tekken. Nah, bro. Not doing that. Not doing that, homies. All right. Brian Fury. Next one is King. Why am I so blind? Where are you at, King? There you are. Okay. King is currently the gatekeeper of high rank. This is absolutely a Fujin. What up? What up, Bez? What up? King is currently the gatekeeper of high rank. His heat smash is arguably the best in the game. A long range, high damage mid that tracks moderately well. These are all true. While professional players have learned to deal with his chain throws, okay, his ability to armor through attacks and his massive power crush moves make him a nightmare to approach. Actually true though. He doesn't need a complicated game plan to win. He just needs one mistake. Okay. I mean, King top 9 is not unreasonable. I told you, I'd put King top 5. The argument it's making isn't the most compelling. Not gonna lie. Yeah. Okay. And last but not least, Horong. Where's Horong? All right, talk to me. Horong rounds out the top 10 because he perfectly embodies the Tekken 8 aggressive philosophy. That is a fact. He is the Tekken 8. He is Mr. Tekken 8 in many ways. In 2026, the manual stance mastery of top Horong players makes his pressure feel truly infinite. This is true. If you don't have high level understanding of when to duck his high kicks, you will lose 40% of your health just by blocking. Again, also true. He is the ultimate momentum character. Also true. These are, you know how I'll describe Google Gemini? Google Gemini has sophomoric takes, right? Sophomoric. They're not freshmen, right? They're not completely out there, but they're a little bit mid-level. You know what I'm saying? I kind of, every time I read, I'm like, you're not completely wrong. I understand someone with a couple of 100 hours making these lists. Do you know what I mean? I actually do get it. What are we reading? We're asking ChatGPT and Google Gemini to make a tier list, stage by stage. And Gemini just given us its top. It's 6 to 10. On the bubble 3. 3 that were agonizingly close to top 10. 1, Feng Wei. Feng Wei is the master of everything, but he lacks that one nuclear option. Actually, kind of accurate. That characters like Heihachi or Brian possess. He is incredibly safe, but in 2026 meta, safe sometimes loses to explosive. He's just comfortably at rank 11. Out of all the analysis I've read so far, I actually think this is like one of the best pieces. This is actually spot on for Feng Wei. It's actually pretty spot on. Yoshimitsu. Many argued for Yoshi in top 10 due to his incredible utility and flash. His 6-frame input. However, his reliance on unconventional setups means he can be solved in a long tournament set more easily than a fundamental beast like Horong. Okay, but there aren't long tournament sets. So, weird. But again, not the wrong analysis. Lydia Sobieska. The Prime Minister is a fundamental powerhouse. Her Heaven and Earth stands provide great mix-ups, but she suffered a slight nerf to her range in January 2026 patch, making her whiff punishes a bit more demanding than the current top 10. Sure. She is a bit of a robbery character, so I don't see that anything crazy. What was the January 26 patch that nerfed Lydia's range? Fuck if I know. Long tournament set. Shouldn't be, those long tournament sets. Those long tournament first to 10s, bro. Don't act stupid, bro. Stop asking questions. All right. So, I'm going to ask again, but I'm pretty sure I already know your answer. But everyone in the chat, let me know. Whose top 10 is looking the best so far? ChatGPT or Google? Talk to me. Also, like and subscribe on YouTube. All that bullshit. Who are we looking at? Talk to me, bros. Talk to me. Have you tried Deep Speak? Nah, I'm only doing the 2. I'm already fucking up between 2. ChatGPT looking better. IMO. Yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Gemini is a Lydia down player. Lol. Chat CBT. Lol. There's no patch. January patch is a hallucination. Well, there you go. I didn't believe it. So I'm like, all right, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, bro? How do you know it's a hallucination? How do you know it's a hallucination? Maybe you just don't remember, bro. Because you don't remember. How about that? Maybe you're the one hallucinating. Have you thought about that, broski? They both wrong in a crazy way, but I guess I don't know about crazy. There's a H1 has a couple I'm like suspect, but this game is kind of crazy that in a way that like, you know what I'm saying? Like none of them are that wild. Know what I mean? Okay. Let's go back to ChatGPT. All right. And now stage 3. Okay. All right, let's see. If we ignore the order, just the top 10, I think Gemini wins. Interesting. That's an interesting take. Let's consider this. Brit bro, that's an interesting take. If we completely ignore the order, but look at the characters that are in it, Brit bro says that actually, I think Gemini wins. Nah, even then, I think because Armor King is super suspect and Yoshi is pretty suspect. You know what I'm saying? I think those two pulls are pretty suspect this early, but you never know. Every player's gonna have a suspect, but we'll keep going. So top 15. Number 11, ChatGPT says Jin Kazama. Why Jin is the benchmark for Tekken 8's balanced powerhouse. He has no glaring weaknesses, solid pokes, strong punishment, clean wall carry, and a very safe option that suits tournament play. He benefits greatly from heat, but he lacks the extreme strength compared to S-tier monsters, keeps him just outside the top 10. Jin is definitely consistently strong, rarely overwhelming. Interesting. I kind of agree with this assessment. And I'm actually going to say something really fucking controversial here, guys. I actually think Jin isn't that crazy in season 2. And people keep talking about season 2 Jin, as if it's season 1 Jin. And I'm going to keep it a buck. There's a lot of characters in this game who I am way more scared of seeing than Jin. Because when Jin shows up, I just have to play Tekken. Like, and don't get me wrong, I have to play Tekken against a character who's got amazing Tekken buttons. But like, I still just have to play Tekken. I actually don't mind fighting Jin at all. Like, I actually think Jin's in a pretty good spot. And much like I said in season 1, actually, if Tekken 8 Jin was the strongest character in this game would be great. It's going to be amazing. If Jin was the strongest character, as in everyone above him got nerfed down to below Jin or at his level, this game's perfect. This game's actually perfect. Game's actually perfect. Chad, you are wrong. No, I'm not wrong, bro. I'm not actually wrong. I'm actually not wrong. I'm not wrong, bro. I'm not wrong. If everyone got nerfed to Jin's level, this game's fine. This game's actually fine. Jin's not that crazy. Jin's not that crazy. I'm sorry, he's not that crazy, bro. He's actually not. He's gonna play Tekken, bro. He's gonna play Tekken. He's just gonna play Tekken, bro. Like, yeah, he's gonna outpoke you, but it's Tekken 8, bro. You don't care. He can win a bunch of pokes. You don't need to be a good poke character in Tekken 8. It's not Tekken 7, where poke was the meta. Bro, you can hit me with a bunch of pokes. I hit you with one counter hit, it's a wrap. Into heat combo. I have to disagree. I think Jin is insane. Actually, you are wrong. I'm not wrong, bro. I'm not wrong. If you're at home right now, I'll get you on the call. But I'm actually not wrong. We can get you on the call, but I'm actually not wrong. You are wrong. How dare you accuse me of being wrong? How dare you? Jin is fine. All right, in the chat. I don't know how to frame this question. But like, I'm not scared, bro. I genuinely feel when I get ready for the next battle and I see Jin, I'm just like, I just have to be better at Tekken than you. There are many characters in this game where I'm like, if you are better than me at Tekken, you can. If I'm better than you at Tekken, you can still win because you can force me to guess. Yeah, play Tekken. I'm home. Yo, get on the call, bro. Get on the call. Get on the call. Get on the call. Get on the call. Where are you? Where? I'll give you a call. Give me a second. Get on the fucking mic. Tell me why Jin is wrong. Tell me why Jin is fucked up. Remember, this is a Reina player who's about to tell you that Jin's fucked up. this Reina player is about to tell you that Jin's fucked up. Are you talking? I can't hear you. Give me a second. I see your thing flashing green. Give me a second. Voice and audio, not through the speaker, please. Voice, not microphone, speaker, show more through my headset. Yo, say something.
Yes?
Yes, I can hear you. All right, cool. I can hear you now. Okay. All right. So, you think Jin is crazy in this game?
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah. And I think he's obviously he's a little. I mean, we already, last time when was the last time we talked about the what was it, bro? You joined in chat and then we had this whole talk like
we've had so many talks. I don't even know which one you're talking about. I don't even know which one. We've had so many.
I think it was season 3. Oh yeah, it was just season 3, right? Like Hope and shit.
Sure.
Yeah, like
what up, bro?
He is. I think he is a bit. Look, obviously he's a little bit weaker, right?
Okay.
He's a little bit weaker.
Okay.
Than season 1. Yeah, that's like undeniable. Yeah?
Sure.
But what they did is they nerfed his Tekken tools, his super strong Tekken tools,
sure,
and turned him into annoying dog shit.
Yeah,
like way more.
It's super annoying.
I
super
think
annoying.
that is like even more frustrating to play against. Like for example, like, Zen down 1+2 at the wall, mate. Bro, that is not Tekken. Like that's not Tekken. Like, bro, the guy's with an unseeable low that's like Giga Plus at the wall. Into a meaty electric out of crouch dash, which he doesn't even need to have execution for. Like, what's that? The dive kick? The dive kick? Absurd. Absurd. Do you know that some people tell you to power crush it on reaction?
Yeah, that's dumb. That's dumb.
Did you ever do that?
Never.
I also never did that. So then the whole Zen stance, right? How they developed it in this game, bro. Like that's not. Like, do you really think that's all right? Like, I think. It could be possible, Chad, and that's not your fault. That's not your fault. I think it could be possible that your perspective on acceptable power level is a bit warped because of Tekken 8.
Okay, so I hear that argument. I'm willing to entertain it. Let me give you my counter argument. All right. Whenever I'm playing against Jin, whether it's a fucking Fujin Jin, Tekken God Jin, or God Jin, there is always a stage where they're just doing a bunch of, thanks for the subscription, Upside Down Smile. There's always someone doing a bunch of just like fucking plus frame shit, dive kick into fucking whatever the high is, the plus on block high, all kinds of shit. And you know what I do, Finn? I just hold back. Because eventually they're going to have to go to one of their lackluster lows. They're either reactable or no damage. And I'm just like, and I just find the point where I go like, yeah, you're right. You get to dominate the turn order, but like, assuming that I know your mid-high strings, which I do, assuming I can react to the reactable highs, the reactable lows, which I can, and I can break throws, which I can. I'm like, eventually you find the gap, and then the gap comes in, and I just blow you up. Whereas like, there are other characters in the game where they are in a similar situation. They force you to guess in a really major way. I have found Jin. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Jin is weak. Please don't misunderstand that. I think Jin is strong. I'm not challenging the fact he's top 15. But like, I feel like when I'm fighting against Jin, I'm like, I'm just playing Tekken against a character who's like dumb, obnoxious, annoying tools. But I think he's still playing Tekken with some dumb shit, which is like really flashy. But I'm like, I'm just gonna hold back. His plus frames aren't scary if the lows aren't there.
What is your example of? Because for example, when I think about what you just said, right, the same thing I would kind of like. That's the thing, right? You're not wrong. But I'm like, hey, I could do the same thing against Brian, right? I just hold back. No, totally. My feelings about I actually agree with you. My feelings about Jin are similar to my feelings about Brian. I don't mind fighting Brian. Really? Brian's broken. Like, Brian's broken. But the way you defend against him is exactly the same. Just hold back. Like, it is. Okay, but, but the problem is Jin has to be right like 3 times. Brian has to be right once. So you're telling me like he's like not Anna, right? Like we can all agree.
Yeah, we can. He's not Anna. Yeah, Brian's not Anna. Like, I think I can say Brian's top 5 and still be like, yeah, I don't mind fighting him. I have to play Tekken against him. But it's unfair because his Tekken tools are better than mine. They're better than everyone's. Right? But like, he's still playing Tekken, right? When I say someone's playing Tekken, I'm not necessarily saying that like they're fair or whatever. Like, he still has broken tools, but like they're broken Tekken tools. So like, I just play regular Tekken defense. but it's really hard because he only has to be right once, whereas I have to be right 2 times, 4 times, whatever.
What for you would be like non-Tekken tools or like bullshit or like what? How do you?
So
what do you mean then?
So famously, it's a very controversial view, but famously, I don't like just hard 50-50s, big low, safe mid. Even if the mid is dangerous. So whenever I'm in a situation where I just have to get between mid and low, I'm like, that's not really Tekken. You might say, well, Tekken's always about 50-50s. So I'm like, but this is nothing to do with Tekken. This is the same as coin flipping. So I think characters that force me to guess between big low, big mid, I'm always just like, ugh, this character's dumb. Right? Yeah, okay. That's always a feeling. Even though that is in Tekken and has been in Tekken since forever, I find it to be non-Tekken. And when I lose that way or win that way, I'm like, I didn't really win a Tekken. I just kind of coin flipped you. That's one thing, right? And everyone knows my feelings about that. In fact, to be perfectly honest with you, I actually think that is... I also have an issue with certain unblockable situations too that make me go, that doesn't feel like Tekken. But that's kind of it. And also, and this is an even more controversial view, I find characters like Fokkaram and Clive really problematic just because of their range. Oh yeah, because they're able to play a game where they can enforce kind of. They can enforce Tekken on you, but you can't really enforce Tekken on them because, and that's what sucks. I feel like there's a range where Tekken is played, and any character who has tools that, or a range of tools that do damage from beyond that range, it's like you're actually you're fucking up. Like it's actually not fair. Like in Soul Calibur, that'd be fine, right? You have characters with pole arms and short things, and it's balanced around that. Whereas like I feel like Tekken as a game is balanced around everyone being only able to really dance at about range 2.5, maybe 3 at a maximum. Do you know what I mean? Like that's kind of where it's at. So characters with long range, Fokkaram, and not Victor. Well, actually Victor to some extent. Clive.
It's funny, right? I would even agree with you. I would even agree with you way more, even because the 50-50 stuff, I get it. Like I totally get it. But in essence, everyone has to do it to open you up. But obviously, some just use conservative pokes instead of like big 50-50. So I get what you mean. But I would definitely agree with you way more on the range aspect because that is like really
it's fucked up.
That's like that's fucked up actually.
It's really fucked up. And I think it's really anti-Tekken. And I think the way that people keep talking, but no, Fokkaram's fine. Like Fokkaram's not fine. Like Fokkaram's actually he's not fine. He's not fine. He's not fine. And the only way to counterplay him is to put yourself in real risk at range 3. And like, what's really interesting is that of all the characters I play, I actually find that Xiaoyu, you would think Xiaoyu would be the worst against him, because she famously has no range and he has all the range. But actually, I think that matchup is one of the most interesting. I think they both hate that matchup. And the reason is because Xiaoyu has some disgusting whiff punishment tools in back 1+2 and up back 3. So a lot of Fokkarams are kind of carried by doing backdash, and then long range poke. Backdash, long range poke. But then, because even though the backdash is kind of nerfed, with Xiaoyu, if you can make them whiff, and oftentimes you can make them whiff because they're fucking carried, you just kill them. but against another character, if Fokkaram whiffs from downtown, what can I actually do? My down 4-2 is not going to reach them. Do you know what I mean? Like most characters have nothing they can actually do to punish the whiff, and so they get away with it. So it's actually pretty interesting. Doesn't Jin have a big stupid mid and a hell sweep? Definitely has a big stupid mid, but the hell sweep's seeable, I think. Or at least there's something about the animation that I react to.
Chat the third. Please don't open this topic.
Okay. I know. I don't want you to fucking Jason Montoya me. Let me reiterate my thing. I haven't done the research, and I don't know why. But I'll tell you this: every other character with the hell sweep just hits me. But there is something about Jin's hell sweep that I react to something. I don't know if it's the hell sweep animation. I don't know if it's a specific of his wave. I don't know. I haven't looked at it in slow motion. But I promise you, I'm not just making this up. There's something about the way Jin goes for a hell sweep where I just kind of go, I see it. Look, and I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
In practice mode, I did this drill once, right? Like in practice mode, you kind of get there.
Sure.
But the thing is, in a real match, Chet, you are a man of wisdom
and
numbers, right?
Sure.
Did you ever check how many times you reacted to that shit?
No. Please don't misunderstand. Okay. When I say reactable, I'm not saying like I never get hit by it. I absolutely get hit by it. Right? I absolutely get hit by it. But
would you say you get hit by it so often that it reaches the 50% random kind of number where you're like you can't?
No, I don't think it's 50% random. I think even a lot of the times where I do get hit by it, I did see it, but it was low. It's kind of like down 2. Down 2 is reactable. It's absolutely reactable.
Down 2 is.
But my point is, I've been hit by down 2s, and I still get hit by down 2 sometimes. And every time I do get hit by down 2s, I'm like, I actually did see that, but maybe a frame too late. I wasn't particularly cracked. And I feel like with the hell sweep, very seldom does a hell sweep hit me. Again, assuming the connection's not complete trash. Very seldom does a hell sweep hit me and I go, yeah, that came out of nowhere. Whereas against other characters with hell sweep, I'm just like, I didn't see that coming. I just got smacked.
I get what you mean, because I'm just gonna say I looked into this, and obviously Arsene Ash himself says that he can react to hell sweeps, to that hell sweep.
Yeah, that one specifically. The others not so much.
That one specifically, I watched him play against Daniel Madu offline in Pakistan, right? And they trained like against the best gym players in the world. He plays that character a shit ton, and he gets hit. And he got hit exactly as often as you would expect, around about like 50%.
Sure. I will put it.
I'm just saying.
No, I'm with you.
I'm with. Saying,
yeah, I hear you. I'm not. But the thing is, the fact that we're even having a conversation about it being seeable suggests that, like, I don't find it that frustrating, because like I said, when I get hit by it, it doesn't feel like it came completely out of nowhere. I feel like if it was a little bit more cracked, I can catch you. And don't forget, oftentimes, let's say in round 2, he hits me with it, right? And it does a certain amount of damage. The damage isn't that crazy. By round 3, if he goes for it, there's a good chance I'll catch it, and I'll make him pay times 2 whatever reward he got of it earlier, right?
I mean, the damage isn't that crazy unless obviously.
Ground floor stage, fucking, wall explode, the ground explosion, all that shit. I understand, right? But like, so for me, the hell sweep is like, no, I've never lost to a Jin player because of the hell sweep. Like, I may have lost a round, but I've never been like, I got hell sweep to that. Whereas every other character with the hell sweep has been like, this motherfucker duck goose me. Like round 1, they just went like 4 hell sweeps in a row, and then for the rest of the game, I had to react to I had to be willing to duck to the hell sweep, and I got hit with a mid instead. Right? I have absolutely been duck goosed by most other characters with the hell sweep, and I've duck goosed other people. Whereas I've never been duck goosed by Jin, like ever, unless we're playing on like 4 bars.
The one other thing, the Heihachi stuff. Do you think it is outrageous that they put the Heihachi so high? I don't think it is outrageous.
I don't think it's outrageous.
Fucking strong.
The only one I think is, I don't think any are outrageous. I think some are overplaced. I think putting Yoshi in top 10 for ChatGPT is crazy.
Sorry, I shouldn't have used the word outrageous because it's Tekken 8.
Yeah, exactly. Like, but there are some that I'm like, that's a bit suspect. Horang top 5 ChatGPT, suspect, super suspect. But he's in conversation for top 15 for sure.
But you know, in the end of you know what really. Did you watch you watch the recent tier list, right? The man stuff and the 3x stuff, when people put so much value on the fact that this character
Hold on, let me put. I gotta put on streamer mode. People are bitching about the sound. Blah 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 blah. Hopefully that works. Anyway, continue.
Where people bitch about the bottom characters, it's like, whoa, how can you put this character bottom?
Yeah.
Like, and it's like, mate, he is bottom 5 in Tekken 8.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, that means he's a half god. What do you mean?
No, it's crazy, but that's why I want to do this. I was going to do my own tier list, but when I thought about it, I'm like, first of all, who the fuck am I? That's the first question, and secondly, like. The real value of tier lists isn't really the placement. It's a conversation. It's a chance to talk about every character. All right. And I was like, actually, comparing 2 tier lists from ChatGPT and Gemini would actually be funnier. Like, it's actually funny to see what's happening, because then you'd be like, I agree or I disagree. So instead of everyone having a go at me, I can be on the side of the audience and we can be angry at the creator. You know what I mean? Rather than the fucking casual players having a go at me for not putting in bottom 1. Do you know what I mean? But, well, don't have a go at me. Let's just talk to Google. Talk to your boy Sam Altman. You know what I mean? But yeah, let's continue. So top 15, Jin. His reason. The next one is Feng Wei. Why Feng? Feng remains a menace with absurd back-turn mix-ups. I don't know about absurd. Evasive movement, that's true. And punishes that reward strong reads in the hand of specialist. Again, I don't know about special. He can perform like a top 8 character, true. Arsene Ash and others still cite him as high tier, but his success requires greater precision. That I can argue with. Tricky, oppressive in the right hands, but weaker heat extensions compared to S tiers. Can dismantle slower characters, but demands sharp execution. Again, I think you're using the word execution incorrectly, but sure. Feng Wei, top 15. Decent placement, bad reasoning. Next. Lily Roche. Go on. Go ahead.
Can I ask you one thing about Feng Wei?
Sure.
Because you play him.
Yes.
Do you think that back 4-2 is a little bit sometimes more of a nerf than a buff?
Literally sometimes. It's absolutely a nerf. Only a scrub would call it a buff.
You think so?
Absolutely. We had a safe 12 frame poke, Finn, that tracked to one side. Now it's minus 12. And so a good player will punish it to force to do the 2. And then when you start doing the 2, you just duck it and then kill them for it. It's absolutely a nerf. It's absolutely a nerf.
I also think that. I just wanted to.
Yeah, it's absolutely a nerf.
I see a lot of people saying that. I also think it's a fucking nerf. I'm not kidding.
Who says it's a buff?
It's one of those.
Who says it's a buff?
It's one of those.
Is there anyone in the chat who plays a character who thinks that's a buff? It's absolutely a buff.
I think it's sometimes it feel. I don't know. I also think it feels like a bit of a nerf because the move fishhook was like.
Fishhook's great. Fishhook's great. You just did it. Fishhook was a fantastic move. It's like one of my favorite moves. Yeah, it sucks now. It's by itself.
And against good players, you bait yourself into getting literally launched.
Yeah, it's yeah. Anyone I do BLN Snake, you're fucking wrong. You're actually just fucking wrong. You're just fucking wrong. Back to 4-2 is trash. It is such a nerf. It is such a nerf. All right, let's see. Lily or Rushford. Why? Lily benefits from excellent sidestep, true. With punishment, true. Stylish control of neutral. I don't care about stylish, but okay. Universal heat mechanic gave her improved combo rewards, sure, but she's still fragile. A mistake costs her more than it costs bulkier characters. Bulkier? We all have the same health. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Lily Rushford, you're getting your FGC concepts mixed up. But again, placement, no issue with Lily in 13. Lily up here. No issue. Okay. Next. King. 14. Why King's throw game remains among the most feared in the series. True. Top, in Tekken 8, he has also improved heat follow-ups and consistent damage, even outside command throws. Yep. However, his reliance on setup knowledge means he struggles against defensive masters or characters who can keep him out. I don't know how much I agree with that. It doesn't rely on setups. They're useful to have. But you can absolutely just play a straight up pokey, especially counter hit game with King. King is dumb. Yeah. I think it's top 5. That's my controversial pick. I think it's top 5.
I don't think that's that controversial, but
we'll see. We'll see what other people have to say. But yeah, King. Did I put him on the list? No, I haven't. It's gonna be a nightmare to edit. I have to listen to myself talk the whole way through. King here. Okay, who's next? Leroy. Let's put Leroy on. Leroy.
I hate Leroy.
Me too. I think people are down. I watch King J all the time. That motherfucker is down playing Leroy, bro.
A bit, yes. A bit.
That motherfucker Leroy is hella strong. And we didn't need Breadman to show us. We knew this. But let's see what they're going to say. Why? Post-patch, Leroy is balanced, but still very strong. His powers and defensive options give him control in scrambles, true. And he now enjoys better combo consistency, true. He lacks some of the explosive reward of his Tekken 7 self, but as a defensive hybrid, he rounds out top 15 nicely. I agree. I think he's really hard to attack into. He has good range, and he does the Tekken 8 meta, which is I put you in a minus frame situation and force you to guess. And I don't necessarily have to go for risky options. I can just do safe options. And when I have a sense of your tendency, I just throw out a risky.
Very, very safe options. Very, very safe, rewarding, extremely rewarding sequences that are extremely safe.
Yeah, I think Leroy is crazy. I think I've not labbed him as well as I should have, to be fair, which is why I don't speak as, let's say, full-chestedly about Leroy. But I'm like, every time I'm fighting him, and when I do small labbing sessions, I'm like, Chad Salt thinking I'm a scrub. How dare he? I don't think you're a scrub. I think your take is scrubby. I think, okay, let's put it, BLN Snake, you're allowed to have opinions. Here's my question. If you were to poll the 10 best Fang players in the world, do you think they would agree with you that back 4-2 was a buff? Or would they request back 4 to go back? That's what I'm saying. You're allowed to have your opinions. You're allowed to be wrong. You know what I mean? You're allowed to be wrong. I believe that you believe it's a buff. How about that? I believe you believe it's a buff. Bless up, Lord Chad, Lord Finn T. What up, Upside Down Smiling? I appreciate you. Don't think I don't.
Hello.
Okay. So that is that 15. Let's see what Google Gemini has to say. Move on stage 3. Google Gemini low-key kind of losing, not gonna lie. But we'll see. Maybe they can bring it back. We need to ask them first. BLN Snake, you're right. We can ask them. But using your brain, which we all know you have, what do you think they will say? Let's just make a prediction as to what you think they will say. We asked Joker. We asked Kokoma. We asked other pros. Well, there you go. Well, what is his opinion, Finn?
Our opinion.
Oh, well, what does he know? He's a scrub. According to BLN Snake, he's a scrub. He don't know Fang like BLN Snake does. Everyone knows about BLN Snake. Because how many actually main him besides Kokoma? Yeah, you're right. Joker's opinion don't mean nothing. No, you're right, BLN Snake. You're right. Your argument is just getting better by the second, bro. You're right. You told me. You told us. Anyway, number 11, Feng Wei. All right, let's hear it. Let's put Feng on the list. Why Feng? Feng is the most complete character outside the top 10. In the current meta, his Kempo step and power is allowed to navigate the high-pressure strings of characters like Nina or Hurang. This is true. He's the ultimate anti-meta pick. That is an interesting term, anti-meta. I might agree with that, actually. He only sits at 11 because his Heat Smash, while good, doesn't provide the same automatic win momentum as characters above. Really? That's the reason? Yeah, anti-meta. I've not heard Feng described that way, but actually, I buy that. Like, objectively on his own, he actually isn't up there. But his ability to handle the characters who are up there makes him viable. I actually think that's a really good analysis, actually.
Maybe that goes for Leroy a little bit as well.
Yeah, it probably goes for, maybe goes for Leroy. Yeah. They say, my character is fine, BLN Snake, don't move the goalposts. If they could have back 4-2 as it currently is, or back 4, what would they choose? That's the question. And of course, you can say, well, we asked them. We will ask them. But what do you think they will say? That's all I'm asking. What do you think they will say? If we were to ask Titan Thor, what do you think he would say? That's it. That's all I'm asking. Just think. You can't do that, can't you? That's all I'm saying. What do you think they would say? In the meantime, Yoshimitsu. Gone are the days when Yoshi was just for trolling. In 2026, his Flash, 6-frame interrupt, is a mandatory tool for surviving in Season 2 Rushdown meta. True. His ability to heal when in heat state and his bizarre movement options make him a nightmare to lab. Also true. He's a specialist staple that can dismantle a top 5 character if the opponent lacks specific matchup knowledge. I think that's true. I think Yoshimitsu is absolutely an anti-meta pick in that same mold. I think Gemini Loki kind of spin. Oh, I'm completely going to undo what I just said. Back 4-2 just to spite you. I appreciate that, BLN. I appreciate that. You truly are a credit to your people. Nyarizo at number 13. That's maybe the craziest pick we've heard so far. That's kind of crazy.
I mean, I don't know yet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know yet. The character seems not crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But you fucking never know. Like, I'm so careful with Tekken 8 shit. What do you think about this? Because I can't say yet. I'm
always quiet with the new DLC crop because I'm tired of fucking people being like, this character's weak because we haven't figured them out in 1 week, and then like 3 months later, you're watching the fucking Korean tournament and someone's just blowing you up with them. So, it actually turns out. So yeah, Marizo could come back, I guess, in Season 3 and just be like, it turns out it took a while to optimize. But yeah, the newcomer to the roster has made a massive splash using a mix of Merengue and Dambe. Her animations are unlike anything else in the game. Her Dambe strike deals massive chip damage and has a unique rhythm mechanic that makes her frame data deceptive. She is currently ranked 13th because, while strong, the community still figure out how optimal defensive counterplay.
What is he talking about with the unique rhythm mechanic?
I don't know. That might be a hallucination. My favorite. I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Talking about Lucky Chloe? I don't know.
Oh yeah, true.
Yo, hold on. Someone just came into my chat. New DOA announced. Excuse me, what? Yo, we interrupt this broadcast for a emergency. Dead?
Bro, you know that
alive? Question mark? If you're lying to me, you're gonna get timed out. It was at the PlayStation Awards? Or the PlayStation whatever?
You're not talking about Dead or Alive 6 last round, right? Please don't tell me you talk about that, because that's not...
What is it?
Please don't tell me.
What is it?
Round?
Am I being trolled? Is this guy having a hallucination of his own?
No, for 21 minutes ago, Dead or Alive 6 last round. But what last round is...
Is it Revo?
No, yes. It's like
crossplay, yeah, it's crossplay, it's better netcode again, right?
It's not, look, it's like... Do you know how it worked in Tekken with Tekken 5 and Tekken 5 DR?
Sure.
So last round is that. Last round is Dead or Alive 6 DR.
That's pretty good. That's worthwhile.
So it seems usually when people do this kind of stuff, when developers do this, they try to test the waters for a new game, right?
Sure.
But they 7 years after the fact.
Sure. This is pretty good. All right, we're gonna watch this. We interrupt our scheduled broadcast for an emergency. Because I've actually been meaning to get into DOA. I'm not gonna lie. Or give it a shot. Give it a couple of months.
オリジナルのデッドアライブ6をベースにダウンロードコンテンツとして追加配信したキャラクターをセットにし、プレイステーション5用の最適化。
Oh, is it only on PlayStation 5 though?
チュームの追加。
Is it only on PlayStation 5?
モードの追加を行ったタイトルです。
Photo mode, of course, photo mode.
今後も新キャラク
We
ター
plan to release new characters and costumes. Okay. Few future updates. I mean, this is news.
発売日同日に
At launch, a free-to-play version will be available. It already is. This is the perfect for those new to the series and want to give it a try. Sure. You'll never defeat me. I mean,
so
that's not nothing. That's not nothing. I appreciate you signaling it. I appreciate you. There's another trailer. We'll watch that in a bit. I appreciate you telling me that because I wouldn't have known. I would have found out. Yes, I would have found out tomorrow. Okay. Slight distraction. We're going.
What I can tell you about this is that Dead or Alive 6 obviously is the most controversial thing,
yes.
And I guess people like Emery Reigns, what they would wish for this game is that Oki gets more usable and that they revamp the meter system, because as it is right now in DOA 6, you start with 2 bars of meter, and they really dislike that because you have a sidestep in that game much akin to the VF sidestep, that if you use it with meter, it basically becomes the VF sidestep where in this case, like basically nothing can hit you.
Not even tracking moves? Oh, sidestep attack.
You have to have it's like it is invincible.
Oh, okay, that's whack.
So yeah, they really dislike that shit, and because it makes the game really simple and meter focused, and you can always get out of it with and not use what you historically did use, which is the knowledge about this thing, where to step. Now where and when to step and in what direction. Now you use the sidestep attack, which is like completely invincible, and basically it is Tekken 8, right? DOA 6 is Tekken 8 to DOA.
Simplified to the point.
Things.
I hear it.
Yeah,
it's funny.
So maybe they're gonna revamp that.
Hearing you talk, I was like, man, if I could spend heat to do a sidestep that was like a VF sidestep, oh my god, I'd be so happy though. Like it just avoids anything that's not a tracking move. I'd be like, oh my god, that would actually be so sick. I'd never use heat again. I'd just be like, oh, you do a move like, oh, I'm +9. I'd be like, yeah, check this out. Like just a step. That'd be so hard.
Do you really think that would make like that? Do you really think that would make you happy? Because as soon as you get hit, people will spam that shit, and you will get launched. For like
no, they would spam that shit for as much heat as they have. Right? If every time you did it, you reduced your maximum heat by like a chunk, right? So he's not active yet, right? But like every time you do it, let's say you have like 5 units of it. That'd be huge.
Wait, BLN said you missed the new DOA. Wait, BLN, you know DOA, right? Did they actually announce a literally new DOA, a project? Okay, then we missed it, I guess.
Oh, fine, we'll go back. We once again return to State of the Play. I don't want people accusing me of fucking State of Play. I don't want people accusing me of missing out. I'm supporting the FGC, despite it being a dying genre. Star Wars.
Like you haven't seen before.
Where is that? Sorry guys, I don't see it. Oh, there we are.
Where is it? Is it before the trailer?
No, it's after. Sorry, take more here. Okay, no, this is what we watched. Okay.
Are you blind? Bro, I don't know, man.
1996年から展開している対戦アクションゲームシリーズです。数多くの作品を世に送り出して、 今年で30周年になります。そのタイミングでこういった発表できることを大変嬉しく思います。では最後にこちらの映像をご覧ください。
Go attack. Sure. Sure. New one in development for PS5. Awesome. That was worth it. Okay, we're back. Okay, I'll believe it when I see it. I have learned. I'm an old man. I will believe. I have seen many games release a CG trailer only for the game to never come out. So yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Anyone remember Agent for the PS3? Agent? Anyone? Anyone remember Agent? Anyone?
Agent. No,
Agent.
Man, that sounds like, you know, Haze.
Agent. Anyone remember Agent? If you know, you know. This is a deep cut for people who used to watch, like, stay up till late watching E3 trailers. If you know, you know. Agent. I'm not going to tell you any more about it. If you know, you know, bro. Games that get announced and you're like, oh, that shit looks sick. And it never comes out. Like, oh, yeah. About that.
But
oh, shit.
It's an interesting time, no? Like, VF gets a new game. Hopefully,
you'll see.
I don't know. Like, it worries me that for such a long time we don't get like updates on it. But okay, and Dead or Alive gets a new game. That's sick.
Like, I'm not worried about the Virtua Fighter not announcing it because it got such pushback for not showing anything last time that I think they've realized. Okay, well, we announced it way too early, and we can't just keep stringing people up along with like tiny bits. So next time they've already said they're not talking about it again until I think they said March or April. They've said when they're next going to talk about it.
Okay.
And so it's like, yeah. So I'm not worried about that. They know they have to come out swinging because people are like, okay, prove it's a real game. We're excited. Prove it's a real game. Anyway, where were we? Lydia Sobieska. The Prime Minister remains a beacon of honest Tekken. Gemini, no. Gemini, no. Ain't no way you said that. Okay.
I mean, in a way, it's kind of honest Tekken, right? You guess wrong, you're dead.
Yeah, you know what? In the purest sense, in the way that a coin flip is honest, sure. Her Heaven and Earth dance allows for massive damage on a successful read, and her rework in late 2024 made her pokes significantly faster. I don't know what you're talking about. She's fundamental beast, but her linear nature makes her susceptible to high levels high stepping. This is actually kind of true, preventing her from breaking into the top 10. Sure. Okay. Lydia Sobieska. Yeah. I mean, again, I don't necessarily mind her placement, especially in a tournament tale, but kind of crazy. Varnish, rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, exactly.
The Lydia stuff, you know, this character, in my opinion, you know, the big problem with this character is you play Street Fighter 6 as well, which is crazy nice because now you will understand this fully. Chris G said, "Yo, think about this in Street Fighter 6. You have all the offense, right? And the offense is so easy to do, right? Drive rush fireball, drive rush button, all that shit. Jinrai. But now think about how hard it is to defend.
Yeah.
Even though you have a perfect parry.
Yeah.
You have that. Think about how easy it is to do all of that shit. And think about how hard is it, even though you have the tool to defend and perfect parry every fireball, perfect parry Sonic Boom. Even for him, he said, bro, I have a good quote, but even for me, that shit is hard.
Yeah.
Or perfect parry Jinrai or certain pokes, or check drive rush on reaction, right? That shit is hard. And he said, that is the thing of modern fighting games. It's not that they are all like super aggressive and mix-up heavy. That's not the real problem. The real problem is offense is so strong and so easy to do, while defense is there, but unreasonably hard to do. And that is not my scrub take. That is Chris.
No, I mean, but the thing is, you don't have to be Chris. I mean, it helps that it comes from such an authoritative figure. But the thing is, it's clear to everyone. I said this about a while ago when I made my sort of Tekken Player's Guide to VF video. I've said that the devs clearly thought, okay, I'm going to be generous to the devs for a second before I tear them down. The devs clearly thought, hey, what do Leo players want? And then they gave Leo players what they want. What do Fang players want? and they gave Feng players what they want, or what they perceive to have want. What do Hwoarang players want? What do they complain about? What's their weakness, right? They gave everyone presents because they wanted, their theory was, if we make the players of each character feel better, they'll like the game more. So if whatever character you like, if their weakness is plugged, all the Nina players will feel happy because their weaknesses are plugged. All the Hwoarang players will feel better because their weaknesses are plugged. So it'll be a better gaming experience. What they fail to consider is the fact that, like, at the end of the day, fighting games are actually a lot like puzzle games. Every character is a puzzle, is a sequence of problems that you have to solve, right? I used this analogy before, but Guile is a problem. How do I get over the sonic booms without getting flash kicked? Problem. How do I deal damage to Zangief without letting me get plus frames and then force me to guess between the throw and jumping, right? Problem. Every character is a problem, right? And the thing is, if you enjoy solving the problem, you enjoy the game. But if you don't enjoy solving the problems, you hate the game. And by making all these characters so well-rounded, so powerful, fighting all of them sucks. Like, dealing with the Feng problem sucks. Dealing with the Hwoarang problem sucks. Dealing with the Neenan problem sucks. Dealing with the Dragonite problem sucks. Dealing with the Clive problem sucks. Every character when it says, get ready for the next battle, and you see fucking Anna, you're like, ugh, Dragunov, ugh, fucking Asuka, Jun, King, every time you get ready for the next battle, your eyes immediately roll because you know the next 3 minutes of your life are not going to be fun. It's not going to be a fun challenge to solve. It's going to be a nightmare. And whatever pleasure you'll get by doing the moves will be offset by the frustration you'll feel having to deal with other people's. And I'm hoping that as they go forward in season 3 or in the future, they realize that actually characters need to be designed as problems first. Rather than like, how do we make Hwoarang players feel powerful? It's like, hey, how do we make defending against Hwoarang an interesting challenge? How do we make defending against Asuka an interesting challenge? How do we make defending against Ling an interesting challenge? How do we make defending against Leo an interesting challenge? That's why you have weaknesses, because you need those holes. And I hope they realize that.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Like, you're absolutely right, and I think it's already a problem that the characters are like so well rounded, and their weaknesses get filled across the board. But then what is also, so now the puzzle becomes like exponentially harder to solve. And now what is also the thing about Tekken 8 is, what happens if I'm like wrong in one
yes.
Well, that's Lydia, right? Lydia, you can defend against. It is extremely fucking insanely hard, as you saw with low high, where he did all those sidestep right fuzzy, to make it as hard for her to land the heat engager.
But she only has to get you once.
As possible. And that is so hard to do. And if you are like, this is so precise. This is so precise that you can almost tell people, well, if you play on any form of like lackluster online connection, that is going to be even harder. And the thing is, then again, if he hits you, if she hits you,
you're done.
With that one homing move, the jumping kick, she goes in heat. Good luck. So this is the risk, and that is just the one word, risk reward. That's a problem.
It's super scary.
A fucking problem.
And again, they made the risk reward that way because I feel more fun when I'm playing as that character, not realizing that for any one character, more people play against the character than who play the character. For any character. So therefore, you should probably think about the experience for the person defending against the character more than the person who plays the character, which might seem counterintuitive initially, but when you really think about what fighting games are and what they expect of you, that's how you're supposed to think, right? Like, I always use the Leo example because it's my favorite. Leo has a tracking hell sweep, right? And so it's really important that you have some way of nullifying the tracking hell sweep. And so the way you nullified it in the past was, you would sidestep crouch, because all of Leo's mids would be linear, and the ones that tracked wouldn't launch, and then the down forward 2 historically didn't launch crouches, right? And this is like a clear, this is an example of beautiful design. When I first played Leo, I was like, I don't understand why Leo's down forward 2 is both punishable and doesn't launch crouches. But when you learn about Tekken, you go, that's actually brilliant design. It's so that defenders have something they can do to nullify what would otherwise be a super oppressive mix-up. That you can sidestep crouch with minimal risk. And there are still things that Leo player can do to counteract that, but now all of a sudden the Leo player against a high-level defender has to think and use different moves. I'm like, that's what we meant to do. But then they decided, hey, how about we just make Leo's down forward 2 launch crouches? And if you're a Leo
about
player,
we just do that, yeah.
if you're a Leo player, like fucking hey, right? My life just got a lot easier. But for everyone else who doesn't play Leo, i.e., the majority of the guys, like this matchup just got way less fun. Like, and it already wasn't the most fun. So it's like, and multiply that across the entire cast, and that's basically what Tekken's direction has been in the longest time. And I'm praying that people at Bandai Namco, if they haven't already realize that going forward. Yo, thanks for following, Rage. We'll see. Anyway, we've been yapping. Let's see. The next one. Kazuya Mishima. This should be fun. Kazuya at 15 might seem low to Mishima purists. No, you know what Mishima likes. Mishima's a king of the down players. They want you to put Mishima at the bottom. Kazuya at 15 might seem low to Mishima purists, but it reflects the high risk of his playstyle. In 2026, the Perfect Electric is still the scariest move in the game, and his Heat Enchant's Devil Mode turns every knockdown into a coin flip for the game. This is actually accurate. However, his lack of panic buttons, except for Shikaway, I suppose, means that if he gets pinned against the wall by a Dragonov or Ana, he struggles more than most to get out. That's true. That's actually very true. Analysis pretty spot on. I think the placement's a bit high, but hey, it's not my list. Let's see. All right. So again, let's stop. I know we've been stopping for quite a bit. Let's talk. Which list are we liking the look of so far? I'll be honest with you. I think ChatGPT is pulling away. Down 1+2 panic move for 100 damage as well. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good damage move. It is seeable though. To be fair to the Kazuyas, hard to see, but it is seeable. But yeah, the reward is very high. Interesting. Yeah, I think ChatGPT is taken away. What else we got? Anyone? Is anyone on Team Gemini? Because I feel like Gemini, they're both terrible lists. Pete, do you really think ChatGPT's list is terrible? I think ChatGPT's list is pretty reasonable. If I saw a pro with this placement, which placement would you go, that's ridiculous? Which character are you looking at? Like, the only one that stands out to me is maybe Huron. Too high. I think ChatGPT's list is pretty good. I think this list is a joke. No, Clive, no Law in top 15 is outrageous. But there are so many characters you can put in top 15 though. There's so many characters. But yeah, I forgot. What about the missing three? These three were... Go on.
Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, these three, I'm going to read the missing three. These three are right on the edge. Fakaram, his reach is undeniable and his Mai-Tai pressure is terrifying. However, his massive hitbox makes him a combo magnet. Okay. In a game where everyone is optimized heat dash combos, making large target significant liability. Don't think it's that much for liability in this game. Alyssa Boskonovic, interesting. No one's mentioned her yet. Her movement is the best in the game, bar none. Her chainsaws are great. Knowledge check. But the highest levels of play, 2026, pros have become incredibly adept at fuzzy guarding her mix-ups, making her feel slightly more predictable. This might be true. I have wondered why she isn't more represented at the top of play. Meanwhile, she's killing everyone online. And yeah, there probably is some optimized counterplay at the highest level that I am definitely not tapping into. And next is Reina, the heir to the Mishima. Is still incredibly popular, but her high risk, high reward nature has seen her tournament results stabilize. She requires 100% commitment on almost every engagement, which can lead to rapid meltdowns if the opponent has a solid defensive game. Not a bad analysis, actually. It's pretty good. Pretty good analysis. And all three of these characters, I think.
That's why I advise people to play a hit and run style a little bit more than forcing the forward forward 2 over and over and over again and kill themselves. But
But the thing is, like, I've heard this argument. I remember Nova Sakian, shout out to Nova, he made a video about Kazuya, like his mixed up style, and one of the things he says, like, yeah, but you don't have to play that way with Kazuya, which is true, you don't have to, right? But the thing is, it's like, you don't have to do throws with King either. Like, yes, you can play anyone anyway, but the problem is characters are built to be in a certain way. And I do think Reina is designed to be a really mix-up type person. And if you want to play hit and run, why are you playing Reina? You know what I mean? That's my view. I think she can play a hit and run game, but I think if that's the way but maybe I'm just like not too much of a character loyalist, because I'm like, okay, if I play a character, I want to play them in their best way, in my mind, if that makes sense. And so it's like, if I'm like, no, I really want to play a hit and run playstyle, then I want to play a character who lets me do that the most.
I mean, I play her like that because I think just because she is the Mishima with electric and the best movement from the Mishimas. So I'm like, hey, isn't she the character who is supposed to do it? Because she has the best movement, the best backdash, the best sidestep out of the Mishimas,
Yeah, sure. That's fair. Laugh my ass off. You hate Kazuya in order of magnitudes that are unheard of. And you'd say he's still like around mid-tier. He is mid-tier. I don't know what to tell you. He is mid-tier. And then here's my controversial view, and I want to hear it from you. And again, genuine question, Finn. In tournament, are you more scared of a skilled Jin or a skilled Kazuya? First of two.
Probably Kazuya.
Right, me too. I'm way more scared in 32 against a Kazuya because he just robbed me. This is what I mean. Like, I'm way more scared of it. In fact, I'm genuinely more scared of a skilled Kazuya a lot of the time than even a skilled Brian. And I know Brian's stronger, don't get me wrong. But like I said, against Brian, I just have to play Tekken. I have to play better than him because his character's stronger than me, but I just have to play Tekken. This is what I'm trying to tell. I'm trying to tell you people. I'm trying to tell you people, man. I'm legit way more scared of a good Kazuya than Jin. Personally.
I am more scared. I don't know if they are more dangerous, actually, but I am more scared. I will totally say that.
I would say that my fate is less in my control. Because when I fight against Jin, as dumb as he is, I just have to play good Tekken. Like, it's in my control. If I push buttons at the right time, if I move correctly, I'm all set. But in Kazuya, that is true a lot of the time, but then there's situations where it's like, no, you just have to guess now. The wave was coming. He hasn't made the right call.
I mean, I play Kazuya right now, funny enough. And yeah, I kind of have to agree with you. Like, obviously we don't play like tournament level, right?
Sure.
We have to stress this. But when this character, I'm going to say this is my actual take. Like, as soon as this character launches you,
baby,
gets a knockdown,
GG,
this
bro.
character is top 10.
Next round.
Like,
next round. Go next round,
like,
please.
Yeah, like as soon as he launches you, and okay, and I also tell you this, chat, the Kazuya players are pissing me off because they're all fucking dumb. You know why?
Tell them.
Because they focus on electric and like jerk off execution and waifu and shit. You know what the actual optimal shit is that you actually need to learn with this character? The knockdown game.
Yeah, 100%. Yes. The OG game is fucked up. Yeah, he's a set play character.
Yeah.
He's like Kimberly in Street Fighter. It's like once I get the knockdown off a 10-frame jab or anything, I can put you in a really bad situation.
Yeah,
100%.
And about that, just very, very quickly, because Duelist made this fantastic video that no Kazuya player is watching. The video has only 3,000 views, which is a crime against humanity.
What is it? I'll link it now.
It's an hour and 50-minute video about Kazuya's Oki game. And that shit, when you see that, you're like, oh, so that is what you should focus on, not electrics and your wave.
This is the video.
Off, because the optimal way to play after a 1-1-2 knockdown is one step, like one dash, one time dash into one very well timed crouch dash. One, not waifu shit, not your waifu bullshit. No. One crouch dash. Why?
Look at Manga.
Even if Lily tech rolls to the left. She cannot step the hell sweep if you time it correctly. It's a pure mix. So, but Kazuya players are dumb. Kazuya players focus only on
look at Manga. This is why no one likes you Kazuya players. Yeah, because a skill Kazuya is different, bro. Jin is like easier. I assume Kazuya only plays Kazuya and knows the mission. Fuck you, man. Fuck you, bro. This is why no one likes. This is why no one likes. This is why no one likes you niggas, man. He knows the assignment, bro. He's on mission. He ain't jerked off for 3 months. He's ready. Like,
I can tell you this because I see so many Kazuya players play, right? That are Kazuya players. You know what they do?
Gosh.
They do 1-1-2 waifu, like they do a few wave dashes into forward 3. I know you're a scrub. Like I immediately know you don't play the character. You're an idiot. Because that forward 3 is never gonna connect with me if I tech roll and walk to the left. You will get launch punished every single time. As soon as I see a Kazuya player do this, I know you don't understand the character. Like, you literally don't understand the character. And then you complain that his 50-50 gets stepped because you use it in the wrong way. Watch Duelist, motherfucker. Like, you need... How do you say this, Chad? You need to express this. Like someone who skips the elementary courses and jumps to the fancy stuff. Right?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Courses.
Yeah. These are... I don't know if it's appropriate in this context, but I like the term midwits. Midwits. They're not complete idiots. They know stuff, but they've skipped the fundamentals, and they will often think they know more than they do. So I call them midwits.
They skipped the fundamentals, even though these guys, the Kazuya army, is always making it out to be, I'm the fundamental king. Motherfucker, you don't even use your character fundamentally correct. And I see this as soon as I see they are playing the knockdown wrong.
Yeah.
watch Duelist, because then you know how fucked up this character's knockdown is.
It's crazy, but we spent enough time, and Kazu's obviously going to show off in No, I appreciate it. You know how I feel. It's good to have someone on my channel who's not me, understanding my beef with the Kazu community and the way they look at themselves, but let's move on.
I see it every time.
Let's move on. So, let's see. So now, yes, please move on to stage 4. So 16 to 20, what we doing? Oh, Devil Jin! Devil Jin, Azucena. Oh my god, this list got interesting. Okay. Devil Jin. Hold up, wait a minute. Gemini might bring it back in the back half. Okay, why Devil Jin? Devil Jin retains the classic Mishima strength, electric, wave dash mix-up, hell sweep threat, but the Tekken 8 system leans away from pure execution advantage. His heat engagement and wall carry are strong, yet his reward is risky. Reward for riskier mix-up is slightly outpaced by newer, safer designs. I think I agree with his whole analysis, except for the word slightly. That's the issue. He's super risky, and kind of has to play risky in a way that a lot of other characters don't for a similar reward. That's how it seems to me. I still don't want to fight this character though.
Bro,
Kinda
the
sucks.
Alisa Boskonovic one is based as fuck. Number 19.
Number 19?
Based.
All right, we'll get there. We'll get there.
I always see a top, but we get to it.
Yeah, we'll get there. Okay, so Devil Jin analysis, not the worst. Placement, kind of weird. Azucena. I've had multiple people tell me that I underrate Azucena, so let's hear this out. Azucena's freestyle stance game and evasive movement make a tricky matchup. Her ability to slip through vertical attacks and bait whiffs is high reward when mastered. However, she relies on reads rather than frame advantage, so consistent reward is lower than that of most stable S and A tiers. That any character who relies on reads in this game is fucking up. I love read-based characters, but like I remember it was Supreme actually. He was talking about like, oh yeah, Shayu has mental frames, and I'm like, I would rather take real frames over mental frames any day. Like any day. Like yes, mental frames are cool and like but I would rather take real frames over mental frames any day of the week. And this game has plenty of characters who will give you those frames. But I do see it. If Azucena does have the reach, she can blow you up. But that seems more player strength than character strength, no? But let's see. Azucena at 17. I think that's suspect, bro. I think Azucena at 17 is a little bit suspect. More than a little bit. What are you thinking? I think it's very suspect.
You think she is too high?
I think it's way too high. Personally, way too high.
I mean, when I saw, I think the character is fucked up, but every character is fucked up, so that's nothing new. So you can't really. I mean, you can point the thing about Tekken 8 is what's so difficult is I can make when I would go into the game and I just take any character, right, and I tell you exactly what is the strongest about them, like the 5 strongest things, right? I can make in isolation. I could make a case if you ignore the other characters. That shit is so fucked up that I could make a case that the character is top 1, simply because we are playing Tekken 8. Like every character has like at least 5-6 things who are like completely fucking absurd, right? So that's a problem.
Yeah.
So with her, I agree with you insofar as I'm like there are characters who do the job better. Yes,
that's the issue. Yes, there's a lot of characters like that where I'm like, I think they're too high, not because they are not strong, but because there are other characters that you just place higher. So you're right. My issue is not Azucena is weak or even the bad at her game plan. It's just that, but there are other people who do game plan as much with less risk.
I will say one thing though, because I am a sucker for anecdotal evidence.
Me too.
Hassan in the EWC qualifier, I think you even watched it with me. I think in the chat.
Yes.
He played against Mulgold or some killer, right? And he key charged on accident twice, and still won the game.
Bro.
So
what are you gonna do, man? What are you gonna do? I think it's good shit. It's good shit. I think Shinpete said something that's so true, and this is gonna trigger up all Tekken players. But I feel this in my heart. I feel this. Tekken 8 is for players that can't read. Read-based characters struggle. So much of Tekken is not man versus man. It's just me trying to remember the strings, or me trying to remember which way to step, or me trying to remember how minus this is. So is stepping viable here, or is dick jabbing viable here, or can I just walk? Yeah. Like so much of it is just like character, just trying to remember characters and not playing against players. And what's really funny is that when I went to, I played the Virtua Fighter for a bit and then I came back, And I remember just being like, man, I miss like the character game. Oh, sorry, the player game of just like, man, like I like trying to read the player, but so much of what I'm doing, and I have thousands of hours, you know, in this game, and of course across Tekken history, I'm so much of my brain power, RAM, is just taken up on the character stuff. And that's really frustrating. That's so frustrating.
Because it's so much, especially in Tekken 8, where as soon as the character goes in heat, you basically have a complete EX version of the character. Like, it's fucked up. Tekken 8 is so fucked up if you don't live this game.
Yes,
like,
yes. It has to be full time. Yeah, it has to be full time.
You have to be full time.
Yeah, you have to have instant access to the knowledge. Yeah, 100%. Because it's not enough to just know it. You need to be able to do it immediately.
It's fucked up because every single character, every single matchup has a different layer, which is the heat mode, which is an EX version of the character. Suddenly, like, think about it, right? Suddenly, if you think, oh, I could step here, well, no longer, because now in heat, he has a heat move that is now heat dashable, which is now very attractive because it's no longer punishable. So you now need to have that in mind. That covers now stepping, like something like Anna's 3+4, right? The booty. The booty of Anna is a 14-frame booty that's actually launch punishable, but in heat, it becomes a 14-frame launcher
irresistible booty
that tracks a shit ton. So suddenly, oh, I think a step here was a good idea.
Was.
The character was now in heat, and now he had access to the string or that homing move, like Heihachi, for example. Oh, I think stepping here is a good idea. Well, if Heihachi is in heat, back 3 now does, like, what, 60 damage as a, like, 14, 15-frame homing string?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, sorry, it's fucked
No,
up.
I'm with you. Jin says, like, it's the first Tekken game that discouraged me from labbing, to be honest. Yeah, I'm with you. For me, the flowchart of this game is you lose, you go into the lab, you find out what you should have done better, and then, you know, you feel better about the loss. Like, well, next time it won't happen to me. But then so many times you lab, you're like, it's going to happen to me again. I'm like, stepping here was absolutely viable, but you have an option to cover it, so you just have to guess. Yeah, that happens a lot, and it kills your motivation to keep trying, I think. And like we were saying earlier, it's so much defensive work compared to just pushing R1 or like what the offensive player is doing. It's a nightmare. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Next one, 18, martial law. Law continues to sit comfortably mid-high. Great high, heat extension, strong pokes, iconic wall control, yet many characters now match or exceed the combo reward, and his strings are more punishable since patch adjustments. So I actually think martial law is so far the most egregious placement. In fact, I would go so far as to say that if someone wanted to switch Horang with law, I'd be like, fair.
Yeah.
I think it's so far it's the most egregious placement for me.
This character for me is, do you know that I have this game has forever a black spot just because of this character. That they decided it is a good idea to give every scrub access to full DSS frame advantage. Like, there is nothing more insane than like certain sequences, like while standing 4 into DSS, like let's say he goes in heat, right? He goes into crouch while standing 4 DSS nunchuck. You hold that, like you just hold
like but there's a lot of things like that. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you just hold. And here's another thing, right? So here's another VF rant. Take a drink every time Chad mentions VF. This is Noise Zombie. Yeah, we watched the trailer. Here's the thing. So in VF, so again, you don't, as a long-time Tekken player, I didn't notice it until I played VF and came back. There are many strings in this game where let's say it's high mid, right? Or whatever. And if you try to move in between the strings or you duck at the wrong time, you'll get hit, right? So there is a large enough gap in the strings for you to get hit. It's not perfectly jailing. But you can't step, you can't punch parry, you can't punch the back, you can't do anything. And so what that means is there are strings in this game that are, again, the gap is large enough for you to get hit, but not large enough for you to do anything of defensive value. You get what I'm saying? And in second place, we just kind of accept that. That's just what it's always like, right? Whereas in Virtua Fighter, that's never the case. If a string is large enough for you to get hit by the second and third hit, it'll also be large enough for you to step or punch the backy or do stuff. And I'm like, and once you've played a game like that and you come to this and you're just holding law strings, you just want to die? You just want to die. Like, why is it that I can get hit by the third punch in the string, but I can't punch the backy? when I know it's coming. And for a company that were like, we wanted the game to be more active, more interactive, I'm like, bro, if you had nerfed string strength, you could actually have a pretty interesting game here. Like, that's the thing. But like, there is so much stuff you just have to hold, and I can't stand it. And again, the stringster characters are the worst at it. They can just force you to hold things. But I'm like, bro, and there are some examples of strings in Virtua Fighter where actually you can't step in between them. So let me not lie. But every one of those strings, if they do the full string and you block it, it's like -15. Because that's the privilege you get for a string that the opponent must hold. Like, so that if they hold it, you like launch, right? I'm like, that's balance. Whereas there were strings in this game where it's like, yeah, it's not only did you have to hold it, it was -9. And it's like, wait, what? Like, what? Or like, it ends in a high, but you didn't duck because of course there was a mid extension, the reward of which is like, it's just not worth it. You might as well just sit there and hold the high. So yeah, just that string strength in this game is fucking crazy. Yeah, I don't mind knowledge checks. I think people complain about knowledge checks, or whatever, just get the knowledge. But it's more than knowledge checks. It's the fact that even if you have the knowledge, you have to sit there and hold it. You know what I mean? I could justify knowledge checks if, when I'm right, I can kill you.
Yeah, in like in this particular case of law, like it doesn't. It's in Tekken 8 when people like why law is so fucked up in this game, and in Tekken 7 was like a highly appreciated character. Funny enough, it's always multiple factors. Like, for example, while standing free into DSS is like, the number doesn't even matter. It's plus 100. Like, literally. It is literally plus 100 on block, or like plus 18. It doesn't matter. It's so much plus that you literally cannot do anything. Now, it's just a high. But on the other hand, everyone now, by just pressing forward, gets the full frame advantage, right? Everyone gets the full plus whatever, plus 17, plus 18, doesn't fucking matter. It's so much plus that it's irrelevant at this point. And why do you not duck? Well, because in Heat, or in general in Tekken 8, why is it now such a problem? Well, first of all, if you duck it, the whiff recovery on it, as you will have noticed, is so absurdly slim that you can't even whiff punish it. Yeah. But hey, why is ducking already so bad? Well, because it's Tekken 8 and he has 1+2, which is a nunchuck, mid, instant launcher, and safe on block in Heat.
Catches AOP. So, just so you know.
Yeah, it catches everything. It has such a good hitbox, such good tracking. Yeah. Immediate launcher, mid, complete, super fast, right? So what do you mean? So, and then it's so dumb because he gets these sequences of like, while standing 4, DSS into Heat Smash, while standing 3, DSS into Heat Smash. This is a sequence you cannot do anything about. And it's so dumb, man. It's like, how do you design this game and you say, hey, we have so much stuff in the game, so you need to lab and you need to get the knowledge. And the promise was always, hey, there kind of is something you can do about it, like especially if it's on block. Right?
And yes, that's 100%. That the words you just used are the thing. Losing in Tekken has always been frustrating, but there was always this. But there's something you could have done. There's something you could have done, and you'll never lose that same way again. And you sit there in training mode and you learn to deal with it. And the next time someone tries it in ranked, you fucking murder them because you found the counterplay. That's the loop. Whereas now it's like, you just lost to this thing. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Next time gets better.
You can't force in Tekken 7, if you had all the knowledge and you did your homework, you can force people to play in a certain way. You can hard force them. And I'm not saying it is completely like no longer in any way, shape, or form possible in Tekken.
But it was far greater. It's far greater back then. Yeah.
Yeah, it is severely.
That was the advice.
Severely limited.
That was the advice I gave to a lot of people, even at the start of Tekken 8. I was saying that like your goal as a Tekken player is to remove as many tools from your opponent as possible. Right? So it's like, yes, your opponent has all these tools, but like once you know to low parry junkyard, they can't junkyard no more. Right? Once you learn to duck this string, they can't use this string no more. Right? So much of what you're doing is learn to take tools away from the characters. But that work, that
change as well, bro.
Bro, don't get me started. Don't get me started. But like that work is only like responsible or worthwhile if once you do the homework, the reward you get is massive, and commensurate to the amount of effort you put in. Whereas now you're often having to do all that homework just to return to neutral. And it's like, just to not have to guess maybe. Or have to guess between two less destructive options. And you go, it's ugh. But yeah, not the one.
Wait, let me ask you one question.
Yeah, go on.
Let me ask you one question. I have this I have this thing, right, where I think that certain things in the game in Tekken 8 are actually designed for scrubs and on purpose scrubby, right?
Okay.
Something like heat smashes coming out on whiff. In my mind, there's no reasonable argument you can make besides we want to protect players who have bad spacing. Because there's no reason that shit comes out full on whiff and Dragunov goes full screen.
I'm actually going to disagree. I'm going to say I never want to call video game developers lazy because development games is hard, programming is hard. I can't do it. So it'd be nonsensical for me. But I think they come up with the animation and they go, it looks cool, ship it. And they don't think about the strategic, because think about it, you'd have to create a trigger, like some sort of like programming trigger to be like, did the first hit of Dragunov's thing make contact, trigger a block animation or a hit animation? If yes, continue. If not, stop. It's like, don't do that. Right? Don't do that additional work. Don't do that additional work. No, because it's but it would require additional work to the animation and blah, blah, blah. Like it's doable, but it's like, don't bother. Don't bother. It's fine.
But it's not, okay, wait, but you say it could be laziness. Like that's the only.
That's my explanation. My explanation rather than malice is laziness. That's the issue where I go. Yeah.
Okay. But now let me tell you. Let me ask you about this change then.
Okay.
Law, the mid out of back 2. Tell me any other reason.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
You see where I'm going with this?
Yes. Which one is that? Yeah.
Changes in the game where I'm like, mate, you did this on purpose.
Sure.
To make it dumb, to make it scrubby, to give it a mix up for no reason.
Sure, no, I totally get that. Yeah, that one definitely triggers me. That definitely triggers me. But at the same time, again, I don't think it's about being scrubby. I think it's more a case of, hey, there's a string that is useless at high level. How do we make it useful? And again, they're thinking.
We don't do that shit with Snake.
No, I'm with you. But the point I'm trying to make is that they are thinking about. They are thinking about the user. How can we make it so that Law has more fun? And they're not thinking about the defender.
Let me rephrase what you said. They are thinking about the aggressor.
Yes, exactly. That's all they're thinking about. That's the central sin. They are only thinking about the aggressor. They are not thinking about it. They are not thinking about the person who has to defend. And we know this. And they were proud of this initially. They were like, yes, of course, we want this game to be more fun to attack. We've heard your complaints, Scrubs, and like you know, every time you play against someone who's better than you, you try to use low power, you try to use Junkyard and it gets low powered. Try to use this and it gets stopped. Like you fight against someone with more defensive knowledge than you, and like half your move kit doesn't exist. So we're gonna do everything in our power to change that. It's like, okay, that does definitely flatten the curve, right? The skill distribution, so to speak. Does it make the game more fun? Turns out. It depends on where you are on the skill distribution. If you're at the very bottom, probably does. Probably does actually. If you're at the very bottom, but the second, the second you spend enough time to become even like a casual or like let's say a hardcore casual, a power user, all of a sudden it's like actually this sucks because everyone else is doing the same thing.
Bro, Chad, you know what they did, man? they created heroin.
Yeah, of course.
It's heroin.
Of course.
It's heroin because everyone is like, this shit sucks, but I'm addicted. But this shit sucks. It grinds you down, but you need to jump on again. And
no, because there's Tekken there. There's Tekken there. There's Tekken in there, and but there's overlaid with complete horseshit. Like there are times where you're playing the game, and you're like, this is fun, and then your opponent activates heat, and you go, I take that back. Like there are absolutely moments.
They just made heroin because it's still good enough and gives you the kick.
Yep.
So you're like, do I really want to go back to Tekken 7, a game that crashes all the time and I can't even do proper tournaments in there? And honestly, the patch season 4 is kind of dog shit. Blah, blah, blah. Nah, I stay with the heroin because you know what? At least the netcode is better. Yeah. Like, let's be honest. Like,
but that's the tragedy of fighting games. Like, fighting games aren't just the game; it's the player base, and if the player base is moving into the worst game, that's where you go. That's just how it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah. All right. Enough about martial law. You sucks. Alyssa Boskonovich at number 19. Alyssa's movement, safe pokes, and chainsaw stance give her great neutral control. She's evasive, unpredictable, and benefits from the heat system's offensive push. Her main drawback is lower damage ceiling, weaker wall pressure compared to with newer designs. Not the worst analysis. I think she is placed quite low. I think placing her beneath Azasana and Devil Genie is crazy. See? And a lot of other characters, actually, but sure. And 20, Paul Phoenix. Paul still hits like a truck. His mix-ups and wall conversions can decide rounds fast, yet the player base has optimized punishes for his linear approach, reducing surprise factor. He's powerful but predictable. I agree with that analysis. I don't understand why that puts him at 20.
Paul is a weird one. We don't have enough data at high level because people say, okay, I could play this hammer that has some qualities, but I just play the hammer that is a bit easier. Yeah,
sure. Yeah, there are characters better at being Paul than Paul. Someone in my chat earlier was like, "Yo, the agenda is being pushed. No Ling so far, and no Leo. Look, I don't make the chat ball, okay? But yeah, I think Leo. I would place Leo above a lot of these characters, actually.
Just depends on what Paul. If you fight Hexmark's Paul, you are probably thinking the character's top 1 for good reason because Hexmark is just that fucking good.
Cool, but that's true. But if you're, I think it's crazy to say that. I think, who do you think is stronger as a character than Leo or Paul?
Quite a lot, but
who do you think stronger?
Leo or Paul?
Yeah, Leo or Paul.
Leo.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so by quite a bit, in fact. Which is why I'm like surprised it's not placed here. But again, we have to remember this is going to be skewed by the conversation, and no one plays a character, no one likes a character, so people don't talk about it. Anyway, let's move on to the 3 almost made top 20. Reina, why considered? Her hybrid Mishima assassin design gives fast stance transitions and solid launch potential. Sure. Okay, why missed? Execution heavy, rewards knowledge, but can crumble under pressure if movement control slips. Very vague, but we'll take it. B. Claudio, considered performance spread across regions. Why considered? Regional data shows him strong mid-tier pick. Consistently varies by player style. Neutral, safer, but less oppressive post-nerf. I think that's true. I think it's less oppressive, but it's weird pseudo-oppressive. You never feel comfortable pressing against this character. Despite the fact it's... Go on.
It's just hybrid Mishima assassin design gets me, bro. Like,
I mean,
that's like in what
I kind of see it, but I don't know what they mean by assassin, right? I just don't know what they mean. That's the word. I'm like, what's the assassin? You mean like Nina? You mean like Nina? And C, Leo Clyson. Okay, why considered? Reliable mid-range tools, good combos, respectable heat conversions. Why missed? Lacks standout threat. The toolkit is solid, but no essential anywhere. That's classic Leo, baby. But with more plus frames. Leo Clyson. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to Gemini top 20. That's stage 4, right? Yeah. Open. Yes. Please proceed with stage 4. Let's see. I think because you're a free user, ChatGPT stopped giving good answers. Yeah, but I'm not paying for Google either. ChatGPT is losing the plot. Well, to be fair, I imagine tier list data in general gets fuzzier the lower down you get, right? Because there'll be more,
do you want me to?
There'll be more consensus at the top. Go on.
I have the premium version. Do you want me to, at the end of this, quickly ask ChatGPT to do?
Sure. Yeah, we'll do a quick one at the end. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'll copy and paste the prompt I gave, so it's a fair test. The reasoning. So we got Reina Fakaram, John Kazama, Alyssa Boskonovic, and martial law. Damn, these guys are downplaying martial law like crazy. All right, Reina at 20. Let's speed this up. Reina is the most polarizing character in the 2026 meta. On paper, she has everything. A wave dash, Shido electric, oppressive stances. However, she is a definition of a glass cannon. In meta, where characters like Anna and Dragunov can delete your life bar, Reina's reliance on staying in your face makes her susceptible to getting power crushed or well-timed trades. She stays at 16 because her execution to reward ratio is slightly more demanding than the top 15. Not a bad analysis, actually. Not a bad analysis. I think again, placement is a separate question, but that sense of her execution to reward ratio not being the best, and the fact that other characters can apply the pressure she's trying to apply easier, with less risk. So why play them? Why play Reina over there? I think that's fair. And that sense of like, because she does rely on you being in your face. I know you talk about that hit and run style, but obviously she was programmed to be in your face. And it's like, yeah, if I do get the read on you, you do get blown up. So I see it. I see it.
Yeah, that's right. My obviously I see this from the perspective of someone who plays with a competitive aspiration, but not a actual tournament player. Because if you are an actual tournament player, the question is, why would I play Reina?
Why play Reina? Exactly. And there's a lot of that. Exactly. There's a lot of that. Fakaram, find out. What are you saying about Fakaram? The Mai Tai Giant returns with refined hitboxes. Okay. But he's still, as a target, his reach is his greatest asset. Agreed. He can boogie from downtown and force guard breaks that lead to guaranteed follow-ups in heat. He isn't higher because in 2026, optimized combo combo optimization has reached a point where big characters are essentially combo fodder. If he whiffs once, he's likely losing 70% of his health. That is not true. I've not seen that. Have you seen that? Have you seen him take unique panda-style combos?
No.
I've not seen that. In theory, big characters in the past will take bigger damage, but I've not seen that. I would like to see that in season 3. That'd be really fun. Like if they change it to like actually, if you combo Fuckaram, you get extra damage. Everyone gets like Fuckaram, Clive combos or like big body combos. I'm like, that'd be interesting.
Was Fuckaram? Because I know obviously
he's never had that. He's never had that. He's never had that. In fact, if you remember when Fuckaram first came out, it was harder to combo on him.
Yeah.
Initially, and they had to fix it. Yeah. So he had waifu body for combos and big body for reach. She was like, this character is a nightmare. Okay, 18, Jun Kazama. Jun's placement at 18 reflects the community finally solving her self-damage mechanic. I don't know about that. While her ability to heal in heat and her massive light projectile makes her a defensive nightmare, the current meta is too fast for her slow burn style. Top players have learned to bait out her life-consuming moves and then go for the kill during her recovery phases. This is not true. Jun Kazama has dumb damage. You never feel comfortable attacking into her, ever. Which makes her, even if she didn't get a bunch of plus frames, she would have mental frames. But then on top of that, she also gets legit plus frames in many moves. The laser projectile makes it's crazy.
L-take for today. My L-take.
The biggest L-take?
Subjective take. Yeah, I hate fighting June more than Asuka. I'm so real about this. Like, I hate June more than Asuka.
Me too.
I'm not kidding.
No, I'm with you. I agree. I think they're both obnoxious in their own way.
Asuka, I'm like, I know you monkey will punch in my face. Yep. That's fine. But June does shit that I think is like, literally, Asuka is like really fucking dumb because they turned Asuka just into Hulk. Yeah. I can live with Asuka Hulk. Yeah. But June does shit where I'm like, you are cheating. Like, you are literally cheating. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing the light barrier that is a 12 frame Magic 4 that is plus on block?
It's crazy.
Why are you doing this?
Yeah. No, she's so poorly designed. And she actually makes me... She might be one of the most poorly designed in terms of mechanical strategy in the game, actually. Because, there are so many moves you're like, why is it like this? Why would you do this?
Yeah, or down 1+2. Why is that a high crushing, safe, mid-launcher? Oh yeah, I forgot. It takes a little bit of her health away that she regenerates anyways. Like, did you ever see that when people, when people say that, oh, she sacrifices health? Did you ever see her then launch you with one of those moves and immediately
get back what she spent? Yeah, exactly. Someone actually, Bomb just says, I think it's because gym players are better on average. I buy that. Than Asuka players. I buy that. Oftentimes, there is nothing worse than playing against a Jun player who knows how to play Tekken. It's actually the worst feeling. Because like your best bet when you're fighting against Jun is like, I hope she's a retard. And she might be. But when she actually is like, she's whiff punishing, she's stepping and stuff, I'm like, it's a wrap. It's actually a wrap. Because I can't attack you, but you can attack me.
I have lost to June players. I will always be honest about this, and you can call me a fucking scrub, but I have lost to June players that only used 3 moves. Can, back to 2, and a low.
Yeah.
I buy it. I have lost to this. I have lost to this.
Yeah.
And I'm like, holy fuck, bro. I eat 1 can, 105 damage.
Yeah.
And, well, what am I supposed to do now? Well, she's in heat. Yeah.
The worst matchup...
Then when she has the medal, you can't even... Like,
don't even move. Don't even move. Yeah, don't even move. Yeah.
Yeah, you get... this thing...
Laser!
Yeah, if you are... It's again, right? It's again this thing. How easy is it to do it? Very easy.
Yep.
How hard is it to actually properly whiff punish this?
PhD.
Very fucking hard.
Yeah.
So,
it's a nightmare.
Like,
and I'll tell you what's like. So obviously, I play multiple characters, and playing Feng in this matchup is such a nightmare because obviously Feng is trying to take 1,000 little bites out of you, right? But then like you do one down to and she can you, but well, round's over. You know what I mean? So all of a sudden it's like you don't want to box with Jun ever. Because like she only has to be right once. You go for that down forward one, she calls out the down forward one with the punch power, you're dead. Right?
Bro, why is that? why
Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so crazy.
Is this punch parry launching on normal hit as well if you just get clipped by it? Like, who is... doesn't matter, bro.
It's so crazy.
Doesn't matter.
You go for the low, she can't cancel, it's over, right? And it doesn't matter if you're right on 6 of them, she has to be right once, right? You go for the punch, you go to try to apply some like jab pressure. She fucking... Maybe I need to play John. Basically, what I'm hearing is I need to play John.
But can I ask you one quick thing about Ali's placement?
Yeah, go on.
Because we always see her in a shit ton of tier list, VDX and main man. And in theory, I agree. They put her basically like top 10 at least, right? But in terms of tournament representation and results, which should be, it has to be a qualifier.
Yeah, sure. It's a data point, for sure.
She just doesn't... In Tekken 7, she was always there. She was always there. And she isn't... She just isn't anymore, and I don't know. I just think she just doesn't hit hard enough. You know what I mean? I don't want to comment on Alyssa because similar to actually the Asuka situation, most Alyssa players are retarded. So like I'll win, and I'm like, well, I don't really get a sense of your character strength. You have like 32 defense. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know what. I'll lose to one. I'm like, well, you got me with shit that I've not seen in months. I'm like, it is what it is, right? Like. So my point is I've not played enough good Tekken players who play Alyssa. Do you know what I mean? So I actually don't really know what high level Alyssa really looks and feels like to play against. And like you said, at the highest level, people aren't picking her up. But at the same time, as you said, a lot of the time, there are other characters who are doing Alyssa stuff better. So like... Yes, but that's why I'm confused why she is in so many
top tiers. I hear you. I hear it. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. Yeah, she might be overinflated in most people's tier lists. But yeah, I can't comment either way. Like, I can't comment if whether 3DX and the crew are overplacing it or underplacing. I actually don't know. Because I've just not thought enough, like, this person is really good at Tekken and they play Alyssa. I've not thought that. I just fight retarded Alyssas and sometimes I win, sometimes I lose. And either way, I'm like, well, it is what it is. So I don't know. But it's a good question. It's a really good question. And it is possible that Alyssa is legit just overrated. Like people are looking at her on paper, but aren't really breaking it through. Because we don't see the data to back that up. The way that she's in everyone's like top 10.
Yeah, because it's very easy to like. It's so easy for the other ones, right? It's even still for Dragunov, right? It's so easy to point to that. Sorry. No,
you're 100% right. It's a good question. Alyssa saved big. Yeah, so they want Alyssa Boskonovic in 19. So we're gonna push you here. And the last one was Martial Law. Law remains a fundamental powerhouse in the current patch. Nunchucks provide excellent space control and one of the most reliable heat smashes for finishing rounds. He sits at 20 because he is honest Tekken in a game that is increasingly becoming about dishonest tools. He doesn't have teleports, sword reaches, or magical heals, just fast hands and loud screams. All right.
Wait a minute.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Like how Gemini is like always like it's a wrap. The word usage is
I said this earlier. I don't know if you're watching. I said that Google Gemini is a better writer than ChatGPT by far. It's so much. It is better at cannibalizing the language of the community. It's so good, but it just misapplies it.
Bro, like,
it's so funny.
Like the fact this AI comes up with like honest Tekken and
bro,
shit,
I love it.
Like,
I love it. This low-key, even though it's going to lose this challenge, low-key, it's a good advertisement because it writes well. It writes really well. So funny. But yeah, crazy. Yeah.
Fast hands,
bro. No swords, bro. No teleports, bro. No magical heal bullshit. Just fast hands and loud screams. I was gonna say it's a main man. It's absolutely like waiting main man opinions more than anything. So funny.
He's watching main man.
So funny. He's absolutely scrubbing the subtitles. Anyway, just outside the top 3, Lars receives a massive buff and limited entry transitions in Season 2, making him faster than ever. However, he remains incredibly linear. At the pro level, high level sidestepping still renders a large portion of his offense moot. I think that's true. I am not able to apply the counterplay at high level against Lars. Every time he shows up, I completely forget everything I labbed like a month ago.
There is no counterplay.
Well, I don't know. I've just not. I find myself, if I'm not playing Xiaoyu, I just fight victim. If I'm playing Xiaoyu, I just back one everything. If you're playing a regular character, it's like you just have to hold everything. That's what it seems like, but I don't know.
Then 3 is the counterplay 2-1 like on hit, like his mix up is so fucking safe and so low risk, and he can cover everything with like 3 options. It's there is no, you have to guess.
No,
like there is no counterplay.
Lars Alexanderson Lars received. Oh, we done that. Paul Phoenix is the king of damage, but his game plan is predictable in 2026. Everyone knows how to deal with the Death Fist and Demolition Man without significant gimmick. To bypass modern defenses, he struggles to keep up with high mobility specialists. I'll be honest with you, I actually feel this way. I think Paul is overrated. Not Paul overrated. I think there is a contingent of people that say that Paul is underrated, and I go that no, I think Paul is appropriately rated. I am not. When we talk about characters who scare me at the get ready for the next battle screen, Paul is not on that list. I'm like, I just have to play Tekken. And even with the nerf backdash, I'm often making Demo Man whiff the clean hit at ranges that surprise even me. I'm like, I don't know why that didn't clean hit. Like, I don't know why that didn't clean hit, but I'm not going to complain. Like, I am not worried about him at all. I just have to like not push buttons at the wrong time. That's how I feel. Again, if you're fighting against Hexmark, who's optimizing the character, that's different. They are playing at tournament caliber. We're not there. But like, yeah, random pulls on the street, even at you know, the 350 prowess and above, I'm like, whatever, just play Tekken. Victor Chevalier, I feel differently about. Victor Chevalier, I think, is an underrated character. Victor was a terror at launch, but the expiration date on his teleports has arrived. Damn. Pros can now react to his sword dash mix-up with 90% consistency. He's still strong, but he no longer strikes fear in the hearts of the top 20. I never want to see Victor in pools. Ever. I'm scared. I'm scared of Victor. Because he's going to make me guess. Victor's going to make me guess.
Sword dash mix-up is weird. I don't know what.
Are they talking about EA Jutsu? Because Hopper, shut the fuck up. Hopper comes in the chat like, Gemini is so right. Fuck you, Hopper. Hopper, you can suck a dick, Hopper. Get out of here.
Like, that's a legit mix. Like, I don't know what he means with react. Like, there's on Victor, you don't react to anything.
You just hold the mix against Victor. You just hold the mix. Hopper,
I mean, yeah, you hold.
Suck a dick. I love how Hopper shows up. I don't know how long you've been like listening, but he comes at the right moment. Just when Gemini talking about his character, yo, Gemini kind of spin. Look at Gemini's tier list, bro. It's a look. This is who you're defending. Oh shit, crazy. No,
by the way,
Victor.
Hopper, why the fuck?
Why the fuck? What? You cut off?
Yeah, yesterday he ended the stream, right? And then 40 minutes later, I see him in ranked on Lee. Like, he's addicted to this game.
Bro, doesn't Hopper? Like Hopper. Do you still have the most wins? Victor wins in the world. Hopper back before, even though in season 1, before he even reached GOD, he had the most wins. Most ranked wins, period. Like, whoa, do you know how many games you have to play to be there? This guy is super addicted. This guy is super addicted. I respect it though. Yeah, you might have to check that. He was most wins. So crazy. I was like, damn, this guy's I can't talk shit about him no more. He's put in the hours. No one can talk shit. All right. We're moving on to stage 5. All right. Please move on.
Also,
go on.
Yeah, one thing, I hope this is like a meme and shit, that when people always say like Hopper is dog shit at the game and shit, Hopper is fucking good. Like, I don't know what people
No, but Hopper was dog shit, but he's good now. He got good. Like, when he first started, he was just complete dog shit, but he played non-stop. And now he's actually legit good at Tekken, which pisses me off, because now I can't talk shit about him.
Okay. Because I was like, I hope this is a meme, because like Obelion played him yesterday in ranked in the morning, and Obelion was also like, bro, is this a meme? Like, the guy's like,
he's good. In season 1, he famously was just like, I'm not even labbing this game, but I'm just gonna like find the strongest gimmicks, just beat anyone up, make everyone guess. But like since then, you know, he's been playing Lee, been playing Azucena, and like I find that playing multiple characters kind of forces you to like not rely on your gimmicks, if that makes sense. You have to find new gimmicks, and you have to find out what actually works. And so now he's still playing a fucking gimmicky Victor, which is annoying as fuck, but even more frustrating, he also knows how to play Tekken. He's ducking the highs. He's blocking, he's breaking the throws. It's like, well, fuck. So now what do you do? Yeah. No, I shout every time I talk about players, Tekken 8 generation of players, I talk about Hopper a lot. So I'm like, you can get good in this game if you're a sociopath, if you're fucking crazy.
Yeah.
21. All right, let's go. 21. Leo Kleisen at 21. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Our boy Leo. Our boy / girl. Why? Leo remains one of Tekken's most honest characters. Relax. Relax. Relax, ChatGPT. Relax. Clean mid tools, reliable punishment, strong combo routes. The kit rewards discipline fundamental. There. I appreciate the pronoun. Check you out. Ally. ChatGPT is an ally, confirmed. Kit rewards discipline fundamentals, but they suffer from predictability. A few mix-ups that truly threaten high-level defenders. Fundamentally sound, limited surprise factor. I agree with a lot of this analysis, but honest is crazy. You have to guess a lot of the time. And the counterplay you're applying is not saving you all that much. That's so crazy. That is so crazy. But yeah, all right. ChatGPT says Leo's honest. You can't argue with that. 20 seconds, Shaheen. So funny. Well, you know what it's like. We talk about this a lot. Like, it makes sense. It's scraping Reddit. Shaheen's well-rounded moveset and excellent whiff punish make him irrelevant. His slide mix-up remains strong, but the rest of his toolkit feels slightly outpaced by newer, more oppressive characters. I can buy that analysis. To be fair, yeah, we're 25, so I can buy that analysis. I'm not gonna get too angry about that. Reina, why? Raider's hybrid Mishima ninja style. Everyone, where is it? That must be coming from somewhere. Someone has called Reina a Mishima ninja assassin, and it's just it's being scraped by both. Ninja style gives her dynamic pressure and sharp mobility. Skilled players can make her terrifying, but she's execution heavy and somewhat inconsistent when she's not perfectly controlled. I don't think that's a bad analysis at all. I buy that. Reina, let's go. Next, Xiaoyu! Ling remains slippery and stylistically unique with evasive stance of transitions and strong whiff punish game. All accurate. However, her damage and safety metrics are lower in Tekken 8's heat-heavy environment. This is an accurate description of the character. No notes. Actual notes.
But her damage metrics are lower.
Damage metrics, damage and safety metrics are lower in T8.
But that's not.
You're right. It's not lower. It's average though. It's not above average. It's average though.
I mean, look. If she hits, we already like. If she hits you with up back 3, if she hits you with that,
sure,
she does like 110.
Yeah, sure. She that I would put that under strong whiff punishment game because it's launch punishable.
Yes. Wait a minute. How much doesn't she get 100 from back 1+2?
Back
as well?
1+2.
The whiff, just the whiff punish, the normal. Doesn't she get 100 from that as well?
No, I don't think so. No, she doesn't.
No,
at least I'm not. I'm getting like regular combo.
Okay,
I'm getting regular combo. Yeah, but no, back 3, you actually die. Yeah, you actually die. You die.
1+2 counter hit, but that's a counter hit. I mean,
that's count. No. I think for me that counts a strong whiff punish game. If you whiff against Shao, you fucking die. Which is why I like playing her in neutral. Like she's fucking crazy.
Yeah, okay.
Like that I will not deny. Yeah, you get hit by up back 3, the round's over. And it feels good. But but that's not what people complain about Shai about. I've not heard people be like, oh man, I hate it. I can't whiff against it because when I whiff, that up back 3 kills me. Like that's not really the thing. But yeah, her damage, yeah, you're right to challenge me on that. Actually, her damage I think is average, which is weird because Shai historically has always done less damage than average. That's kind of what like justified her slipperiness. But at the same time, she also lost the Oki.
Yeah.
So I think as a community, we have to ask ourselves, do we want her to have her fucking bullshit Oki but then have less damage, or do we want to lose the Oki and then have regular damage? Because
the thing is, for the scrub player base, the problem was never the Oki. The problem was the matchup in itself.
Sure.
Because people don't
know
people don't know anything about the character. So and arguably they made the character even worse with all the shenanigans in this game simply because of the cancels they now built in, right? Where it's like you do back turn, what is it, 2 back turn 2 1+2, and she jumps and cancels.
Oh right? Yeah, it's back turn. Yeah, back turn like 1-2. She does like the counter hitting mid, and then she would do the other bit, but she just like slips under. Exactly. But the thing is, again, she's -15. Yeah, so, but are you going to push? Are you going to mash? Exactly. Yeah, you never feel safe mashing. Yeah.
Every time you talk to people in chat that challenge you about Shoyu, I really admire you because you realize this as well. You most of the time will talk to people who don't know anything about the character and get like literally knowledge checked to death, right? Like that we need to read about this. So I admire when you do this. But yeah, the reality about this character is that unless you are an actual very serious Tekken player, you're gonna get with even your ass.
You're gonna get blown up. You're gonna get blown up.
She will always fucking destroy you.
Although what's really funny is that I was watching you guys. I was watching fucking your boy Zulu just murder everyone in your lobby, and I was like, I really want to jump in. Not because I think I'm a better player. I really don't. But I have this. I think I find that generic downfall murders Xiaoyu, and every time I watch people struggle with Xiaoyu and they don't abuse generic downfall, I go. Similar to what you said earlier about, I forget the matchup you're talking about. I'm like, you don't know the matchup. Because I'm like, generic down 4 just kills this character. If there's ever a time where you're like, oh, I don't know if she's going to do this or doing this, like generic down 4, more often than not, it's just like the option. I don't know what to do, just push down 4. And you can tell that it was kind of a good design choice because obviously generic down 4 is a minus 15, but she can't launch minus 15.
You know what's
from
funny?
crouching. You go on.
You know what? With what character actually like beat Zulu then?
Mm-hmm. Which one?
With Xiaoyu. I just
there you go.
picked
Yeah,
Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu against Xiaoyu is really funny. Like if you have better, I found this. My win rate against Xiaoyu with Xiaoyu is really good because I'm like, I'm going to use Xiaoyu's tools, but I'm not going to play like a lunatic. I'm just going to wait for you to do something and then whiff punish you from downtown. like you know, 100%. Yeah, she's great. She's great, and she has like I'm gonna do like a really safe poke down forward one that's going to go on to highs. I'm like, yeah, Xiaoyu's really good at checking Xiaoyu. She's really funny. But yeah,
Zulu is also
Zulu's so good.
An asshole because he plays very. He makes you think he plays like a clown, and then in the crucial moment,
he gets solid as fuck. yeah. No, I really want to play Zulu. I need to play Zulu at some point. Again, not necessarily because I think I could win. I think it's very likely that Zulu would just blow me up, but I want to test my knowledge against him because I'm really good at shutting down most Xiaoyus. And I'm especially good at shutting down Xiaoyus that I think are quite reckless. And when I see Zulu plays what I would consider to be a reckless game. And so I'm curious to know, maybe this whole time I've just been downplaying the character, and actually in the hands of a true master, you just get fucked up. So yeah, at some point, me and Zulu got to set that up.
You don't downplay the character. The problem is also like first to two, the character simply is very
That's true. The character yeah. That in verse 2 it is, but also the thing that is really interesting about Xiaoyu and why I find it so interesting is that you can't trust your eyes on the frame data. Because you can be -5, but that does not mean that you can go for your mid. Oh, so you can be +5, that doesn't mean you can go for your mid. You can be +7, it doesn't mean that you're safe to do this. So it's like all of a sudden you cannot navigate that matchup the same way you can on a lot of other stuff. You need to have your anti-Xiaoyu options ready, and if you don't have them, you just get swollen, you just get destroyed. That's been the character historically too. That's not new. That's not Tekken 8. That's just Tekken. It's just a bit sad that when you try to educate some people in your chat that you never can have like a real open-ended discussion. Simply because it is fighting games, right? When I see, for example, BLN, right? BLN knows when he plays Zafina, like he gets away with shit that is insane. Like he gets away with like it would be like doing down forward 1-4 with Dragunov over and over again. Yeah,
you know, where you will get this ducked, like even at like Bushin, right? Mm-hmm. People will duck this because they have seen it, right? Time and time again, they have seen it.
But with Zafina, they have not.
Yeah, exactly. They have not. So it's a very unfortunate reality that simply because the character is so unpopular, you can, with certain parts of the community, never have an open-end discussion because they are not actually interested. They just want to vent.
No, but that's okay because I have we've discussed this whenever I'm talking your rants. I'm always like, I already assume that a certain percentage of the people watching my content are retarded because the Tekken community is full of retards. So like, I'm okay with that. Yeah. Whenever someone acts retarded, I don't get surprised. I'm like, yeah, you're one of those retards. But the people I actually care about, I'm talking to let's say somewhere anywhere between 60 to 20% of them are actually reasonable people, open to discussion, blah, blah. So like, that's as weird as that sounds, I'm always just looking for, I don't get too annoyed by that because I'm like, I know what community I'm in. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, Jack 8. Jack brings raw power and range, but is predictable and can be punished heavily by mobile characters. His big body hurt box and slower startup frames mean he struggles against fast heat approaches. Pretty generic write-up, but not inaccurate, I think. I think the placement.
Jack has a problem with what you said about Alisa. Like most Jack players are I will say this with all my chest. Like most Jack players are completely retarded. Like out of
true.
Retarded.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, they're relying on people not being able to break a 2-throw. They're just carried by being unable to break a 2-throw. Yeah.
They use all the strings, all the knowledge, like they purely operate on like the people that probably have won and done me the most are
Jacks.
Just super gimmicky Jack players.
Yeah, like, sure. We don't have solid Jacks in EU. Now I think about it. I own
from France, but
sure. But in general, the vast majority of Jacks are the ones you described, like gimmicky as fuck. It's very seldom I actually don't think I've played against a solid Jack in Tekken 8. I'm not even exaggerating. I don't think I have.
I have played against one from Turkey, but that is one guy.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, I buy that. That's true. I hadn't thought about it, but you're right. They are super gimmicky. BLN asked me to ask you about forward 4 3+4.
It's a dumb
Zafina.
move. It's a dumb move.
There you go. Dumb move. Okay. That's that. Who are the three that I'm missing? Claudio, solid buttons, reliable whiff punishment. Okay. Zafina, unique movement, stance, trickery. Raven, excellent mobility. Okay, you're going interesting. Okay. Please move on to stage 5. All right, what are you gonna say? What are you gonna say? Initiating research on tiers. Initiating Tekken 8 meta. Searching.
Searching the mainman Discord.
100%. We're fighting top 25. It's gonna be some good shit. Oh, it's taking some time to think, bros. It's taking some time to think. Slow thinking. Oh boy. You're crossing the halfway point. Okay. Paul, Azu, Victor, Asuka, Lily. Okay. Paul, Phoenix. Where you at, Paul? Paul, where you at? Why can't I see you? Oh, there you go. Paul remains a great equalizer. Even in 2026, the single death fist or a well-timed demolition man can swing momentum of a match. He is ranked 21 because while his damage is peerless, his game plan hasn't changed in decades. Against seasoned pros, Paul's mix-ups are often fuzzy guarded or stepped, making him high-risk pick in the meta where safety is king. Is Paul king of damage?
No, not any. Let me say it like this. In Tekken 7, Paul, when he hit you, especially in like season 3, you were like, what the fuck just happened?
Mm-hmm.
But in this game, literally, it's nothing special, which is why I actually advocate change something about this game that Paul is the
highest damage. 100%.
He is the guy.
As a community, we accept him having the highest. If he had the highest damage in the game, we would accept it as a people. As a people, we would.
I will say though, if he hits you, but it's again the thing. Why would you fuck around with this guy with weird jabs, like weird 10-frame punish?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't flow as well. Like Paul isn't sticky.
Mm-hmm.
And the not stickiness and the kind of turn trading style Paul does, because his turn steals are so fucking insanely risky.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, probably they are better in the meta of Tekken 8, where everyone is a masher. Down 1+2, it wouldn't surprise me if it hits twice as much as it did in Tekken 7, because you're simply incentivized to press as much. But still, why would you fuck around with this character, which has this weird stuff where down forward 1 sway cancels, all this shit? Why would you fuck around with this if you could simply pick up fucking Anna?
Yeah.
Or even Dragunov, if you could just pick up a Dragunov.
Yeah, that's a good shout, actually. That's a really good shout.
Or Clive, if you could just pick up Clive.
Play Clive. No, it's true. He does get outclassed in what he's trying to do. It's true. Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. He's not the poking character. There is no keep out in this game. And you just want big damage and combos. There are other characters for you. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
In Tekken 7, right, he was so sick because his counter hits hurt so much. His down forward 2 keep out was so important.
Yep.
His low parry damage.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And that what was it? Quarter circle forward or quarter circle back 4? Like the high kick.
Back 4, the big
bro, when I hit you, bro, it was a wrap. It was a wrap.
It's good night. It's good night.
The round was over. Yeah, I remember that shit. Do you remember keep out? I remember keep out. Punch Charm remembers.
Bro, at the wall, Paul okes you go for a wake up mid kick, and Paul was one of the very few privileged characters that does back 1-2. That was a punish for your mid wake up kick. You're getting wall splat.
You were done. Round's over. Yeah, he was a killer punishment. Rest in peace, Paul players. Azucena. The Coffee Queen saw a significant dip in the rankings following the end of Season 1 patch. Her Liberator stance is still one of the best evasive tools in the game. I don't know about that. But her brain-dead pokes were toned down and requires better timing. This is accurate. She's a master of the neutral game. She is strong, to be fair, neutral. But she struggles to close out rounds against characters with high power, heat smashes, and whatever. Yeah, there's positives analysis that I think are spot on.
I think it's crazy that her Hell Sweep from Libertador doesn't have a clean hit range. But that's just me. Yeah,
it's pretty strong.
Bro, that shit hits you from, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But it doesn't wall splat the way that a lot of other big lows do. They have to be at a very specific range. It's a bit like Leo's. It'd be a very specific range to get a wall splat. Where the other motherfuckers who just his wall splat's clean. Wall splat's on the side. Why?
Yeah.
Victor Chevalier. Let me put this for editing reasons. It is useful for me to move the character first, so that way I know what I'm about to listen to when I'm editing. Victor is the king of flashy but reactable. His use of sword and pistol gives him a range advantage over most of the cast, and his explosion move is a great way to clear space. However, as of February 2026, the community has completely labbed his teleport. If you aren't playing Victor with high-level fundamentals, you will find yourself being launched for every sword dash attempt. Is this true? Because I will be honest, I am not going to sit here and pretend that I have labbed high-level Victor, but it seems like I'm guessing a lot of times.
You are guessing.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
You can mitigate, like, it's not, look, you can mitigate the risk to a certain extent if you lap the teleports and the transitions enough. Where, like, what was it? I think sidestep, was it always go to the right? Always doesn't matter. I watched the Duelist video where he lapped it out, and I was like, okay, but it's still a fucking guess, right? Yeah. And the character is also super annoying because he just runs into you running 1+2. If you eat 1 down back 4, you have a problem. He will always get, like, what you want to do with Victor is he has really good range. He, by the way, has one of my favorite buttons in the game, not gonna lie about it, 1+2. 15 frame counter launching mid. Yeah. That's a weapon that tracks a little bit to one side. Obviously, it's def on whiff, right? It's fair in that regard that if he whiffs it, it has a really good chunk of whiff recovery on it. But what you want to do with this character is either you're gonna try to place the down back 4, you're gonna run in, do running 1+2, you run your offense, or, and that's the prime thing, you get 1 launch, you get the wall, and you do the dumb wall combo. And then
that wall combo, bro, into fucking EI Jutsu mix is fucking toxic. Yeah. And you wake up into like the fucking fire from the sword shit. They actually need to get rid of that. That's actually degenerate as fuck. It's actually degenerate as fuck. And he's had that since season 1. It's actually kind of crazy.
They also buffed, if you're a fan of Magic Force and you miss that they are gone, I would advise you play Victor, because Victor, they buffed his, what is it, back 2? The the glasses, the boop, boom, the glass flash. They buffed this. It's now a very good interrupt counter hit tool. Very good. Yeah, I think the character's good, but again, it's like, why would I play him when I can play Anna, Brian, Asuka, Claudio?
Yeah,
you know, it's like, I don't know. But the next take is egregious.
Really? What are we saying? What's this? Asuka. Did I put? Yeah, I did. Asuka is the ultimate no-fly zone character. Her parries and Sabakis make her incredibly frustrating to rush down. Tekken 8, she received buffs to her Naniwa Gusto install, allowing her for more offensive offense. She sits at 24 because her offensive pressure is still one of the most linear in the game, making it easy to sidestep for the elite cast. That's crazy. That is
egregious.
Let's talk about hallucinations, bro.
Yeah, that is egregious. Like, as if not one of the Naniwa Gusto installs is specifically running 1+2, which is a homing high plus 11 on block kill button.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Are you kidding me?
This is so interesting because the ChatGPT has put Asuka in the top 5, which is not unreasonable at all. And obviously Gemini has been like top, like, you know, down here at 24. That's so interesting. That is so fucking interesting. What a weird placement. What a weird placement. Okay. And the next one, Lily. Lily is the most agile character on the roster. Her sidestep is so expansive it can effectively ignore some of the game's homing moves in the game. 2024, she is used primarily as a counter pick to linear powerhouses. Not true. She's rounded out top 25 because despite her movement, her reliance on back-turn mix-ups can be extremely risky against opponents with fast mid-checks. I don't agree with the second half of that assessment. I think she's too low here. But then again, I think we can all agree that Gemini's list ordering is cooked. So I'm just here for the fucking funny write-ups at this point. Okay. Who's left off? Claudio, Lee, and Steve. I'm going to skip these.
The fact that Claudio is left off.
Yeah, crazy. It's crazy. I think there might be twice that Claudio's been left off. I'm not sure. This GPT bullshitting you. No, it's not GPT. This one's Gemini. But we'll see you, ChatGPT. All right. So we're on to 6, right? Yeah. All right. Please move on to stage 6. Okay. All right. I'll ask you to. All right. What you saying, internet? What you saying? All right. Number 30, Lars Alexanderson. Okay, this should be interesting. Lars received solid boss post-launch, improving combo reward and hit energy, yet he still suffers from stubby mids and unsafe strings. His tools look great on paper, but can be linear and neutral. Again, I never feel comfortable stepping Lars, but maybe I'm just a scrub. Okay, interesting. Zafina. Her evasive movement and unorthodox stances remain dangerous, but Tekken's aggressive heat system, her defensive style, she thrives in long sets where opponents overextend but struggle under consistent pressure. This is the opposite of true. She excels in first to two.
I would say so, yeah.
Like she is absolutely just gonna pull shit out of her ass, and she has enough shit to pull out of her ass to absolutely win 6 rounds. And then by the time you've like re-downloaded your knowledge of Zafina, if it even exists, it's too late. It's the last round. Zafina is absolutely a tournament pick. Because she's almost certainly gonna have better knowledge of the matchup than you. Yeah, Zafina, interesting. Okay. I don't even necessarily mind the knowledge check nature of it, because I've never really had a problem with knowledge checks, because you can get the knowledge. But I think that she has so many, like, again, she's so good at producing plus frames. It seems crazy. Like, there are so many times where it's like, I actually can't push a button here. Like, I blocked this and now I can't push a button. She does that a lot.
Oh, like to make running 1+2, to make that faster. Like when Obelion told me that wasn't even homing in season 1. I even forgot about that. Like, I don't know if that is true, but if that was actually not homing and they made this like 20 frames fast and homing, like this is a character. I'm sorry, but it's just the philosophy that I see, like that scrubbiness on purpose.
Yeah.
That's just no counterplay, homing, ultra plus on block, knockdown, yada yada yada. What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Like, what is this, bro?
Do you think in the dev team, do you think that there's like a person for each character?
Yes, I think there's a team. There's a team.
So there's 40 individuals. Like, I'm the Zafina guy.
No.
I'm the Raven guy.
I that not, but I think there are teams, at least a couple, that have certain characters.
Interesting. Okay, so a team of 5 will oversee like 7 of the characters.
Yeah, because for me, what is still a riddle is like the design of like Reyna. How is it that you have a clown game like this and Reyna has certain things about her where I'm like, I don't see the ultra slop, like the ultra brain deadness, and this is an original character. So this is something where
I feel like Reyna was designed in Tekken 7. I feel like they had this idea a long time. I feel like they had an idea for this for a long time. Mechanically, aesthetically, they might have been changing things all the way up to the last minute, but I feel like mechanically, she was just like new Mishima. She might have been the first DLC, new character that they really worked on. Because she does seem really well considered. I don't like her design. You know this about me, but it's really deeply considered. I never find myself going, why did they do this? I can understand why they did it. But yeah, because I remember when she first came out, I was like, oh, she's Lydia plus a Mishima. That was my reductive take on her. Because Lydia was the first character who I really saw with like a 4-4-2 intermix. Like, okay, so she's Lydia with Mishima.
Yeah, the 4-4-2 is dumb, but at least they a little bit they still had a bit of common sense. Like, for example, the low, right? The low, you notice that the low has a counter hit sound and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't have a counter hit property.
Mm-hmm.
The normal hit is the exact same as on counter hit. And I think at some point someone had the idea of, let's give this one a counter hit property,
mm-hmm.
which is why it has like still the sound and stuff, because there are some moves that just don't have this sound effect and stuff like that on counter hit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think a last minute rendition was to remove the counter hit property on that low, because you see that other stances exactly work with this sin, which is Lars. Like Lars' dynamic entry into silent, the counterplay is power crush, but
mm-hmm.
what does he have? A silent entry 2,
mm-hmm.
which is a low, which will counter hit launch you if you attempt the counterplay.
Right.
So, and they had the foresight to not do this with her, which I think is only explainable by there are different people,
different teams,
and different thoughts, school of thoughts.
Yeah. But we've said this. I think Mayman said it perfectly. Was like they seem like a schizophrenic design team, because like you just get the sense of like, why the people who made decision X would not have made decision Y, and vice versa. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, why did they have? It does feel that way. It definitely does feel that way. Like, the teams are not on the same page. That much is clear. Anyway, Zafina, Raven. So we're moving on to trickier characters now. Raven's mix-ups, teleport cancels, and stance creativity give her, catch that? Give her incredible style, but her execution demands are punishing, and her riff recovery is harsh. When she flows, she looks unstoppable. When she reads, she collapses. Suspect test. All right, but we're putting Raven in at 28. 29, Panda and Kuma. Okay, fair enough. I actually appreciate them for putting them together.
But one thing about Panda and Kuma, right, that proves this thing about like the difference between like tournament and like actual competitive level and the vast player base, because still, even at the highest ranks, this character, which is no longer in any tier lists at like top whatever, has the highest win rate.
Of course. I continue to lose to the Bears, and I continue to not lab them. I don't know what it is. There's just something where my brain goes, we're not going to do it. I'm just going to pay my bear tax whenever they show up in ranked and go on with my life. And I'm not like that with most other characters. Most other characters, if I lose to Zafina, I'm like, I got to redouble my efforts, learn to deal with Zafina. I got to deal with it. With the Bears, I'm like, I just pay my bear tax. It's fine. It's fine. Which is a bad attitude.
Why though?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's a bad attitude. I shouldn't do that. And to be fair, I have labbed the Bears in the past multiple times. It just never sticks. I think it's because in my heart, I know I'm just not going to see them again for another couple of months.
Yeah,
and I know that no matter how much I lab them, but next time I see them, it'll be gone. It'll be gone from my head.
Where you just don't bother because they're so rare.
Yeah. I think that's the issue. But there are other characters who are also rare, maybe even rarer. But I just go, nah, there are enough recognizable animations that it's worth the time. Whereas there's something about the Bears I'm just gonna hold it. Like, I can block the big lows now. I can duck the obvious big mid. I know what's launch punishable, but I know that, especially when I talk to Blackheart's like, he loves the Bear matchup because he's like, he considers them free wins, and I'm like, I'm the opposite. They're free losses for me.
Yeah, but Blackheart has 8,000 hours.
Yeah, he's a different beast. But the thing is, it's still a point that, like, well, if you were willing to put in the work, you could do it. Just don't do it.
You could do it, yeah. I feel the same. Like, I left the Bears once. I even played them in Tekken 8 a little bit, and I'm like, they are so fucking rare that I completely lose my awareness for the move list. Where it's like, I know you want to do the big, forward 1+2, the big jump, right? I know I need to walk or step this, and I just completely lose my awareness because it's like literally weeks and weeks can go by, even if you play this game actively and you do not fight a single bear.
Exactly.
Like, it is what it is.
100%. Victor Chevalier 30, or technically 31. Victor's weapon-based attacks reach looks scary, but many of the attacks are unsafe or slow. His toolkit offers flair, more than function, meta dominant. But again, both the LLMs are downplaying this fucking character. I think Victor's one of the most underrated characters in the game. But I don't have the evidence to back it up. I just feel that way when I play against a character, and then I go into the lab and I go like, what's the answer? And the answer is, you have to guess. And I go, this character's pretty strong. Like, you can't wall this character. This character is going to stance you up, and there's nothing you do to stop the stance. He has incredible Oki, and incredible Oki in this game is like, incredible Oki equals incredible win rate, I find, because it's like, I get you once at the wall and you just die. Like, when Victor launches you once, the whole round is probably over. That's the thing. And like, the whole round's over because like, you're gonna wake up into the fucking fire thing, and then your -8 at the wall. It's like, and he's in AI Jutsu, and it's like, just gets between the mid and low. It's like, what do I do? Yeah, I don't like this guy. Just fucking. I hope they do something about that.
Katarina there, huh?
Yeah, I saw that. Katarina Alves. I'm like, yeah, why consider it? Great mid-range control, beginner-friendly pressure. I'm like, yeah, they should have brought her back.
You know what's funny?
Go on.
When the update deployed for the Chinese dress, right? I played Tekken 7 and I played against the Tekken God Prime Katarina. And you know what? I got reminded. I got fucking reminded that, you know, people who complain about the damage in Tekken 8 are mad. Like,
Katarina, I got the damage.
I'm gonna just tell you, like, she just did the normal hop kick, no counter. Bro, 60% gone.
Bro,
60,
Katarina didn't fuck around.
Gone.
Katarina was good. I'm so surprised they didn't bring back her move list. Even if she wasn't popular, I'm so surprised because it was in a game that is so focused on helping the scrubs. I'm so surprised that Miss 333 wasn't brought back. Because her playstyle is unique at least. Her character is unique. And like, even if she wasn't popular, just make a new character with the playstyle.
Bro, 333, man. The hit confirm, it was such a good move.
It was a good move. It was a good move. It was a good move. Yeah, I'm really surprised. Anyway, yeah. So that's that. Gemini, what you saying, Gemini? What you saying? Claudio, Lee, Steve, Lars, Jack. Can't believe this is the first mention of Lee. Let's talk. Claudio is the definition of a poker. His hop kick, up 4 remains a gold standard for punishing lows, and his starburst mechanic gives him frightening mid-range presence. However, he's ranked 26 because his move list is significantly smaller than the rest of the cast. That's not relevant. In long sets, Claudio players often find themselves downloaded. I can believe that, actually. I can imagine Claudio not doing well in a long set because they simply lack the variety to stay unpredictable against 2026 Elite. You think he's better in the long set?
Yeah, because he is so simple that, you just play mind games constantly that are in your favor.
Mm-hmm. I feel like because you know the moves he's going to do, you just don't know when he's going to do them. And I think like a character, if once you get a sense of the player's rhythm, I think it's hard for Claudio to switch up to other options because they don't exist. Whereas like a character,
but that's a skill issue though, because he has everything he needs. Like,
exactly. No, 100%. I'm not saying that. My argument isn't that he's weak in a long set. My argument is that he's stronger in a short set, and then the power will taper off. Whereas if I compare him to a character like Feng Wei, right? Feng Wei in a long set is a nightmare because the bag of tricks is deep. Do you know what I mean? And so if we have a sense of each other's tendencies, the list of moves I can just switch to is incredible, right? And I can find the right set for you. Whereas Claudio, once I have a sense of your approach timings or whatever, I feel like you can. I don't know. I just feel like I do better with Claudio against Claudio as the match goes on, but he only has to win 6 rounds. And by the time I have a sense of what's happening, we're on round. I have 2 rounds left to live. And it's usually too late.
I kind of think that the bag of tricks, like against like good players, doesn't matter as much as how fundamentally insane the character is. And
I hear you. I think he's definitely stronger than Fang. I'm just saying that when I'm thinking about what makes a good long set character, for me, a good long set character is a character who has a broader set of competitively viable moves. Because I could be wrong, but that's usually my take.
Let me say it like this. I think Brian is a character that is way better in longer sets because of the timing shit, right? Because it's very hard.
Yes. Once you get the timing, you're done.
To change their timing. Agreed. Their inherent clock.
Yeah.
But Claudio doesn't give a fuck about that shit.
Yeah, it's true.
Throws up forward 2. He punishes 1-1. 12 frame while standing punish is into Starburst. He gets at the wall, down forward 3. The hit confirm is the dumbest shit. That it's so, bro. I don't know, man. For me, like that.
No, you're right. No, Brian does shit on my theory because you're right. I do think Brian's also a great long set character because of the timing thing. A character with good counter hits is going to benefit over long sets because I'll know where to place the button. That's true. Yeah, that's fair. Lee. Is this the first mention of Lee on either list? Damn, the Lee downplay is crazy. Lee is a victim of his own complexity. While back 1 counter hit and his frame perfect acid rain are lethal, the mental stack requires play Lee at high level is exhausting. The current high level meta, 1 missed frame input, just frame input, can lead to a full launch. He sits at 27 because he is technically excellent. Other characters, like Jin, achieve better results with significantly less effort. That last sentence is accurate. I think the reason you can play Lee is because there are other characters doing what Lee does better. I agree with that bit. Oh, wait, am I reading the right thing? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oh, no, this is the right one. Lee. Okay, cool. Next is Steve Foxu. Where is Steve Fox? Steve's 28 reflects a struggle between being a poke-heavy character and a damage-heavy game. I agree with that. His lighthouse stance is weaving and makes him difficult to hit, but he lacks a consistent high damage low. To force opponents to stop blocking against turtling specialists, Steve can struggle to find the opening he needs, making his matches feel like an uphill battle. I super agree with this statement. I think Steve is a trash, and if I get beat by Steve, he's because he's playing better than me.
I don't think that.
Make your argument.
I don't.
I don't think I've ever lost to a Steve and been like, man, I got noise checked to death. I'm like, yeah, you got me. You got my timing.
But this character, the thing about this is this is a bit of the focusing on the weakness while at the same time ignoring the strength. So being a poke heavy character in a damage heavy game, okay, granted, but the thing is, everything he throws out is like -1 on block, -2 on block,
Sure.
and you can't whiff punish it.
Yep.
Everything.
Yep.
And
Sure. That's very annoying.
I agree,
very annoying.
but like that is the strength, right? Everything he can throw out so much shit
Yep.
constantly,
Mhm.
and you fucking can't whiff punish it. You can't block. You need to respect him. You are in a mix-up if you block something from him every single time, always.
Sure.
And because he can weave, he can do a Lionheart outfox, right?
Sure.
The up back free. It is constantly so fucking dangerous, and you don't want to duck, but sometimes it's so dumb because like sometimes you gotta duck. Like sometimes you just gotta duck, and you eat Lionheart 1, which
Sure.
is, like, it's so dumb. What is it, -5?
Yeah.
That mid is -5. That's a homing wall splat.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
what are we, like, I don't know. Like, for me,
So where would you put Steve tier-wise?
I would put him exactly there. But the thing is, for me, the tier list, if you are a bottom 10 character in this game,
Sure.
you're a god.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
But my point is like, again, going back to okay, I have a tournament and I have to fight a Steve player. I'm not that nervous. Like, assuming everyone at the tournament is of equal skill, and I see I have to play against Steve, I'm not that nervous.
Okay, maybe you're not nervous because the guy.
So I just play Tekken and I don't push buttons at dumb times.
But you need to fucking lock in.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's true.
Because, like, I don't know. To me, they can play so belligerent. They are allowed to play so belligerent and ignore their own frame data constantly because it literally doesn't matter.
Yeah, like Xiaoyu in that sense. Yeah, exactly. He's minus, but it doesn't mean anything because he might weave or he might do whatever.
Minus.
Yeah.
Okay, he's minus. The mix up, the basic stuff works like this. If he is minus and you want to catch weave because he's probably gonna weave, right?
Sure.
You need to push a certain button, but if you push, in most cases, that button, if he doesn't weave and back ones you, you're dead.
But that's a fighting game. This is the thing. I find that interesting. Like, to me, because for the first couple of rounds, I can be like, I'm not gonna push anything. I'm just gonna hold back, and there's nothing you can do because you don't have a big low. I can break the throws. So I'm just gonna hold back, and as I'm holding back, I'm collecting data on when you do things, why you do things, how you trying to open me up, and then in the second round, which I might still win the first round because I can be that defensive. Any character you can turtle against, I'm actually just not that scared of because I can spend long enough to collect data on when you do things, and then we can play the game, right? And there are a lot of characters you can't just turtle against. Like, you have to be in their face because they can force you to guess. And I'm like, with Steve, I'm just like, yep, okay, you're doing weave shit. I get a sense of your timing, and then I'm just starting to play stuff. Also, my characters probably play a part, right? Because I'm playing Feng, so I'm gonna shifting class to your bullshit. I'm playing Xiaoyu, so I'm gonna back one to your bullshit or AOP under your bullshit.
Okay,
so that's a factor.
Steve, and I guess that is not your most ideal.
Yeah, that's a bad one. Yeah, so Steve's gonna kill Kazu. Yeah, he's gonna lock him down. So maybe I'm overly generous. Maybe you're accurate. Maybe you're more accurate. Maybe I'm looking at it just because of my characters. But like when I play but even when I'm playing another character I play is Asuka. Asuka kills him. Leo. But even when I play Leo, I'm like,
don't kind of all your characters play really good against him, like Leo, Ling, Feng. Asuka.
I don't know. I don't know that Leo plays particularly good against him. I think Leo fights him pretty conventionally. So yeah, I think my Leo versus Steve is probably my closest to a fair assessment. Because I'm like, yeah, Xiaoyu says Steve's not fair because Xiaoyu kills him, Asuka kills him, Feng kills him. Sure. But Leo versus Steve, I feel like it's a real Tekken match. And I'm just like, yeah, if I press the wrong button, I get weaved and I get blown up. But because of the nature of Steve, I never have to push a button. I can just hold back and pick my moment.
I see that. I just want to be really clear. Like, I think every character in this game is like literally a god, and
sure.
There are only 2 tiers in this character. There's only 2 tiers in this game. Basically, you can make top 10, and the rest is S+.
Yeah, sure, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that tracks. I think it's definitely become clear to me. I'm like, any character I can turtle is never going to scare me. If I can just hold back against you, I'm like, all right, fine. I'll learn your timing. But the second your character has like a hell sweep, or like a big low, or a big low.
That shit, huh?
Yeah, because the second I have to guess, I'm like, okay, well now I have to push buttons because I can't just let you get in my face. You know what I mean? and historically, characters like that, even characters with big hell suits, would have a movement option that you could do to cover it, but they got rid of that. So now I have a real big issue with just like characters who just get in my face and force me to guess. I'm like, well, fuck, now I have to play a bit like a gorilla, how to get in your face. It's why I don't like Leo. Despite the fact I play Leo, I'm like, Leo just become a really gorilla character. You have to get in Leo's face. Because if you force Leo, if you just let Leo run up on you, you're guessing. You're guessing Bok mid, Bok low. You're guessing KK mid, KK low. You're guessing Hell Sweep, launching down for 2. Like you actually, the only way to stop a character like Leo now is to attack them before they attack you. And all characters who are like this, I'm like, that sucks.
I see what I will totally grant you this in regards to Steve Fox, that losing or playing him or playing against him doesn't feel as egregious as it feels against other characters. I will totally give you that.
That's fair. Okay, Lars Alexanderson. Lars. Let's speed this up. Lars is faster than ever in 2026 patch, and his silent entry transitions are incredibly smooth. His issue is linearity. Despite his flashy movements, most of his high reward options can be negated by a simple side step to the left. Doubt. I'm making the doubt face. At the pro level, he is seen as a knowledge check character. Wait, there are no knowledge check characters at pro level. At the pro level, he's seen as a knowledge check character who loses effectiveness once the opponent understands his timing. Weird assessment, but I'm not necessarily against the placement.
I hate these phrasings. Understands his timing, bro. Every single character loses if you understand.
Yeah, if I know when you're going to do the thing, I can beat you. Yeah, of course, exactly. Forced into attacking into Leo, who presses Kempo. Okay, first of all, if you think Leo's Kempo is Kempo, you don't know Kempo. It's not that good. But yeah, for being forced into attacking Leo is a nightmare. But you have to, because if you don't, you'll get blown up. You know, but it's not the best. I don't like Leo's design. Jack A is a defensive wall. And his Gigaton Punch in Heat is one of the scariest chip damage tools in the game. However, his massive hitbox and Fatal Flaw and 26 meta characters like Nina and Dragunov have optimized big body combos that allow him to carry Jack across the entire stage from a single jab.
From a single jab.
Excuse me? Okay, relax. His rounds out the top 30 because while his offense is huge, his defense is technically hindered by his size. Sure, the models are giving up. They're like, look, this video's gone on too long. Get out of here. Top 35. All right, cool. Top 35. Let's speed this up. Stage 7, please. Let's go. How's it looking, boys? How's it looking? I still think ChatGPT is winning the list, but that's mostly just because of the top. Like, it's are there any egregious? We'll do this at the end, but I don't see any egregious picks. Yeah, and I think if you said it before, once you're out of the top 15, it's like, yeah, whatever. The order doesn't matter because everyone's kind of dumb. Everyone's got dumb shit. So for me, the only real argument is like, are there characters 20 below who should be in top 15 or above? That to me is the only thing that's really interesting. But we'll say. Law being that low is weird. That is true. Law being that low is weird. I did say that earlier. I think like in both people's lists, Law is down in top 20 when he easily could be in top 5. We'll get there in the end. Top 35, Eddie Gordo. Eddie benefits from evasive stances and unique rhythm-breaking lows, but the Tekken 8 meta favors consistent mids and high and heat pressure over unpredictability. Damage scaling is modest, and once opponents learn his gaps, much of his mix-up collapses. Sure, I think he's very inconsistent. Number 32, Katarina Alves, guys. Katarina Alves. And 33, Miguel. Interesting. Katarina Alves and Miguel. Interesting. Katarina remains beginner-friendly and simple, damaging strings, yet her flowchart style is easily punished at higher levels, sure. Miguel, aggressive brawler style, heat system, but he lacks safe books. Interesting. So true. Kuma and Panda, if split, their unique hitboxes create occasional matchup headaches. Okay, and Li Chaolan. Okay, so... what order did they say? Let me not fuck this up. Kuma... Wait, did they already put Kuma and Panda? Oh, okay, so they're already set. So yeah, we've already placed them. So it's just Li Chaolan. Alright, cool. The bottle is breaking. I'm actually dead. That's so funny. Katarina and Miguel accidentally spoiling DLC. Basically spoiling the DLC. Who the fuck is Miguel? Who the fuck is Miguel? Who the fuck is that? Definitely T7. Alright. What about you, Gemini? Leo at 31. Based. Leo is the ultimate jack of all trades, master of none. While Leo has no glaring weaknesses and perhaps the most consistent war game in 2026. They're like a broken tool to abuse. I don't know. Down 2+3 is pretty good. In the game currently dominated by high pressure tools of Anna and range classes, Leo's honesty, Kappa, makes them statistically underdog at highest levels of tournament play. Maybe at the highest levels, but yeah, honest is not a word I would use for Leo. Shaheen, safety king. He is arguably the most balanced character on the roster, which ironically is his greatest four. In the current meta, players prefer characters with a robbery potential. Shaheen requires you to out-fundamental your opponents for an entire round. While his slide mix-up is still terrifying, it isn't enough to carry him past specialized toolkit in top 30. I actually think that Shaheen is quite honest, but people have made fun of me for saying that. I think...
They've made fun of you?
Yeah, but people have been like, oh, Shaheen's not honest. I'm like, he seems pretty honest to me. He seems pretty funny, other than the slide mix.
The attacks are just dumb, right? It's just sidestep 1+2 is dumb. Like,
yeah, there's dumb stuff, but nothing that I'm like, that's super egregious.
No, I guess not.
Like, honest is a relative term in this game, right? It's a relative term. I'm like, yeah. Characters, I don't exactly have fun fighting Shaheen, but I'm like, yeah, I kind of got out-Tekkened. Raven is a visible spectacle, but only as early 2026 patches. His tricky setups have been largely figured out by the pro scene. His clones provide excellent combo extension, but his reliance on back turn positions is a huge risk. This is true. As my checks, 33. I think Raven is not that good, but people tell me that I am underrating the character. And I go, I'll take your word for it, fam. Safina thrives on knowledge checks. Her stances, Scarecrow, Tarantula, Mantis force the opponent to play a completely different game. However, she currently suffers low base damage compared to the heavy hitters. Is that true? In 2026, players have been... No, it is not. Players have become very comfortable waiting her out. Not true. Once you understand her timing, her evasiveness becomes less of a threat, more of a delay tactic. I think this is a bad write-up.
Bro, do you know, like, I don't know, a character who had, like, lower base damage for real was, like, maybe Tekken 7 Kazumi. You know?
Yes, true.
That was a
and Fang. Original Fang, before he got the extension in Season 3, before he got the wall, because his whole thing was he had no wall carry. Fang, he legit had worse combo damage than everyone else, but that was okay, because he had, like, all these counter hits and other ways to get you.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah,
like OG Fang, OG Kazumi, like that is how lower base damage looks like.
It's true.
That is not the case anymore.
Yeah, it's really not. And then last but not least, Ling Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu remains the queen of evasion, particularly with the ARP stance, which can duck under every high and many mids. She sits at 35 because her risk to reward ratio has shifted. While she can make you whiff, her own launches are quite stubby. That is the opposite of true. Her range is poor. That is true for poking. Again, Season 2 reach meta, she has to take massive risks just to close enough. That is true. Okay.
Reach meta.
Reach meta. What do you mean? There is no reach meta. Actually, is it a reach meta? Reach is with bad movement. No. With bad movement, reach does matter. If your character has a big reach, that jumps you up a couple of tiers.
I mean, I think it's up close and personal meta. Like if you see Anna and Nina, or even Brian, or well, I mean, I guess it's true.
Clive and Victor,
Asuka,
Clive
right?
and whatever.
Asuka wants to be pretty close, so the down 2 threat is always a thing. Nina and Anna always like obviously spam down forward.
Down forward one shot. Yeah.
Brian wants to be relatively close. The only one I would say who can do it's obviously Clive, right? Like Clive can play any range he wants, but also Clive whenever he wants. Phoenix Shift, I mean. So, I don't know.
We'll see. All right. Let's go to the bottom. Let's go. 36, Lydia Sobieska. Interesting. Once dominant in Tekken 7, Lydia's Tekken 8 incarnation feels neutered. Interesting. Her stance pressure has toned down. Interesting. Her frame advantage reduced. Interesting. Her hate synergy leaves you struggling to convert stray hits into momentum. You've not played the game. Claudio. Wait, what? Did we place Claudio? We placed Claudio. Yeah, this ChatGPT is broken down. Claudio is down. Ganryu. Good choice. Fakuram. Okay, yeah, this ChatGPT has given up. It's actually shit the bed. Yeah, I want Miguel, even though I've already placed Miguel. Yeah, the ChatGPT is like, we're done. ChatGPT is phoning it in. What about Gemini? Gemini's final placements are Leroy Smith, Devil Jin, Kuma, Panda, and Eddie. Okay. All right. And so we're not gonna place Kazia? ChatGPT, you're not gonna place Kazia? So who has it not placed? It has not placed Steve. It is not placed. Okay. So
Doesn't place Kazuya because Kazuya plays Tekken 7.
100%. ChatGPT, exactly. He's been left behind. ChatGPT, you have not placed 5 Kazuya. Miyarizo. Steve. And Armor King. Oh, no, you. Armor King. Please do so. Bottom tail, Lydia bottom tail is kind of great. ChatGPT is done. RAM price is going up 100%. Absolutely. Thanks for pointing that out. Tekken 8's roster does include Clive Rossfield, Kazuya Mishima, Miyarizo, Steve Fox, and Armor King, so we need to place them appropriately from 1 to 40. This we built earlier. I'll integrate them based on current community and meta tier lists. Here's how I'd insert them into the tier list with reasoning based on multiple tier estimations. Clive Rossfield, upper, mid, higher tier, top 10. Based on multiple recent tier lists, this places him in AR, even S tier. Clive has powerful mix-ups, long-range pokes, teleports, strong heat, blah, blah, blah. Placement around 8 or 9, and overall bumping Yoshimitsu or Heihachi slightly down. Okay. Yoshimitsu slightly down. Okay. We'll work our way down. Okay. Kazuya Mishima. Traditionally very powerful in the hands of a highly skilled player with strong launches and heat combos. Recent lists place him solid A tier, not quite S, but above many mid tiers. So we place him 17 A tier, slightly below Devil Jin, but above Azucena and Law. Wow. Below Devil Jin, above Azucena and Law. Interesting. Miyarizo, as a newer season 2 character, Miyarizo shows yo, Chad, ChatGPT isn't sentient. It just tells you whatever you want to hit. Yeah, I know how it works, bro. I am not under the impression that I'm speaking to a child in a box. Miyarizo shows strong mix-ups and pressure, but lacks extreme damage or safety compared with tier lists. Most lists slot her in A tier. Better than mid. Placement 22 and 20, just alongside Reina and Xiaoyu. Okay. Above. Put him in the middle. Steve Fox, 27, 29. So, what does that mean? Just below Safina Raven. And last but not least, Armor King, 14, 16, near Paul Phoenix and Devil Jin. Paul Phoenix and Devil Jin. Wait, what? I'm just gonna put it. All right, chat. These are our tier lists. It's a little bit funky because ChatGPT doesn't know how to count. But yeah. Place your votes. Which one is better? Let's go to YouTube. I can do votes, right? Yeah, start a poll. Who is better? Which LLM made the better list? Chat GPT or Google Gemini? Go! Poll. Who made the better list? I should say what? Chat GPT or Google Gemini? 2 minutes. Let's see it. Let's see it. Paul in top 25 in both. There you go. There you go. Let Gemini and ChatGPT fight Tekken in real time. That would be really fun. All right. What are we saying? What are we saying? What are we saying? ChatGPT's winning. Well, it's 50-50 on Twitch. Interesting. Jin top 2. Laugh my ass off. Look, I'll tell you, bro. Jin's top 2. What are you going to do? Argue with Google? Gonna argue with the most powerful search engine in the world? Stop downplaying your character, bro. Stop downplaying your character, bro. Your character's broken. Kappa. ChatGPT is winning on both. A couple more minutes. A couple more minutes. Oh man.
What was the prompt you gave that?
Oh yeah, let me post you the prompt and you can try your own. Give me a second. The prompt was the following. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you on Discord. Here it is. 200. Oh, it's too long. Okay, barely. Stage 5. That was the prompt.
Oh.
Chad, you almost Lacar'd yourself? Imagine. Hey, I almost Lacar'd myself. Oh no! My illegal content on my streaming PC. You start looking through my shit, all you will find is that I have a strange love for BBWs, which I will tell you personally. Let's see. ChatGPT wins on Twitch. And it also wins on YouTube. So, unanimous. This is clearly the best list ever created. There's never been a better list. There's never been a better list. Who's Lakari? Don't look him up. Don't look him up.
Well, look him up. Depends on your preferences.
even if you have those preferences, don't do it. But yeah, good shit. All right, this has been fun. It's been fun talking about these characters. There's a lot of egregious ones. I'm not gonna sit here and move them around. It's a dumb list. Tier lists are dumb. This game is dumb. This game is retarded. Don't get too emotionally attached to any of these.
It already does weird shit. It puts Dragunov top 1 and Feng top 4.
There you go. There you go. Interesting. Interesting. Of course, the list with Ganryu and Miguel is better, of course. And Katarina. Don't forget about Katarina Alves. Such a weird fucking list, bro. Yeah, large language models. This is why everyone's unemployed. This is why we're all unemployed. This is why we're all losing our jobs. We're all getting underpaid. Because of this shit. Damn. World's cooked. World's cooked. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. Interesting list. Characters. What character? What characters? I'm trying to think in terms of characters nerfs that I want. Character nerfs that I want. I'm really curious to know what they will do to Leo, what they will do to Kazuya, what they will do to Fakaram.
You can't really nerf it, really, right? Because the low from Leo, for example, it's there.
Yeah, that's my point. I think those are the characters I'm probably going to make a beeline to immediately, because I think if I read those patch notes, he'll tell me everything I need to know about the rest of the patch. For example, if they were like, yeah, we removed Bok 3+4, I'm like, this might be the best patch of all time. Because they're like, oh, they're willing to go that far. You know what I mean? Again, I'm not saying that change will make it the best patch, but I'm saying it would show an intentionality. An intention is the word that I'm like, oh, that's bold. Like we're actually just removing offense from the stance. I'm like, that's okay. They really mean it. If they were like, yeah, we're returning Kazuya's Hell Sweep tracking to where it was season 2 of Tekken 7, so you can now step block effectively against it, and you probably block the mid. I'm like, oh, that's a real change. They are really trying to tamper down the strength of just raw mixes. And similar with Fakaram, if they were like, yeah, we're actually making him a lot more punishable because we recognize that the range advantage is larger than we thought it was. That those kind of changes would suggest to me that what needs to shift in my mind is a philosophical difference. That's the big thing. And those changes I just described would mark a massive philosophical change. And then I would be confident that if I went through the rest of the characters, that you'd see a bunch of similar stuff. Like Horang would have lost options. A lot of other characters would have lost a bunch of options. But those are the sort of deep changes that I don't think are going to happen. I don't think they're going to remove options from characters. So I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, I have the same mindset because like I'm not dumb enough, like actually dumb or high on copium enough to expect that they assemble a Desert Eagle just to then take the bullets out.
Yeah,
like that's just not gonna happen. So,
but they might though.
But maybe
they might though. That's the thing. It's not. It's not. Is it likely? No. Is it impossible?
No.
Also no. Right.
I think it's actually. I would even say it's impossible. I would even bet like everything I have on it. But what I think is possible is that they can turn this version into something that is not Tekken 7, that's not Tekken 6, that's not Tekken whatever, but actually more fun. You know what I mean? It's never
potentially. Potentially. It's never going to be the old game.
What people want. Never. But maybe they can turn it into something that they didn't want, but is actually fun.
Agreed.
You know what I mean?
Agreed. No, agreed. That was always my island pitch, right? I 100% agree. I 100% agree.
The island.
Yeah, I totally think they can. But the thing is, it's like, let's say there's a bunch of changes I was thinking about. I was like, let's say they decided that the parries now activate faster. So every character who has a parry or reversal can now do it faster, let's say. Let's say that the aerial tailspin is dead. They got rid of strong aerial tailspin. Let's say they got rid of that. Let's say that wake up kicks were returned to their Tekken 7 properties. Right. And let's stick with those changes. And let's say heat now works exactly the same way, except the timer does not stop when a character is in the air or on the floor. Or in the air, let's say. Those 4 changes I described would have seismic differences. You know what I mean? There would be seismic.
Yeah.
Oki would completely be different. The amount of heat you would have to deal with would be completely fucking different, right? Would you keep counter hit on wake up low kick? Absolutely. I miss old wake up kick things. I absolutely would. I miss Tekken Oki. I really do. I missed Tekken Oki. Yeah, I would keep counter hit on wake up low kick. Because right now it just seems, yeah, Oki's really dumb. I feel like they really underestimated what the way that the game would feel now that the person on the floor has no way of threatening the person standing above them. No way.
I mean, I agree with you. I really agree with you. But for some reason, and this is the question that we both couldn't answer last time, where it's like Tekken 7 was the formula that did so well.
Yeah.
Like, why break with it? So, like, almost like they did Tekken 8 in a way that would suggest Tekken 7 was a
fail. Yeah. I thought about this actually since we last spoke, and I actually have an answer. Tekken, I actually think I said this in season 1, and I forgot my answer, and it's come back to me. I think Tekken as a brand is a household name. Like, people know Tekken. People who don't play video games know Tekken. Like, it has a mainstream awareness factor.
Yeah, definitely. The recent imploding of 2XKO makes it even more obvious that Tekken is actually popular. And
I think when you are Bandai Namco and you own a franchise with that level of market appeal in the current gaming landscape, and you see that your game only gets 180,000 players concurrently, you feel that's a failure, or you feel that it's underperforming, because it's if a new franchise is getting those numbers, you're celebrating. If a franchise with 30 years legacy, it's a household name, it's as recognizable as McDonald's, that's an exaggeration, but it's as recognizable as many other brands. People know it, people can name a character, even people that don't know the genre, and your player base is only whatever it was Tekken 7, I actually think you might look at that as a failure. And so you look at it and you go, okay, how do we get everyone else into our fucking game? How do we get everyone else? It's not enough that Finn T likes it and Ted the Third likes it and that, you know, Rip likes it. It's actually not enough. That's a fractional. Like, we need to get more people. And so I suspect they tried to do what Strive did, which is like Strive changed the formula and attracted a significantly larger player base than the one they had. And yeah, the old heads grumbled. Sure. But who cares?
Strive had a reason for it though, right? Like, I mean, Strive had a reason.
Yeah, but I think the reason is the same. I think the Tekken looks at Tekken 7's numbers and being like, but our brand is bigger, we should do more. And I think Strive is like, yeah, we had decent lower fan base, but we could get more. I mean,
how can you be so greedy though? Like, how can you be so?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's greedy. I don't know if it's greedy because I think we are biased because we are the old heads. So we just give us more of the same. But I totally understand if you run a brand, it's like, why? I can see the mismatch. I can totally see a mismatch where it's like, this brand should have more players based on the people who know about it. Typically, let's say, I don't know the test, but let's say you're going to go, any gaming brand that has this much recognizability typically has this many players concurrent when you release a live service game, and we're below that curve. I can totally see that happening, and I can totally see the desire to get more casuals in. Here's where I think they failed, and where fighting games typically fail. And this is the thing that I've really been thinking about this last week, because I got a lot of comments being like, oh, you know, I made a video being like, yeah, I think that the franchise, the genre is dying. Dying is maybe the wrong word, shrinking is probably the better word. And it's fine. Fighting games have always been a niche. They should always be a niche. And I was like, first of all, that's not true. Fighting games once upon a time were a pioneering genre in video games.
That's in the 90s.
Maybe, but but the idea that there's always been a niche is completely horseshit. Secondly, fighting games can't afford to become truly niche, right? For example, I'll talk to you about a niche genre, the CRPG. The CRPG is a niche genre, but it can afford to be because it made a comeback, right? And it can afford to be niche because it's a single player genre. So it doesn't matter if the genre as a whole is popular. It doesn't matter to me, right? I can still play Pillars of Eternity even if no one else plays it, right? I can actually play that game. Yeah. Whereas fighting games require an active community. So actually, there's a limit to how niche fighting games can afford to be. There is a point where if it becomes too niche, it just dies. So this idea that fighting games should just accept being niche is like, no, you shouldn't accept being niche, actually. Like, you should want fighting games to grow. Like, all multiplayer genres should see any lack of growth as death. Like, that's actually correct. That's actually correct.
But isn't everything in niche besides very fucking few things? Like, for example, RTS is a niche.
I think it's worse than a niche. I think it's a dead genre. I know there is
maybe that, but isn't it like big picture, right?
Sure.
Like, fighting games are doing like way better than they have done in like the early 2010s, late 2000s. Like, we have like, you can play Tekken, you can play Street Fighter, you can play MK,
sure.
You can, and all of these, or you can still play DBFZ. And
sure.
shit like that.
Sure.
Virtua Fighter makes a comeback. Dead
sure.
or Alive makes a comeback.
Sure.
2XKO, alright, but that's a bit of a weird
sure.
one.
Sure.
But isn't it doing well? Like, aren't we doing like super well?
For me, I don't think we're doing super well for the following reason, right? So, the people playing these games are the same people who were playing them back in the day. These genres are not attracting a bunch of new people. They're either occasionally.
So I don't know.
I think so. I think so, because I think if you were to poll the average age of fighting game players, it is moving up with each entry, which is not a good sign. It's in a similar place as comic books. Like, comic books is low-key like a dying medium, right? And you're like, oh, but look at the comic book movies. Yeah, but the people who buy comic books for the most part are people who have been buying comic books since forever. It's like the average age of comic book readers keeps going up. And
Street Fighter, you have like Blaz and shit and all the new ones?
No, Blaz is the exception. Blaz is the exception. Blaz is the Tekken 6. Street Fighter 6 is the exception.
Wait. I think you're actually right, because someone told me he plays like since 8 years.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Of course. Yeah, of course. I'll buy that. It's like King Ray Jr. King Ray Jr. has been playing since he was a child.
Yeah.
And now he's finally kind of reached to the international elite tier, but he's been playing since he was a child. So the rule still holds. He just started earlier than most people.
I don't know, man. I see so many comments that I get of people telling me I started with Tekken 8. It's my first Tekken and shit.
No, I'll buy that. But again, I think it's a selecting crowd, because you are a Tekken content creator, so you're going to see those comments. But my point is this. Here's how I'm looking at it, right? Because we're looking at it from the inside out. I think we should look at it from the outside in, right? Think about the total number of people who spend money on video games. Just total, right? And think about, okay, what percentage of that player base wants to buy a fighting game? general. And then of that percentage, which is a really small percentage, which percentage of that is going to invest their time into Tekken, right? And the problem is, in 3 to 4 years' time, Nakatsu and his boys are going to have to go to Bandai Namco and they're going to say, hey, we want money for a new fighting game. And they're going to look at that and they're going to be like, okay, what's the returns we can expect from this fighting game? And if we had put that money into a loot shooter or an online gacha game, or even just invested in the fucking US SMP, would we get better returns? And I suspect it is getting harder and harder to make that pitch, right? And like, for example, City of Wolves, like, I don't know anyone who plays City of Wolves who thinks that game was bad, mechanically. Everyone I know who plays it said the game's good, but it didn't matter, right? It flopped. And people are like, and then people are like, oh yeah, well that's different because they have an excuse. And you go, okay, cool. In fact, I remember having this argument about, I have this theory about what it will take for a fighting game to be successful, and I'll tell you in a bit. But this other guy, I remember, I wish I could find the comment. I spent ages looking for it. And he was like, you don't know what you're talking about, Chad. All that needs to happen is fighting games need to become free to play and it'll do well. And I was like, now with all with the 2XKO thing, I wish I could just find it and be like, yo, tell me how my ass tastes. Like, I wish I could find that comment. But like, everyone has an excuse for why fighting games keep failing. And the argument I made before is like, actually, it's a shrinking genre. The number of human beings who are willing to spend $60 on your fighting game isn't as large as you want it to be. But even more importantly, the number of people who are willing to spend 2,000 hours on a fighting game is more than you want it to be. And those people are typically going to spend the next 2,000 hours on the game or the franchise that they spent the last 2,000 hours on. That's the issue. So I don't know that our genre is large enough to support too many games. That's my issue. That's why I couldn't consider it a shrinking genre. So I'm like, yeah, if you release a new Tekken game, the people will come, right? But when you release a new Soul Calibur game, people will play it for a few months and then go back to Tekken, which is what happens to 6.
I think for Tekken, because Tekken in comparison to Fatal Fury, and even in comparison to 2XKO, because the branding from 2XKO is obviously was terrible. The name is terrible. Its name is so terrible. But Tekken has, like you said, it's a brand. Mm-hmm. People vibe with those characters. People vibe with that. People know that stuff. And I think for Tekken, what they are doing, I wish they would do a way better job, because trust me, I want to spend money on Tekken. I want to spend money on Tekken because I'm a Tekken player. I love that. I want to support this genre, especially for the reasons that you have said. Fighting games have it tough. Mm-hmm. I want to give them money, but I'm not fucking I want to give them money, but I want to give them money for good things, for good customization. I think this could be a step forward for Tekken, where they do monetization in a way where we are kind of happy with it. Whereas the costumes are not recycled dog shit, but amazing stuff that's created by really nice artists, and you're like, wow, that is sick, right? I happily spent my $4 on that, because then, even if you have a smaller player base, if you give them something to buy that they want to buy and they are relatively happy with each month, that's huge. Yeah. That's huge money. Yeah. I think Tekken will do fine, but how does a DOA, now we know a new DOA is going to be developed. Yes. Virtua Fighter, I'm quite worried about, simply because all of my friends know Tekken. Yep. Even in Germany, all of my real life friends, they know what Tekken is. Yes. No one knows what a Virtua Fighter is. Yeah, they couldn't name one. They could maybe name Akira at a push. That's about it. No, I'm with you. My theory has always been this, right? And this is why that commenter I talked about gave me a hard time, but it doesn't matter because I'm fucking right. I'm always right about stuff like this. If you want to make a fighting game and you want it to be successful in the year of our Lord 2026, 2027, whatever, you actually need to focus on the single player content. So much so that you actually need, the single player content actually needs to be, I would go so far as to say it needs to be the focus, and multiplayer is on the side. Similar to Pokemon. Yeah. Pokemon has a multiplayer competitive scene, but the vast majority of people who play Pokemon play it to create a character, do the badges, beat the Elite Four, beat the criminal organization, game's over. Yep. And they get 40 hours and they put the game down, right? And I'm a competitive guy, I'm a nerd, but we are so in the minority. And I think if Virtua Fighter is going to do its thing, it needs to come out, it needs to be, I create a character, I have amazing kung fu story, I get 40 hours, I can take Vanessa on a date, I get to do all this social shit, and I get to play 40 hours, and then I never go unranked, and I feel happy about my purchase. And then 5 years from now, you release a new VF game that lets me do it all over again, right? And then that player base subsidizes us,
the nerds who are like, well, actually, I'm going to learn. I'm going to sit in the lab. I'm going to hit the practice mode. I'm going to do all this. But like the game has to focus on them. Whereas far too often, what the games do is that they'll release like we need to have a good combat system, a decent training mode, a decent ranked, and then they slap together a story mode, which is a couple of cutscenes that put together a couple of fights.
Yeah, you're right, because you're just 100% right, because I can name you every single fighting game right now that you can still play and has an active player base. All of them have decent or actually good for a fighting game single player content.
Yep.
MK,
Yep.
Tekken,
Yep.
Street Fighter,
Yep.
Guilty Gear,
Yep.
DBFZ.
Yep.
They all have really good single player content.
You have to.
And all of the ones that are fucking gone
Yep.
or dead
Or
in the
dying.
water,
Yep.
Fatal Fury is the most sorry, like with that budget, is the most sorry excuse of single Hunter x Hunter, right? Hunter x Hunter. We already forgot about that game. Single player content is complete ass. Fatal Fury single player content is complete ass.
Basically, you
Fury,
won.
As much as it pains me, it's a bit too like a visual novel. Like bro.
Yep.
Like it's not. Yeah, you're just right. You're just fucking right. And honestly, even for me, I still remember, right? Yuri sending me a phishing link on my phone.
Yep.
Like that shit is actually good. Like
That man like fucking jokes with Cammy, taking pictures of E-Honda. And also just like, here's the thing, right? Everyone who buys a fighting game wants to feel that they are good at the fighting game. Let me say that again. Everyone who buys a fighting game wants to feel that they are good at a fighting game. And a single player mode allows you to have that feeling for a good 20 hours, where you're just going through, you're beating up all these mooks. Level 1, level 2, level 6. You get all this stuff, unlocking these moves. You get like a 20-hour run. And that's all people really want, right? And so, and a lot of people, I remember having this discussion about, Chad, why didn't you buy Tekken Tag? And I was like, I was a casual at the time, and I already bought Tekken 6, and there was no story mode in Tekken Tag, so I didn't care. Because I was like, I'm not playing online. Like, online playing fighting games online wasn't a thing for me. So I was like, so there was nothing there for me. And I'm the target demo, because I'm someone who likes fighting games. I was watching like Mike Ross and Gutek's Excellent Adventures. Like I was fighting scene adjacent. I was absolutely a gettable target. But when I'm sitting there in game, you know, our major game retailer, and I'm looking at the options I could buy, I'm like, well, I already have Tekken 6. So if I want to just button bash with my friends, I already have that. And this is just offering me more of that online. That's not enough. Oh, but it's a better game. Doesn't matter. Like, that's not enough. But Tekken 7 with the stories going forward, like it's the laser edition in this thing, and you know, and there was a lot of hype behind it at the time. The point I'm trying to make is they've got to commit to single player content, and they need to realize that it cannot be good multiplayer fighting game, good trading mode with a story mode attached. It has to be like, no, this is like a action adventure game with a multiplayer component attached. Like the ratio needs to go that far. And there's people who hate that and like, oh, but you're abandoning the hardcore for the casuals. And I'm like, the opposite is true. The more they give the casuals, the more they can leave us alone, right? Because if let's say you have a really complex and mechanically dense game, right, like actual meta game for the competitive players, but the single player, you don't have to engage with any of that in the single player. You can just kind of play, pretty much just button mash your way to the win. You have a lot of fun. Like you can have way more fun. Whereas what's happening now is that they are trying to make the actual core combat noob friendly, right? So their efforts to appeal to the noobs are being implemented into their core mechanics. Like no, that's not how you wanted to do it. That's not how you want it to be, right? And so my argument is actually the more you want the competitive element to be nuanced and deep and complex, the more important it is that the single player is super noob friendly, and I can get 60 hours of just like, I'm just going to beat up faceless bad guys or even bosses, and it's going to tell me that I'm awesome for like 60 straight hours. And like Mortal Kombat is like the best example of this. Mortal Kombat is ass, but it's the best selling out of all of them because it has it consistently has the biggest story mode, the most ambitious story mode, the most stuff to get emotionally invested in. So even though it's widely considered to be the most ass mechanically of the core fighting games, it also sells more than the core fighting games. That's not a coincidence. So just give me, so when, if you're going to release a new Virtua Fighter, it needs to give me fucking Ghost of Tsushima, but like, instead of like samurai movie, give me like 80s kung fu action movie. Like you got to go deep. Like, and if they go there, it'll do well.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, also even that, I know it's a bit of an maybe an unfair comparison or dishonest one, but even the competitive fighting game adjacent genre, the like brawler or arena fighter, those ones live entirely off of single player shit, and I have bought all of those Dragon Ball Budokai games, or even Naruto Ninja Storm stuff. And yes,
Xenoverse 2 was great. I love that game. Fuck Fighter Z. Xenoverse 2 is where it's at. Xenoverse is
maybe
great.
a bit of an apple and oranges stuff, maybe.
But it doesn't have to be. But it doesn't have to be. Exactly. That's the thing. It doesn't have to be. Why? Why is it apple and oranges?
Because no one says that you can't attach something like that to Tekken. So I think you're right. And also, it's just I watched very old. I still want to do this video. Like when Harada left, I want to make. Sorry, I want to argue. Not argue, but like Sweet Shoe says, World Tour is generally ass. Maybe the worst story I've ever seen too. It's crazy how nobody mentions it. The story is bad, yes, but
it's fun though. It's fun. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's fun.
The story's ass, but it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, I only played it to get the costumes, right? Because that was also a good incentive. I played
Fighter.
To get
Oh god, sorry. I sorry to keep interrupting you for these comments, but I'm like, Fighter Z was way better than Xenoverse. Are you joking? Fighter Z was incredible. Which sold better in terms of single player content? Xenoverse is a way more fun game. Fighter Z is a better game, fighting game. Xenoverse was great. Xenoverse was great. Xenoverse was amazing. I love Xenoverse, but it's not a fighting game. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm trying to say. Xenoverse 2 it's still going. It's still going. Xenoverse 2 release content keeps releasing super content. This is what I'm trying to tell you, Shinpei. You are talking about it like a fighting game player, right?
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Right? But I'm talking about Xenoverse sold incredibly. And what I want you to imagine is this. Imagine Fighter Z had Xenoverse style single player. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I thought Xenoverse was ass. I think crazy. I love Xenoverse. I love Xenoverse.
Why do you think in Street Fighter 6 I can opt as a competitive player to not download the single player content? Like, they are doing what you said. They are making these two branches. Obviously, they go a little bit more on the side of also simplifying gameplay with modern controls and stuff, but that doesn't have to be necessarily the case.
Sweet Shoes, you said I found it a waste of time frustrating, honestly. Did you finish it?
You mean the Xenoverse stuff?
No, he's talking about Sweet Shoes is talking on YouTube. He's talking about I found the single player in Street Fighter to be horseshit and a waste of time. And I'm like, clearly
it is look, bro. Okay, it is horseshit and a waste of time for you as a competitive player. Same way the Tekken 8 story mode is a waste of time and complete dog shit, right? But bro, I played through it, and I can clearly see if I had bought this game, I was in the shoes of a customer that wanted it for a fighting game. But if I were the casual, the kid, the 15-year-old, the 12-year-old, or whatever year-old, right, who just buys a video game, and I bought that, I'm like, there's shit here. Like, there is stuff here. Like, I have a complete competitive fighting game, and I have a single player a playable adventure game, sort of, with even a loot system and quests and stuff. Like, that is something. And yes, that was the first time they tried this. That was the first attempt. That was the prototype.
Yeah. The thing is, Sweet Shoes is looking at this, but this is the problem, I think, and I'm not picking on you. I think you're actually representative of a lot of thinking, and it's actually the thinking that I think gets fighting games in trouble, because they try to appeal to you. But I'm like, but they've already got you. You already showed up for Street Fighter. You already showed up for Tekken. The thing about World Tour is, I think World Tour has probably created more Street Fighter characters than the Tekken World Tour did.
Yeah.
Or Street Fighter characters than Street Fighter World Tour, whatever it's called, right? Because you can put an 8-year-old in front of the World Tour and be like, this Luke guy seems pretty cool, and I'm going to put a bunch of buttons. And you know what I mean? It's created more players. And when you talk to any Tekken player, you have to remember that we all started off as casuals. We didn't know we wanted to become Tekken players. We didn't come out the womb wanting to play Tekken, right? We all played Tekken 3 and button bashed, and watched the movies, and the movies were fun, and they made us laugh, and we got emotionally attached to it. So then when Tekken 6
actually first, it was my first game.
Tekken 6 was my first one.
Campaign mode.
Sure, but you played the campaign mode. But the point is, there's an emotional casual friendly thing that turned you into a fan. And so now, when Tekken 8 comes out, fuck it, I don't care about story mode. I still haven't finished story mode. I don't give a fuck, right? But you didn't start that way, right? You didn't start that way. You came in super casual, and you needed something to get you there, right? You needed something to get you there.
It's no longer the old days. I watch these old Harada interviews because I still want to make a proper arc, like a video about his leaving and what like what all the really impactful statements were that he made throughout his career, right? And to learn about like maybe even what happened with Tekken 8, and I think I'm getting close to that, to like really figure out what led to this and what led to Tekken 7 and so on. But there's an interview, a very short one, prior to the release of Tech Tournament 2. And he said, and this is the old days, he said, literally he said this, people buy our game because of its biggest quality, and he said the competitive balancing. Like he literally said this. He said, that is really important for our game. That is a really big quality. The competitive balancing. He literally said this, competitive balancing. That's the big one. That's the big one. Harada is the old guard. Like Harada is like, we are making a fighting game. So the biggest quality that we offer is competitive integrity and balancing. Like he is the old guy. That is why since 2019, since he is off of Tekken, it happened what happened, right? Let's be like, it's not sometimes, Chad, sometimes we don't need to make a whiteboard with like insane
you can just see it.
To be off this shit since 2019, since before season 3 of Tekken 7. And since that point, every Tekken player tells you we are going in a weird direction, and suddenly competitive gameplay like
is no longer the thought.
Is no longer
not a priority.
But on the other hand, they are also not doing what you suggest. This is the problem here.
It's really heartbreaking, and it's really funny. I had this moment where last time I was speaking to the buff guy, we were having this powwow. You know, it's like we were butting heads, we're arguing, blah blah, right? But there was this moment where we were talking about like when we fell in love with Tekken. He's talking about taking the ferry from A to B, and there was like Tekken cabinets, and he found out there was a Tekken 3 cabinet, and just being blown away by like the cutscenes and stuff like that. And what's really funny is that up to that point, we spent an hour talking about frame data and moves and blah blah blah. But the biggest smile on this motherfucker's face came when he was talking about just the cutscenes and seeing Yoshimitsu emerge in the shadows like the Predator in Tekken 3, or falling in love with Kazuya when he back in Tekken 2, because that was his first game. And like the stuff that turns you into a fighting game player isn't the competitive stuff, and people forget that.
No,
because you become a competitive player later, and then all you see is frame data, all you see is balance. But you forget that the thing that turns you into a player is like, wow, that character is really hot, or like that moment was really cool, right? Or that story beat was really dope. I can't believe he did that. Or that was really funny. Like you forget that it's all the character stuff. Like one of the most important things, I've said this before, I would have loved, and it's too late now, I think. Oh, definitely too late now. But I would have loved, in Mortal Kombat, how before every fight, no matter what characters you pick, they will have an interaction with each other. And I was like, bro, I would love to know what Steve Fox and Anna Williams think of each other. I really want to know. I really want to know. Like, I really want to be like, if you, like, I can imagine Anna being like, if you dare call me auntie, I will kill you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I want to see what that interaction is like. I really want to know what I don't know, what Leroy thinks of I don't know, of Clive Rossfield. I don't care. I don't know.
Think about Miyagi-Zo here. Like, she's one of the most insane. Like, she has literally a fighting god relationship, and there's nothing done with her.
There's nothing done with her.
Like, what the fuck?
And I mean, yeah, exactly. There's tons of them. Miyagi-Zo would ingratiate. There's a chance that not everyone, but all us old heads hated Miyagi-Zo, right? Here's the thing. There's a very good chance if, let's say, she had a unique interaction with every single character, and she was really charming and funny, and everyone points out like, you don't look like a fighter, and she's like, well, I'll look like a fighter when I punch you in the face. I'd be like, hey, I like this bitch. Like, all of a sudden, you can win her over if she says the right things, right? Exactly, this is the thing. Exactly. And they really have a hard time, like, even Azucena, like, I've said this before, I think Azucena's voice performance is really good. I think her personality really comes across in her animations. But the problem is, all she talks about is coffee, right? So she seems like retarded. Whereas, like, if she had a funny interaction with every character that ideally wasn't related to coffee, I could absolutely see an alternate universe where she's actually one of the most loved characters and she becomes a mainstay. Because her voice actress is really good. Like, you get a sense of her energy. I'm happy to be here. I'm going to do violence. Like, you can absolutely see other people being like, I would love to see an interaction between her and Kazuya. Because their energy is so different. Like, it's so different. And her trying to make Kazuya smile, like, would be funny as fuck. And everyone would love it. The Kazuya fans would love it because he wouldn't smile, and the Azucena fans would, like, my point is, like, character stuff really matters, and it doesn't take much. You don't have to have major cutscenes. You have to pay the voice actors, of course, and I guess you have to animate the lips. But just if every character had an interaction with every other character, Like, it would do so much for the universe. So much for the universe. And like Tekken is really struggling. Tekken's having a similar problem to WWE, where it's struggling to make memorable new characters, and it's constantly like the people who the community cares about are the old people, because the new guys don't really get anywhere near as much time. Whereas like there's a very good chance that Claudio could be like I mean, to be fair, Claudio gets more shine than most people. But like, even that small interaction between Hwoarang and Asuka was fucking great in the story mode. I don't know if you remember it. Where like Seo Jin's cousin.
Oh yeah.
Like, it was a bit of banter, and I'm like, oh, I've never seen these two interact. That's really funny. That's a really interesting character. Like, it doesn't take much. Like, but they've underestimated the importance of that. Like, stop trying to dumb down the movement. Don't dumb down DSS. Make it just as hard as it was, but just give like newbie lore players the ability to just beat up in a really interesting story mode, and they're happy, bro. They're happy. They're actually happy. You don't have to dumb down the actual core player base, the core characters. So yeah, like I think unlike Nina, Anna would actually accept Steve as his nephew. 100%. It would be super interesting. Maybe she does. Maybe she tries to recruit him to take down Nina. You hate Nina. I hate Nina. We have so much in common, right? It would be so fun.
Yeah, you know, you're right. Like my favorite one is actually between Heihachi and Kazuo, where Heihachi basically just tells him before the round, "Yeah, I'm back, bitch." And
it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, it's so good.
The way he looks, he just looks at him.
Like, why won't you die?
So
yeah. It's great. It's great. It's great. It's great. It's so good. Yeah, 100%.
He looks just fucking annoyed.
It's like, why won't you just die?
So good.
It's brilliant, and that's all it takes. That's all it takes. Literally a couple line exchanges, and that's all we see. That's all we need. And Mortal Kombat does it so well. Every character has an interaction with other characters, and I, being the loser that I am, I will watch it every time. Every time a new Mortal Kombat comes, I've spent hours just watching the interaction between characters that I like. Like, I want to know what Johnny Cage says to every character, and I'll watch that 30-minute video of Johnny Cage interacting with every character. And like, I want to know what fucking Melina says to every character, because I love Melina. Okay, what does she say to every single character? I want to know what Sindel says to every single character, and I'm laughing. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it's about. Oh shit, what's that? Oh, big picture. I stood on my controller. Big picture mode. Anna, come Steve, help me kill your mother. Like, bro, it'd be so funny, bro. I'm like, what does Eddie say? Because Eddie has a lot of history with people. So I want to know what Eddie says to all the characters he's had interactions with. All of them. Brian's another one. Like, Brian's a funny one. Like, I think Brian, being a psychopath, would be really interesting to see him interact with everyone. And just watch everyone just be scared of him, or like creeped out by him. And even I give what's her name, Reina, a lot of shit. But there's a chance I could probably buy Reina a lot more if she interacted with more people. Like, I would love to see. I would love to see Reina and Fang interact. Because like
Reina and Lily and shit, like,
Reina and Lily, like, it would just be so funny, and it's just like, you need to relax. I'm like, there's no relaxing here. Like, it would just be really fun. Like, I was thinking this earlier. I think Fang and Reina would be so funny, just because they are, one, Reina's older than Fang, weird, and two, like, they're both obsessed with strength. So even though technically they have nothing in common, I could absolutely see a situation being like, I'm in charge now. Will you work for me? And if you beat me, sure. That's it. That's the only interaction. And then you're ready to see where that goes in Tekken 9.
Yeah, I think the story would hit, like, the story would get way more people in, and have like a really good moments if they stop treating it that seriously, which is what they did with Street Fighter 6.
Yes.
They said, okay, let's stop doing this whole Bison is stealing souls and crazy shit. Let's make this a bit of a fun experience here, and it worked. It, like, for me, it worked. Is the story good in Street Fighter 6? No,
but the characters,
makes no sense. No, it's after
100%.
It's after Street Fighter 3, and yet, like, a lot of Street Fighter 3 characters just completely miss the story, which is insane. But it works it works. It just works. Like, I enjoyed talking with.
But here's why it works. So I've learned this as a writer. I've worked on. I still do work in television occasionally, and like, one of the things you realize as you write things is that it's not about plot, it's about character. Like, the actual plot isn't what's relevant. What you care about is Jin and his relationship with Heihachi, and Heihachi's relationship with Kazuya, and Nina's relationship with this, and Jin's relationship with Hwoarang. It's always about individual relationships between brain X and brain Y. That's what it's about. So the plot can be nonsensical, but if there are really interesting interactions between characters, you fall in love with the quote-unquote story or the quote-unquote universe. That's the thing. And Mortal Kombat gets that. Mortal Kombat is completely changing his story, moving around everything. But like, it's still fun to watch Johnny Cage and Katana banter. it's still great to watch Kung Lao be an arrogant jerk and be called out by Raiden. Like, it's still funny. Like, that's the thing. Not even necessarily funny. They can be serious. They can be tragic. It doesn't have to be funny. I'm not trying to turn it into a comic relief game. But having the broad range of relationships, some relationships would be funny. Like Lee, I love Lee. Because Lee's actually like so funny, right? Anyone he interacts with is having a good time. Like Lee, and I want to see an interaction between Lee and everyone. What the fuck what would Lee say to Kazuya? You know what I mean?
Yeah, true, yeah.
Like, because they've been through so much. Like, what would Lee say to Kazuya? What would Lee say to Kazuya? I need that. Like, I actually fucking need that. Like, what would Lee say to fucking Devil Jin? Just like, calm down, bro.
Yeah.
Like, calm down. Put away the horns.
Interesting stuff that they didn't capitalize on. Like this whole, for me, this is why I actually liked the Tekken. I really liked. Sorry, that's maybe the wrong word.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the Tekken 7 story is so much better than the Tekken 8 one. Like
100%. What are you talking about? You're saying that like it's a controversial position, bro. The interactions in 7 are infinitely better than 8, bro. Fucking when Akuma shows up, bro, it's cinema. It's actually cinema. And like the Heihachi Mishima like having to kill Kazumi and crying at the end about his single tear, it's massive. It's so much better. And you notice how the story was better when there was less Jin. When there was less Jin.
And you have all this potential as still with Jinpachi, who is so weird because he's a good guy. Why not? Oh man, you're right. Like
same with Shaheen. So Shaheen is a non-entity. Yeah. But if Shaheen had a single interaction with every character, you would have a sense of, okay, here's who he is. I might like him. You know what I mean? Or Leo. Like, there's a lot of characters who get shit on because they're quote unquote boring. But my argument is always like, they don't get to interact with anyone. Whereas if you saw them interact with everyone, you'd actually have a clearer opinion. There might be a really funny interaction between like a Shaheen and Armor King about revenge that makes you go, I actually like Shaheen now a lot. And it might just be one of 30 interactions, but like if you know, he's going for revenge and Shaheen just tells him like revenge isn't worthwhile, or vice versa, or they both talk about how they both want revenge or something. You can have moments where like they don't, like I said, they don't have to be funny. They could be like poignant. Like you can have that. It could be really interesting.
Yeah, and it's not that difficult. Like,
it's not hard.
This whole fucking bullshit World War stuff and make it about what it is about, a tournament, and then these characters just, because the tournament goes for a couple of days or a week,
they all meet.
They interact with each other, right? They hang out with each other. They, you know what I mean? They get to know each other. Like, why not? Like, it's a tournament.
So hold on, Shinpei is like, no, Leo and Shaheen are boring. Again, I disagree only because, don't get me wrong, if you find them boring, I get that. But here's the problem. There are certain character archetypes who are easy to make interesting. If you make him an edgy boy, he's inherently interesting because he fights everyone. The problem with like lawful good characters, to use the D&D term, is it's hard to make them interesting unless they actually relate to people. But I can absolutely see a situation where Leo, like goes up to someone who is like scared or like bows and is super respectful. You've been like, I actually kind of like this person, or I like what they say. Like, or if Leo is clearly like nervous before the fight, but like puts on a good fight ahead of time, like you can, it's harder to sell lawful good and it requires more character work. Whereas like edgy boy Brian, easy to sell. Just have him punch someone at the end of the fight, even though they're unconscious. Okay, character sold, right? So the thing is with Shaheen and Leo is that they are lawful good. And so, but that doesn't work unless they actually interact with people. Like, but they don't have that. So my argument isn't that you're wrong to find them boring. My point is that they haven't had a chance to be anything other than boring. And that's what pissed me off. Same with Josie, to go back to Tekken 7, like Josie Rizal, all she ever did was cry. And I'm like, okay, but like I could actually see, if imagine she had an interaction with every other character in the game, we would probably like Josie. Because I think, again, her voice acting was really good. And like, if she had a decent interaction, like what would she say to Kazuya? She's terrified of everyone. What would she say to Kazuya? What would she say to Miguel? Like I can imagine her having this like, I can imagine Miguel telling Josie, hey, you remind me of my sister. And there being like this moment. Like, it would do so much for both of those characters. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's maybe it's just the writer in me, but they've got us, and they could get a whole new generation of people in if they just give them what we got given, with like just interesting cutscenes and character-filled moments. But they don't have those. Leo and Steve could have so much potential cool yes, exactly. Leo and Steve could have interesting moments, right? Because they were basically like Leo's mom would have been working on the project that created Steve. So there's stuff there. There's stuff there. And neither of them get to explore it. This is what I'm saying. Lucky Chloe des. Yeah, Lucky Chloe, why not? Why not? It'd be funny if we find out that I can imagine Asuka being a Lucky Chloe fan and not wanting to admit it. There's all kinds of interactions. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a big picture. I really agree with you, because what they're doing now was obvious that, and I mean, what shocks me so much is that they said it. Like, they said it in the season 2, the famous defensive patch interview.
Lol.
They said, we are completely aware that the game resonates very negatively with the established audience.
Yeah.
So obviously, to me, it's kind of crazy that this would surprise them. That is very crazy to me that they said it surprises them. But like you admit that this focus on making warping the gameplay,
mm-hmm.
that it's not really. I admire them for being so bold that after Tekken 7 they try something so extreme. I kind of admire their balls. But on the other hand, it's time to, if this shit doesn't work out, because let's be real, if anything, Tekken 8 does exactly as well in terms of player retention and active player base as Tekken 7. It didn't grow.
Mm-hmm.
That is the maximum, with good faith, right? With a lot of good faith and a lot of tolerance, that's where we at.
Yeah.
But how is the sentiment around the game? Is the sentiment around the
That's
game
the issue.
any favor in growing this shit in the
exactly.
future? No.
And by the way, that is actually a large part of the reason why I actually am quite hopeful for season 3. Because for the longest time, they've been like, well, we're going to ignore sentiment so long as we get the player base. But sentiment has never been this toxic around Tekken. So much so that they are at the potential of damaging the brand. So now it's we actually can't actually ignore sentiment. We actually have to win the sentiment war back. We actually can't ignore it, which is why they know. They actually know, because they are in brand damage territory. And they can't afford to do that. They actually can't afford to do that. It's one thing to make a game that's bad, but the brand stays intact. It's another thing for you to actually actively be pissing off the people, your biggest cheerleaders. They can't afford to. They really can't afford to. Because it's affecting their ability to basically make a Tekken 9, basically. So they got to get this right, bro. They actually have to get this right. Because, they absolutely have to get this right. Shinpei, you can see the potential, but I don't think they actually made anything there underneath the boring surface. Leo and Shaheen are pro wrestlers without a gimmick. I buy that, but I don't think they are pro wrestlers. I think maybe it's just because I grew up watching a lot of kung fu movies. The archetype of you are in a world full of dangerous fighters and you have this young guy who comes in and he's just kind of I'll try my best. And he turns out that he's fucking godlike. That archetype exists and he's badass. But it is only badass if he interacts with badasses. Do you know what I mean? The person who on the surface looks out of his depth. Why is this twink doing fucking high-powered Baji Chuan techniques? That's the point. That's always been the mystique. Leo does not look like they belong. Right? And I like the idea of Leo being scared and being nervous, and in a universe full of super confident people, you need that. But again, it only works if you see that contrast. This is my point. And even Shaheen is this serious person who's out for revenge. But it means nothing if you don't actually see the interactions happen. I genuinely believe it wouldn't take a rocket science to make Leo and Shaheen really interesting. But they haven't done it. That's the thing. They haven't done it. So my argument isn't that they are interesting. My argument is that they could have been, but their writing and their commitment to story is just trash. That's my only argument. But Azucena, I'm worried about. No, I'm worried about Azucena. Azucena is not going to be Tekken 9, but I think it's a waste because I think Azucena visually is stunning, voice work is stunning, and I actually think her gameplay style is quite interesting. But she's gonna flop. Which is a shame because she doesn't have anything to say. You know what, Shinpei? You're out here talking shit about Leo as if Paul isn't whack. You might like it, but it's just Gohan again. Okay, but Gohan's a loved character. What are you talking about? Gohan's a great example. Gohan's actually the perfect example. Even if Gohan's not your favorite character, Gohan's a loved character. And when Gohan fucking blows up fucking Cell, it's a great moment. But yeah, whatever. I'm gonna deal with the Gohan haters. But yeah, that's my feeling about it. I would love to see them focus more on the story. But yeah, fuck Tekken. Fuck Tekken. If DOA is going to come out, they have to focus on single player content. if Virtua Fighter is going to come out, they have to focus on single player content, and they need to sell their game primarily as an action adventure game first, with a multiplayer component on the side. That's how they need to develop. That's the level they need to focus on.
DOA is tough because the story is very
trash,
weird and whack.
It's trash.
Like very weird and very whack. But I'm gonna tell you, right? The Marvel Rivals fan service and Guna shit, right?
Yep.
Bro, it's accepted. Just do it. Lean full into it. Like do the maximum you can while still securing like a somewhat reasonable age rating. Although, no, excuse me, I think DOA, even DOA fighting games were sometimes like M-rated in America, right? Like
I don't know about the American rating, but what I will say is this though, like I think that they need to do a MK9 where they just start again story. Just do it again.
Yeah,
just start again. Yeah. And really go into it, and then change the things you want to change, keep the things you want to keep. I think that's where they need to go. In fact, I would argue that that's where VF needs to go too. Like I just feel like it's we're telling the story from the start, and we are changing everything to make it more interesting. Because when we first made up these games back in the 90 whatever, like we were just kind of young 20 somethings. We didn't know it was going to be a successful franchise. Now you have time to think about it. Now we're going to lock in. We'll retcon certain stuff, and this is going to be the best version of the story we've got going forward. Like I think that they both need to go in that direction.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely. Yeah, definitely. That's a good one.
I mean, arguably Tekken 3 did the same thing. Tekken 3 was like, which was the big one for the franchise. It was a 10-year jump forward.
Yeah, and now we are exactly there forever. Now it doesn't go forward.
Yes.
It doesn't go forward, doesn't go backwards. We are doing the same stuff for all it, like in a looping, like Mortal Kombat does after 9, right? In a looping time, it's just always the same. Yeah,
it's kind of crazy. But yeah, DOA coming out is kind of hype. I'm probably going to pick up a copy of I mean, I already have the free version, but I was really thinking, should I pay money to get La Mariposa? I might, but season 3 is about to come out, so now's not the best time. But yeah, I do want to give DOA a month, and ironically I'm now more motivated now that I know another DOA is coming out. And that's actually another thing that I've realized, that so much of whether you get into a fighting game is whether you have faith that the community will be there in the future, because it's such an investment.
It comes out in June.
But just getting the game now and just try to getting familiar with the fundamentals of the game, so I kind of know what I'm playing into. It'll be great. And I got my eye on La Mariposa. She's my girl. I know who I'm playing. Although Rachel looks pretty cool. I like bouncing people like a basketball. So yeah, I might jump in. That's
crazy that they do last round after 7 years. But hey, I mean, obviously I was right. At the beginning we didn't know there was actually a new DOA project.
Yeah.
So, and I already said
they're probably testing it for the future. Yeah. But the thing is, it's like it's not that crazy, because again, it's the Revo situation. I've said this before. I'm like, we need more Revos. I'm surprised that Bandai Namco hasn't done the same thing for Soul Calibur, because it'll cost you way less money to just introduce rollback and crossplay into Soul Calibur and then re-release it as a product. So many people, including people that have already bought the old version, would just buy the new version at a discounted price. I'm like, that's a great way to make a profit, because you don't actually have to sell that many copies in order to make your money back. Do you know what I mean? So I'm surprised there aren't more Revos. I think we're probably going to see more Revos going forward, of just like, hey, here's the newest version of an old fighting game. You pick it up on the cheap, and we'll gauge. It's less investment, and the people who play it will have fun. They didn't want to buy Revo. A lot of people bought Revo. A lot of people. Whether people are still playing is a separate question. Although, interestingly, I now constantly get games online because of the crossplay, which is interesting. And I'm really happy with that. So I was thinking about this the other day, because I was like, I very rarely get games. I'm like, but actually I've not really tried to get more games since the World Tour thing came out. And ever since then, I'm like, I'm constantly getting green bar games locally. I no longer have to search worldwide. Like, this is fun. So this is good. So I should play more. But long story short, yes, if you have crossplay, and the game's cheap, and I don't know if the Switch 2 version is out for Revo. But my point is, Soul Calibur needs a Revo. Just do it. Just fucking do it, guys. Like, it won't cost you any money, and I'll play the fuck out of that game. Soul Calibur Revo would be fun.
One thing though about I'm already fucking worried, man, because
about what? Which one?
DOA 6.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I know how Koei Tecmo treats this franchise, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And DOA 5 last round, which everyone says is
It's really good. Yeah, it's really good.
Competitive DOA experience, and for good reason. The problem is when they did that, and they don't care. Like, they put that shit on PC without online. It came out without online at all. They had to patch online in, and to this day, it doesn't have lobbies on the PC. So if they treat it like this, and it's look, I'm fearing. I really fear this is going to be a really low effort, like not really revised version, like just basically a borderline re-release.
Sure.
Look, it would be so devastating if all they do is they now give like people. I mean, I don't know, because the customization, the microtransactions are egregious, complete dog shit, low quality, and insanely overpriced. And if they now make this part of last round, and that's like all that is, bro. I don't know. I hope they do it right. Like,
you know what? I low-key disagree with you. I hope they half-ass it. Here's why. If I know that sounds weird, but hear me out. If they go, this game has crossplay now, and it has rollback netcode, that alone would do so much good for the community that exists. It would cost them very little. It means that they could charge us very little. And they do one final balance patch, and they do this. I actually think that would work, because the thing is with Revo, I think Revo was like perfect pitch. What I mean by that is, like, that game has made its money back because it didn't spend much money on it, and it has brought in a new crop of people. It's not mainstream successful, but like, it's made its money back, like, which is low-key kind of a miracle. Like, not every game can be Tekken 9. You know what I mean? Like, I think they have pitched Revo correctly, which is why I keep asking for a Revo. So if this new if this new DOA is a Revo, we're not going to put much money behind it. It's the same game, okay? It's the same game, but with balance tweaks that have been asked for the past 7 years, maybe some system changes, modest system changes, the net play, and you can play against more people. That will be enough, especially if they charge $12 for it. That's perfect. That's actually perfect.
That is what it. Okay. No, you're not wrong. That is what last round is. That is what it is. It is like usually I think it had like a lot of the customs were in, and you had a new stage, and you had like one new stage, and the rest was like battle adjustments, right? So you're not wrong, but I think Koei Tecmo is gonna do a Koei Tecmo on this, and like half asses even that shit, and then the price is like $50.
Yeah, then they're fucked. Yeah, if they try that, they'll be fucked. But I don't know. I have not interacted with them as a company, but I suspect if they're like, look, we've got this. We currently have this product, DOA 6, which is making us zero money. If we invest this paltry amount of money to do this, all of a sudden we can sell it again for another $30, and it's another cash injection, and we can use it to gauge what people like about it, re-drum up interest in this franchise. It seems like a win-win to me. But you're right. If they half-ass it, so it's less than a Revo, and they charge $60 for it, then they've shit the bed. So we'll see what they do. But I'm suspecting that they won't do that. But we'll see. It got Revo. Clearly it did. They would not make VF6 if it didn't. I suspect VF6 was going to happen regardless. VF5, to me, seems like their plan to... Oh, DOA 6 LR is $40. Steam page is up. $40. That's a lot. But is that you're getting? But are you getting all the DLC?
Yeah, but the DLC is shit. Guys,
don't do it. 40 is a lot. Bro, the
DLC outfits are complete dog shit.
40 is a lot.
Like
40 is a lot. 40 is a lot. Look, I'm not gonna argue with you. 40 is a lot. 40 is way more, because Revo was like 15. It's like $15 for this 20-year-old game. Reselling us 40 is a bit much. It's a bit much.
And how mad, bro? I would be so pissed if I was one of the guys who bought DOA 6 and actually bought one of those custom bundles, because I tell you what, chat, like, bro, the Christmas outfit,
yeah, on everyone. Yeah, I've seen it. Yep.
But you need to buy it in a bundle, and that shit costs like 20. That shit did cost 20 something euros, bro. I would be so pissed. Holy fuck.
Oh god. Yeah, $40 for a resale game that nobody played. Because the thing is, I would pick up DOA. I think there's a lot of DOA curious people. The same way that there was a lot of VF curious people. And so if I'm curious about the game and it's $10, I'll buy the game. Because if I play and I don't like it, I don't feel that bad. But if I spend $40 on your game, I need to play it. You know what I mean? Like, I need to know that I enjoy it. But I don't know that I enjoy it yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a bad pitch. They should have rolled this at like $20. They should have rolled it at $20. Because it's a 7-year-old game at this point. Yeah. We'll see. But the fact that we're talking about DOA is a good thing. I want more DOA. Yeah. It would be nice if there was a DOA 5 Revo. Might have been good too. The one that everyone wants, but we will see. But yeah, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. It's 1 a.m. I'm hungry as fuck. I'm gonna go get some food. Thank you for joining me on this. Phineas T. Check out this shitty ass tier list. I'll try and edit this into a watchable thing for YouTube. Thanks for following me on YouTube if you're there. Like and subscribe, all that shit. Yeah. Are you doing anything Tekken related tomorrow? Is anything happening? Any tournaments? Or are you just living your regular ass life?
What, me?
Yeah, you.
I have some videos, but I didn't put them out yet just because I don't fucking know, man. Everyone is waiting for the fucking patch, and
yeah, sure. Go follow Finty,
yeah,
by the way, if you're not already. Go follow Finty. No one's watching this who isn't already following you, but if you are, go follow the boy.
Probably not. But yeah, there was yesterday there was a tournament in the top 8 of a tournament in Pakistan where Atif played Brian Fury in tournament.
Oh boy, Atif Brian is godlike.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Otherwise,
yeah, go on.
Yeah, everyone is waiting for the fucking patch, right? So yeah.
Okay.
Not much.
Hold on, I got people bet channel points at the beginning on which would be better. People bet on Google, they were wrong. ChatGPT clearly won with its inclusion of Miguel. Lol. Anyway, in a bit, gang. It's been a pleasure. Have a good one. Have a good weekend. I'll probably stream something tomorrow. I might play some more Tekken. We'll see. I think I want to learn Leroy. He seems dumb. Go on. What's up?
How about you play cards to Judy?
Listen.
Huh?
Listen.
Bro, that would be the biggest weapon in your hands
listen to me. There is no, let's say I did that. Do you think the Kazuya player base will go, you were right, Chad. You were right. I take back everything I said. These Kazuya players don't give a fuck. They will always move the goalposts. They will always blame the region. They will. I'm not doing it. And the thing is, I barely like this game when I'm playing characters that I like.
That is true, but the feeling, like what you do to a Kazuya player when they're like, then when they see you on like Ling or some shit, they assume like, oh, you're like a cunt, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they are in your chat and they talk about like Kazuya and shit and blah blah blah, and they're like a fucking hard stuck Tekken Emperor Kazuya, right? And you then tell them that they are wrong, right? And blah blah blah, and they're like, what is even your rank on like any mission? And you're like, yeah, I played your character to GD, bro. Like, bro.
It's
like,
I hear it. It would be funny. I hear it, but it's not worth it. It's actually not worth it. Because like I say, when I'm playing the characters I like in this game, Finn, I want to die. I want to die. Like, I'm just like, I'm like, why am I doing this to myself with the characters that I like? So the idea of playing a character I don't like just for the spite, I can't. I actually can't do it. I actually can't do it. I actually don't have the strength because I barely have the strength to play the characters that I do like in this game. I just don't have it. I don't have it. Like, I would, any will that I have to play this game would just completely fall apart. I just can't do it. Yeah, I just can't. And I'm really trying to like this game. I'm really trying to I don't know. I still need to post it. I had a long set against Supreme Kazushi. Like, I don't know if he's been in your chat. Really good Tekken player. He plays multiple characters. Got them all to God. Like, he's a fucking killer, right? And I'm playing him in a long set, and he's like so good. And playing against like peak Law and peak Fang and peak Brian, he really exposes like what the highest level of this game looks. I mean, I say highest level. He's not a tournament player, but he's a killer, right? I'm being like, man, dealing with the spare end of Brian, dealing with the spare end of Law. This game is toxic as ass. Like when you play against him, you really understand. Like, this is what the highest version of this character looks like. The most degenerate version, not degenerate as in brain dead, but degenerate in like I am doing the best risk reward stuff with these characters, and you go, oh, this is a nightmare. This is an absolute nightmare. And you forget it. And it simultaneously makes me want to get better because I'm like, wow, he's so good. I want to get good. But then also makes you look at like, I don't want to do what it takes to play this game. Like, I actually don't want, like, it triggers both reactions in me. Do you know what I mean? Which is so weird. This guy,
that's
man.
Why, let me ask, I want to just know from you if am I an elite? Am I like a toxic asshole elitist for when people talk in my chat? You know, I treat people in my own chat sometimes like fucking retards, right?
Sure.
And I do that sometimes because like I want to know if I'm like a toxic asshole and an elitist for sometimes asking about rank, because I'm like, if you tell me your feelings or perspective of certain characters or moves, I kind of need to know if you are what you described. Are you playing against people, or are you even operating your own character?
Yeah.
At the output that you need to see to judge this.
Yeah.
Like, am I an asshole for this? But I think not. I'm just read about it. Like,
yes and no. Like on one level, yes. When someone makes a claim and you're like, this claim seems ridiculous. You kind of want to know, okay, am I talking to someone who has got the hours to make such a claim like this? Or is this a noob? Because there are certain things where that are wrong, but when you're a noob, you think that way, right? So I understand why you just try to efficiently, okay, where are you in the skill distribution? Like, where are you? I understand why you'd ask that. At the same time, it is an asshole thing to do just because it's so super like emotionally dismissive, right? So it's a bit of both. I understand logically why one would do it. I would typically not really rank shame, but I want to. Like, I think you remember like when you were in my chat, and ironically it was a high ranked person saying it, but like someone was making some comment about when I was talking about Ling and Kazuya and making some sort of comment, and I remember being like, are you an idiot? And I do want to be like, what's your rank, right? But I was like, but I didn't want to say that because I didn't want to rank shame, because it is kind of it is super dismissive. But I get it; it's not unreasonable. And on your channel, you can do whatever the fuck you want. I get it, like whatever. Your audience kind of you have an heiress relationship with your audience, so it's fine. You know what I mean?
It's like I don't try to shame. I try to like make people understand that these characters in these games, every single one of them, is a Formula 1 car.
Finn is said, Brogdon just said, Finn rank shaming me is my fetish. Don't make him stop. I need my nut, homie. Damn, Brogdon, relax. Step on me, daddy.
I don't try to shame, right? But it's like every character in this game, in my opinion, is a Formula 1 car, and constantly arguing about which one of those Formula 1 cars is the slowest is really clown work.
Yeah,
like, we're all sitting in Formula 1 cars, and only because you only drive like your Volvo family car and you don't know how to drive a Formula 1 car doesn't make it not a Formula 1 car.
Yeah. No, I hear it. And there is a benefit to playing multiple characters. Like, it's really fun because sometimes you'll hear people complain about their character, and I'm like, I understand why you say that, because you only play your character, or you only play your archetype. Like, you only play Kazuya and Devil Jin and maybe a bit of Reina, and so you make these broad statements about Tekken. It's like, well, I can speak about Tekken. Actually, you can't, because you actually don't know what the majority class is like. Like, you actually don't know. Like, I feel like and again, this might be elitist, but like, you need to play multiple archetypes to a decent level. Because when you play different archetypes, you realize how privileged your character is in certain ways. Like, I would complain about the rest of the cast all the time, only playing Leo. And then you go play other characters, you go, oh, fuck, Leo's really privileged, actually. Being a check of treasury is really useful. There's no range where I'm useless. That's really good, right? And you play other characters, and be like, oh, man, I really underestimated when you play Xiao, you recognize the value of range. Like, oh, I didn't know what it's like to have poor range. But then when you play against, when you play a different character, you're like, oh, man, I miss having Xiao's 8-frame button. Like, to be able to just stop this dance shit immediately. Like, people speak about privilege when they only play one archetype, but it's only when you play multiple archetypes that you really understand that actually everyone's got some privilege, some more than others, of course. But yeah, it's really cool. And I want to keep doing it, to be fair, because I want to learn more characters. Mary Zoe was interesting. I played a little bit of Mary Zoe. I'm like, oh, I still hate her aesthetically, but she's actually quite interesting. She's playing a different game, a lot of it. And Leroy seemed pretty cool. I want to play Leroy. I avoided Leroy in Tekken 7 because he was broken when he came out, and by the time he got bounced down, no one was playing him anymore. But Leroy actually fits my style of like character with like fucking crazy defensive tools. So it's like I'm gonna kill you for trying to mash. So I can see in the universe where that is my character, and I just haven't played him for 5 years. So I should probably give him a shot. So yeah, we'll see. Anyway, I keep yapping even though I say I'm gonna leave. I'm out in a bit, chat. Thank you for joining me. Like and subscribe, all that shit. We'll see you in a bit. Peace.
Goodbye, guys.
Stream's
Goodbye,
over.
chat.
Yeah, in a bit, man. Bye.